Republican cats.
On the wrong side of President Trump at some point, but because they lied to Congress. We can't allow that to go forward. So I think it's appropriate here. And I think, remember, it's not a Republican Party, a group of party officials who brought the indictment. It's a grand jury. I mean, that's our system. They constituted a grand jury. They found reasonable, they felt it was right to bring the indictment, and they made that decision. And so we'll have to see how it plays out now.
Why have all the Epstein files not been released? And do you think they should be?
Well, they're in the process of being released. And this is a very important point. The House Oversight Committee is on this like white on rice, as we said down in Louisiana. Okay, you've got some of the biggest bulldogs in Congress, Republican and Democrat side, united in this quest to have maximum transparency. They're going through it methodically. They're issuing subpoenas. They're being complied with by the Department of Justice. And anyone has these files. Look, I know there's a team deployed. There was a team in New York City over the last 2 weeks combing through the Epstein estate files and going through to find things that had not even been anticipated before. You have 34,000 pages that have already been released. There's more on the way. You've got pending subpoenas out to a number of well-known figures and public officials, et cetera. I mean, they're digging in and moving it as aggressively as possible. So we're for maximum transparency. The one caveat is we have a responsibility and a duty to protect the innocent victims. By some estimates, there may be 1,000 young women who were subjected to these horrific, unspeakable crimes, at the hands of Epstein and his accomplices. And we want to make sure that their identities are protected. So they got to be properly redacted in those files to make sure they don't suffer more harm. And I think that's something everybody agrees with, and we're trying to make sure it's done the right way.
No man has been actually convicted and put in prison for any offense connected to the Epstein thing, despite, as you say, maybe 1,000 female victims here. Are you confident?
Yeah, well, it's an important point to make. We're in this investigation in the House Oversight Committee. Not only are they trying to bring justice for the victims, they're also trying to determine how justice has been denied for so long and who is responsible for that. And that's a critical component of all this.
Just one final point on that. Ghislaine Maxwell's attempt at an appeal has failed. Donald Trump was asked if he might pardon her. As you know, it's a very contentious issue. He kind of batted it away and said, we'll take a look at it, which seems to suggest the door may be open. Would you want to see Ghislaine Maxwell pardoned, or would you want the opposite?
I would never even consider it. I mean, she's a convicted human trafficker. She was a party to this. She set it up by her own admission. She was involved in all this. There's no way she should ever leave prison.
Let's move on to the government shutdown, because we did a bit of research. You'd expect nothing else, Stephen Johnson, I'm sure. That since 1976, the Republicans have triggered a shutdown 7 major times. The Democrats 3 or 4, depending on how you categorize a full major shutdown. So you've basically been doing this twice as often as they have.
Sleepy?
Does that give you the high moral ground now to throw?
I'm the opposite of sleepy. That's what I am. That's how I am. I need some dabs. But gotta wait till tomorrow to smoke, so I'm just chilling, watching the news.
Every year, and then he just
I'm
disappears.
always sleeping.
Even if you like your current Medicare plan, it's critical to look at the 2026.
Well, yes, because
About maybe 5-10 years ago, I used to try and sleep all the time. I would try and get as much rest as possible. But now I try and stay awake as long as possible most of the time.
listen, you can't look at those statistics in a vacuum, okay? Every one of those circumstances is different. What's really critically important to point out right now is, unlike many of those skirmishes in the past, when a CR was loaded up with partisan priorities from one of the parties in one of the chambers that was in charge, Right now you have unified Republican government, and we did not take this opportunity to do that. What do I mean? Piers, we did not add a single Republican policy or priority or poison pill or gimmick or trick to this very clean, very simple CR. Why do we call it a clean CR? Piers, it literally is simply a continuation of exactly the current status quo in spending and policy, which, by the way, is Biden-era spending and policies. We're still operating, enduring that. We're in the appropriations process to try to change it, but we ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th, so we just needed a simple 7-week stopgap funding measure. I could have loaded it up with a bunch of Republican stuff, but I didn't. And that's why the only choice the Democrats have right now in the Senate is to vote to open the government so that we can continue the partisan discussions. That's the difference between now and in the past. This is a totally clean, totally good faith effort, and no one can tell you otherwise about it.
You're a man of faith, and you've invoked your faith since the very start of this shutdown. Do you hope that your prayers get answered sooner rather than later?
I do. I mean, I prayed about that this morning before I came into work and did my press conference. This does exacts real harm on real American people, and they should not be pawns in a political game. It's disgusting to me. I mean, I kind of lost my temper at the press conference we here about an hour ago because I'm so aggravated by this. I can't believe that they would pick a fight. I'm just going to say this very plainly, and I don't mean this. I practice as much Christian charity as I can in this job here. It ain't easy every day, okay? But it's very simple what's going on here. Chuck Schumer did a 180-degree turn on this. He gave impassioned speeches as recently as March of this year. Why the CR, the same CR, by the way, had to be continued and all that. Why did he change his mind? Because he's afraid he's going to get a challenge from his Marxist left in New York, because that's now in vogue in New York, apparently. They're going to put a Marxist in as the mayor of New York City. And he's terrified by that because he's yesterday's news. So he had to pick a fight against Trump and show a fight and show he's tough and show he's further left than everybody else. And that's what this is. I mean, pure and simple. That's why he changed his tune. And there's no other way to see it. Everybody who's on the Hill and is paying attention sees it clearly. And it needs to be called on. We need this to come to an end. And yes, I'm praying that it ends quickly because we've got troops and young pregnant women, veteran services, and all these other things we could talk about all day long. People are suffering because of these games. And I've had it.
Talking of changing tunes, you came out strongly on the issue of Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl. Had you ever actually heard of Bad Bunny before last week?
Didn't even know who the guy was, okay? And they got me in the hallway, and they said, "Who do you think would be suitable?" I don't know, Lee Greenwood, man. I'm on the other side. I don't know. I don't think, it doesn't sound like a great choice to me. Look, what I'm concerned about, what I said, is a lot of young kids, people watch the Super Bowl, right? And you need to uplift positive things, American values, and not have this controversy. And it just seems unnecessary to me.
You don't think that maybe you're a little bit old in the teeth to be telling young people what they should be listening to on Super Bowl day?
My kids would probably say so, yeah. I still like 80s music, okay? I mean, I confess, but you need somebody at the Super Bowl halftime, in my view, that can appeal to a broad audience of everybody. Not leave out those of us who grew up in the Reagan era.
You know what? I don't disagree. It's because it is a uniquely family event, the Super Bowl. You know, when I watched it in America with American families, everyone's there, the grandparents, the kids, everyone's there. You actually don't want people that are going to alienate half that room of your family before they even start performing. So we reached a point of agreement at the end there, Speaker Johnson. Always a good way to end an interview.
Dishonesty. You feel dishonesty. Slava Ukraini. What's up, A. Wallace?
Yes, and I would say you have the greatest accent in all of media. It's not fair because you sound intelligent. Whatever you say, Piers, it's really not fair to everybody else.
You know, I was going to give him a brilliant quote about my accent there. It was an NBC executive. He said, "You know, Piers, to an American ear, the English accent always conveys an air of presumed higher intelligence." And then he paused and said, "which may not actually exist."
I'm with him.
But I will take it. Thank you, Speaker Johnson. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, my friend. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you. All right, let's go back to our panel here. So look, we've got some stats. So it's quite interesting actually, Jack, because you had a little bit of wriggle room there because the speaker wasn't quite as emphatic.
No.
But we've done some research while we were listening to that. The total net increase in law enforcement spending in the Big Beautiful Bill is an estimated $170 billion across the full life cycle of the bill. This does include large allocations for ICE and the border wall, but also $3 billion for the Bureau of Prisons and almost $1 billion for federal law enforcement training centers. The bill was applauded by, among others, the National Fraternal Order of Police. So that does seem to be pretty unequivocal.
But at the same time, I must also point out that so far the DOJ this year has taken away about $500 million in grants. The DOJ has. We've also seen about $1 billion.
No, it was a really small crowd. And you know what? If you go to K2, KATU, the YouTube page, they have a live stream up right now called 24 Hours at the ICE facility. And you can click on the live and you can still see there's 3 lonely protesters out there just sitting in front of the driveway. It's fucking pathetic. So yeah, it's not very. It's the crowds are getting smaller at the ICE thing. Seems like.
In grants that were to be distributed before Donald Trump's administration came in, the DOJ gutting those grant programs that support local police and violent crime reduction. So there's going to be another $1 billion next year. I think those numbers are important to point out. I don't know why the DOJ is reducing support for police. Cutting these grants doesn't really make a lot of sense for Donald Trump's argument. But I think that needs to be. I think that needs to be put forth.
I don't really want to get back
I was told by Michael that there was no cuts at all.
Okay, no, I don't want to get back over it.
There was not. As Pierce just read, and as the speaker just pointed out, the numbers went up, not down, like you wrongly claimed.
Yeah, that does seem to be the indisputable takeaway. But let's move on. Michael, talking. Well, hang on one second, Congressman. Michael, just talking of the DOJ.
Yeah.
Interesting comment there. Very emphatic statement.
I don't know if it went underground, but a lot of their people got arrested, and so yeah, I think some of their loudest voices got arrested, and some people were just working or whatever. So I guess the weekend protests are usually the bigger ones, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But the weekday ones, like last night, was pretty weak. Pretty weak last night. Where you going?
From the speaker about Ghislaine Maxwell, which is, I think, notable and will make news because Donald Trump left that door open a bit, said, well, I don't really know much about this, which of course he obviously does, but I'm going to look into this and we'll take a look. He didn't rule it out as emphatically as Speaker Johnson just did. You know, a lot of pushback, I noticed, to Donald Trump, even potentially leaving a door open to a potential pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. It appears the speaker certainly was absolutely unequivocal. No. What is your view?
Well, the pardon power rests with the president, not with the Speaker of the House. So ultimately, it will be President Trump's decision to make. I agree with Speaker Johnson in as much as the political cost of pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell would be so high, it would pose an existential threat, I think, to the MAGA coalition. So most likely that will not happen. But the pardon power does exist for a reason. One, to correct cases of injustices that happen along the way in the system. But two, just as a prudential matter. Sometimes, if you can gain a little leverage, if you can advance the cause of justice or an investigation, you might be willing to do that sort of thing. That said, I don't think there's really a big disagreement between Trump and Johnson in that Trump could do it, but the cost is so high, I don't see him paying.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter what Johnson says. Trump will do what's good for Trump. And, basically, what I wanted to ask Speaker Johnson was, why is Congress only worked 15 days in the last 45 days? Why?
Amish chicken livers? No, I've never made cat treats. I usually just buy them from the store or whatever. But if I ever have some chicken liver hanging around, I'll definitely give it to my cat. I give her like cat food, and then I share my human food with her too.
He convening Congress, why is Congress on a paid vacation while federal employees are going without pay? Why isn't he swearing in the Arizona Congresswoman that will be the 218th to vote to release Epstein files. There's a tough questions that Johnson need to be asked. And
Well,
you know,
we run out of time, unfortunately. Next time I'll get you to join in, then we can avoid any eliminations. But let me ask you, Jack, about this. This was an interview with Katie Porter, who I know quite well because I appeared on the Bill Maher show with her a while ago, and it didn't go.
This bitch is crazy. The new person who's running for governor of California, she's even worse than Newsom, if that's even believable. Amish chicken livers are sold in the grocery stores. Buy the chicken or butcher, cook up some one time and see how your cat's like. Alright, might have to try that out. My cats usually like chicken or ham or whatever.
For her. But she's the lead candidate to be the next governor of California. I have a home in California, so I have a vested interest in who wins this. And it was an extraordinary interview that she did. Let's watch a few of the highlights here.
The question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it.
I'm going to call
You're
it.
not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate had...
What a pussy. Then you ain't got what it takes, bitch. Get the fuck out of the race.
I don't care. I don't care.
Well, that was with a very good reporter called Julie
You cook it in butter? That's what's up. What's up, Tyler?
Watts. I think it was a CBS affiliate. I mean, Michael, let me start with you on this. I mean, it was excruciating to watch, but no real surprise. You know, I saw the prickly side of Katie Porter on the Bill Maher show when she got challenged about her worldview.
Watching the news, chilling. I gotta buy a Halloween costume. I'm still trying to decide which one to go with. Tough call.
It was not a great sight. Let's take a little look at that first, and then I'll come to you.
The news never takes a break, man.
We talked about people, becoming...
You know, the news cycle is ever changing.
using things to kind of get likes and get clicks.
That's not what she's doing.
It's
I mean,
not?
I've got no truck to ride against personally, but all I've seen her do is stand up for women's rights and fairness and equality.
But she has to.
She actually competed against Leah Thomas, and it was obviously unfair. Leah Thomas won one of the races in the NCAA challenges by 50 seconds against a bunch of biological females who simply couldn't.
Yeah. That one sounds like, I don't know. Last night I listened to the Jaws audiobook when I went to bed, and that was pretty interesting compared to the movie Jaws, the audiobook. Dan Coe, The Art of Focus. Yeah, someone suggested it to me. It was alright. Wasn't anything special. You know what I still never watched? I still never watched, hey, they have a 50-minute summary of Dan Coe's book. I might have to just listen to the summary. Otherwise, they have the full 7-hour audiobook on there.
But that cannot be right. It cannot be fair. And the audience then burst into...
Yeah, I still never watched the I Am Not Your Guru Tony Robbins documentary. That one seems really good. I want to watch that.
Because applause, which she found completely astonishing, because it's a liberal crowd. What's going on here, Michael? Why would you, if you're doing a television interview, why would you behave in such a graceless, rude, arrogant manner, do you think?
QuickBooks Online.
She's behaving in an entitled
certification?
way because she has enjoyed entitlement.
Wait, what are you getting certified for?
Along with the Democrats for most of her
Bookkeeping?
political career. And I
Are you gonna get a library job? Or is that like different than bookkeeping? I already have an accounting diploma. That's cool.
sure that she sat down and thought, this is CBS News, this is a mainstream news network, it's going to be a bunch of softballs, I'm not going to have to answer anything. And she gets mild pushback. I have to give a little credit to CBS here. CBS, of the major news networks, generally does a much, much better job than the other ones do. But this is very mild pushback.
Accounting, not
And
library.
even that is so shocking to Katie Porter. If she had to endure
Oh damn, that sounds way less fun. A library job. Accounting, but I think I need something more so I know what I'm doing. Why don't you ask AI? That's what I always do. What more do I need to become a bookkeeping accountant? Just get the certification.
To become a bookkeeping accountant, you generally need a high school diploma or
I think a certification's a good first step or whatever.
1/1000th the scrutiny that every Republican politician has to endure from the beginning of his career.
My old friend, he got into getting certificates, yeah. So he was just, he was doing like little online courses every once in a while, and he'd be like, oh, I got another certificate. And he was just getting random certificates for different things. Just because, I don't know why. Just to be certified. I don't know what to do anymore since I stopped smoking weed. I think I have ADHD. Yeah, I feel that. I don't have any weed right now. I'm kind of fiending. And my mind goes kind of crazy when I don't have weed. Ugh.
In the media, she wouldn't have made it past dog catcher of Palookaville.
Yeah.
But you're still a real sea changer.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, you're shaking your head, but come on, man, that was embarrassing.
Okay, so I don't even want to talk about the Katie Porter of it all. The idea that Republicans face scrutiny from the media, Donald Trump is so dementia-addled right now. He did
Oh. Prove it.
a text interview with Jake Tapper.
So wait, you can't. What? Dementia makes you do a text interview? What's his hot take? What's a Barthis?
I'm not really a fan of Jake Tapper. I think that's a pretty sad move to do a text interview. But do we really think that Donald Trump is on the other side of that? No, it's Stephen Miller. It's Russ Vaught.
Actually,
He's
I
like
do. Yeah, I
putting
can tell you
together
how I know.
Spotify playlists.
I can tell you how I know because I texted Trump.
What a fucking idiot. Schooled his ass. Do you think shrooms will improve focus? Yeah, I think shrooms will do a lot of good stuff like that.
Regularly, and it is
I'm
him.
sure.
No,
you
just to be
do.
clear, Jack, it is him. It is him.
No,
And
okay.
here's the,
But
and
the
here's the,
fact that
yeah, but
Donald Trump has to do a
Jack,
text
Jack,
interview.
Kaylee,
Bro. People, all they have is fucking theories. It's like, I know it wasn't Trump texting, it was everyone else, man. Bro, wrong again. Another fucking theory out the window.
Serious right now. And he's the
Hey,
one
Jack, hang on.
attacking.
Jack, calm down. Caitlin Collins from CNN is in my old start at CNN actually, on 9 p.m. now. Gave an interesting interview yesterday, and she was talking about the fact Trump never sleeps. When you're on Air Force One, you can't really sleep probably because he's up all the time wanting to talk to journalists. He gives more airtime to Q&As with the press and the media than any president ever. That's just a fact. Now, you may think he's got dementia.
Yeah, Pierce Morgan Uncensored. He always has a bunch of people on just talking over each other and fighting. Yeah, it's the old style of news. So right now he has Michael Knowles and a couple of dumb people on there arguing.
I would argue the one that looked like he had dementia was the predecessor in the White House who never did Q&As with the press, never did any hostile interviews with anybody because he didn't have the mental acuity to do it. Trump, whatever you think of him, he's out there every day talking for an hour, 2 hours with the media.
There's a big difference though between answering a question and responding to a question. And just because Donald
What's the
Trump's
difference between the
words
two? It's the same thing.
well, if you ask Donald, that's not even remotely true. If you ask Donald Trump whether or not he wants to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, and he says, "Well, I don't really know who that is," and also, "Have you seen my ballroom?" That doesn't give you a real answer. He's responding. He can go on and talk about nonsense for an hour, but that doesn't do anything to give you a real answer, to let you know what
But
this
he makes more
administration is
news.
doing.
He makes
But
more news.
it's not about news.
But hang on,
it's not about
Jack.
news. It's about he's the president of the United States. He should answer.
Jack,
The guests are put on a delay in the interviews, and that is why they always talking over each other. Yeah. True. There's a little bit of a delay. What's up, Matt? Reviews.
he makes more news on a daily basis by answering questions than any other world leader. I mean, he does.
Responding to questions.
Well-
Here's, if you asked me a question and I started ranting about a ballroom that I'm building, and that had nothing to do with the question that you asked me,
Well, I
think
asked
you
you
as
about-
a journalist would feel pretty unfulfilled.
Well,
Wow, this dude's doing the exact same thing. He can't answer questions either, but he's like, "Oh, but Trump didn't answer the question the way I wanted it either."
just to, ironically,
That's exactly
I
what you do.
I just asked you about Katie Porter. You said, "I don't want to talk about Katie Porter. Let's talk about the
Well, no, because I had to
Republicans." So
respond to what my
Yeah, I want to talk about the other thing.
an example of exactly
And so-
what you're talking about.
And do you want me to be president of the United States? No,
Not
for
really.
real.
No, no one wants that. Don't even ask stupid questions.
Porter,
No,
but I did. No,
let me-
I didn't think. I don't think anyone came away from
Let
that
me bring
interview
three
saying
back
maybe
in
we
here.
should
I
do
mean,
more of
three.
these to answer.
Let me bring three in. The art of the political interview. It's not that difficult, really. But when you behave like a complete arse, as Katie Porter did there, you're going to get the kind of mockery it deserves. That interview went 100,000 times bigger on the airwaves of the internet and social media because of the way she behaved than it ever would have done if she just answered the questions.
Right.
But Donald Trump lies. Most of his answers are lies and not true.
Why are you talking about Donald Trump?
Bro, these people are fucking deranged. Oh my god. But Donald Trump lied.
Well, we're talking about politicians answering questions.
You just pulled a Jack. I've asked you one question,
You just pulled a jack.
and you're talking about somebody completely different.
Oh my god. Whataboutism is all they do. If you're British, you get a passport yesterday. Something's coming. I'm sorry. I know, right? UK is fucked. I'm not British. Sucks for them people over there. 30 people a day getting arrested for social media posts. In that cooked ass country.
I mean, so
Well, you're talking about Donald Trump answering questions, but he does.
I'm talking about Katie Porter.
But so, Pierce, are you going to hold us more accountable for wanting to discuss multiple
Bro.
topics than you?
Bro, he's just holding you accountable. More accountable. Whataboutism again?
Or the president of the United States?
But what
It's
about
not
Trump?
transparency. Where is
Sorry,
the
look,
transparency? I'm glad that
But
you.
what about Trump? Ah. What's up, Appia?
So look,
Ask
you're
Speaker
new to
Johnson
the
about
panel.
Epstein.
Jack, you're new to Uncensored. Here's how this works. I get a bunch of people in, right? Unusually, I get people who don't agree with each other, and we have a civilized or sometimes an uncivilized debate. But what we do is we discuss topics. I throw it to each of you, and you give an answer to the topic. What you guys have been doing on the left side of this debate is you've been making a point like. The trouble with the Republicans is you ask them one thing, like Trump, and they answer another, and then you both do exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Katie Porter should have finished her interview.
There you
But
go.
then Donald Trump should be more honest. Donald Trump should be more
Those
honest.
two things can be completely true at the same time. But you should.
Donald Trump should be more honest. How could he get any more honest? He's been so honest that people hate him for it. What the fuck?
Just in terms of an interview with a politician, you just failed as well. Because all you had to say was that, right? How hard is it to just give a straight answer to a straight question? When I do interviews where I'm the subject, people ask me questions, I just answer them. I don't care. Ask me whatever you want. I couldn't give a monkey's cuss.
And I was happy to get to the end of that point if Michael hadn't so rudely interrupted me. I
Oh,
no.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't think it was a great interview. It certainly wasn't a great interview. I don't think
I thought it was a masterclass.
masterclass.
Honestly, it was a masterclass in how not to conduct a political interview. But if I'm a Californian resident, and in fact I am a Californian resident for a lot of the year, I've got a home there, I watch that and think, why would you vote for somebody entitled, so arrogant, so determined to belittle that journalist who was just doing a job? I mean, it was really actually ugly to watch.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a great answer. I didn't think that that's a great response. I will say that the beginning of the question was asking, do you think that you need to win the 40% of Trump voters to win, or convince some of them to win the governor's race? And Katie Porter's response was, no, it's not how math works. And I think she gave a fine answer at first. When she was continued to be asked, she should have just said, no, I want to convince those voters. She didn't. I thought the question didn't really make a lot of sense, at least mathematically, but no, there was no reason for her to.
I thought it made a lot of sense. She was just making the point, look, you got 40% of the electorate there.
Yeah, and you should want to convince
if you just write them off, that's not good politics, and it's a completely valid point to make. Michael, I want to play a clip from our old friend AOC, who's got into trouble for what she said about Stephen Miller.
They are scrapping and grasping at straws because they have nothing else. Laugh at them. Stephen Miller is a clown. I've never seen that guy in real life, but he looks like he's like
Really?
4'10", and he looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10", and he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10", that he's taking that anger out at
410.
any other population possible.
Well, there was a lot of pushback on this, and then she issued this apology.
I want to express my love for the short king community. I don't believe in body shaming. I am talking about how big or small someone is on the inside. Like, for example, I have no idea how tall Andrew Tate is. No idea at all. But that guy looks to me like 5'3", like 5'3", 5'4". Whereas,
so Michael, I mean, being obviously very heightist, a big no-no with the woke community, and she's obviously wrong about Stephen Miller. I stood next to him at the party, and he's a lot taller than 4'10". What did you make of this rather cringe-worthy double video?
Well, the apology was particularly bad because it was utter nonsense. I know. I said when I said he looked like he was 4'10", I was talking about his heart. Yeah, okay. But then her first claim, she says, "Look, I've never met this guy, but I bet he's 4'10". So I think AOC is consulting exactly the same sources that our friend Jack over here is, namely her imagination. And as you point out, here is Stephen Miller is obviously much taller than that. But this psychobabble typifies all of the left-wing arguments. It's obviously fact-free, but notice she doesn't take on Stephen Miller's argument about immigration. She doesn't take on his argument about law enforcement. She doesn't deal. She just tries to impute to him some kind of nefarious psychological motives. It's the same way when the left talks to us about abortion. They never deal with the actual bioethical issues. They just say we hate women or something like that. When we talk about law enforcement, they say we're racist. I don't know. And so it's all this psychobabble nonsense to avoid the real issues, because the real issues favor Stephen Miller and the Republicans and not her.
Well, Jack, you said about this, Donald Trump, not about this, but you said separately, Donald Trump doesn't want to negotiate an end to the shutdown because he's too dementia-addled to understand it. Stephen Miller is running the White House, and it's time to start calling it out. So your concern is that he's actually running the White House.
No, I do think that Stephen Miller is in charge of most things. I think Russ Vought is in charge of most things happening at the White House right now. Again, Donald Trump very focused on his ballroom. But Michael, little snowflake of you. What day are we on of this AOC story, this non-story? I thought that the right liked comedy. I thought that we could make jokes again. Everyone's in their feelings. We saw Stephen Miller on Fox rubbing his eye.
Where was the joke? Was that a joke?
Verge of tears. She said that I was short. I'm bald too. Stephen Miller. Like,
Is that
does
what
he not
happened?
have
That's
more
not what I
important-
saw happen
Does
at
he
all.
have more
I don't know.
important things to concern himself with? His buddy Jesse Watt, that he's a pretty swell guy. I don't know why he needs to listen to what AOC has to say and respond to it. That is all that Fox was talking about. But yeah, Pierce, I do think that Stephen Miller is running things in the White House right now. I don't really think that Donald Trump is all too concerned with anything. Project 2025 was laid out for him because Trump has no interest in negotiating or governing or doing anything that isn't putting billions of dollars in his pocket through a crypto scam. That is what Trump is ultimately interested in. So he'll have his goons take care of the rest, and he'll do his Spotify playlist and I guess make the Rose Garden look uglier.
And what, in
That is what Donald Trump is
between,
after.
he's just trying to forge peace in the Middle East. It's a busy old time for him. Michael, what I wanted on the story that I think enraged you as much as it enraged me. Amazon airbrushing James Bond's gun out of thumbnails for the movies on Prime. Let's take a look at it. I mean, they've just taken the guns off, and I've got to be honest, they've left Bond in these pictures looking, well, just a little bit effeminate. So it's like a double whammy, isn't it? What's going on here?
Is he tickling himself now? Is Sean Connery giving himself a little pinch on the what? So they have to take away the gun because that's politically incorrect. They probably have to take away the womanizing, right? There's no way that's kosher these days. I think they have to take away. You're not allowed to, be violent. So the karate chopping and all that. You got to take away the booze. That's no good. If you were smoking pot, that'd be one thing, but you got to take away the booze. So I think basically, you just have to take away James Bond. That's going to be the new sanitized version. Nothing works anymore.
I think the only answer, Congressman, is to bring Don Lemon in as the new Bond.
Well, I'm getting all entertained. This is all very entertaining. But look, I'm concerned about the 4 million
getting
people
all
who are losing
entertained.
health care. I'm looking at millions of people not able to get their insulin, get treatment for their children. Right now we need to get this government going. The two parties need to come together, negotiate, take care of the American people. I know this
I
is
agree,
all.
Congressman. Would you agree to a clean CR? As because the Democrats obviously shut it down, they wanted to change the fund. But would you agree to a clean CR to just keep the government going?
What is with this victim
Not
complex of the
continuation
rights?
of the same old. Not continuation of the same old. We need to.
So you don't want to get those people in?
A victim complex when he asked to get a clean CR. What in the fuck mind? Where are you getting that shit from, bro?
And all the healthcare you talked, just a clean CR, just keep it going just like it was. It was working okay. You wouldn't agree to that. You're going to keep the government shut down. Okay.
We got to
in charge?
We got to address that. We got to healthcare is a big, huge issue. People's premiums are going to double. Their co-pays are going to double, triple in some cases. In fact, the top 10 red states will have premiums tripling and quadrupling.
Yes,
And
Obamacare was dreadful
You know
for
what?
healthcare
I've got to
premiums. I
say,
agree.
I don't disagree. This is all important, but I do think we should focus right now on James Bond and his gun. Jack, should Amazon be neutralizing Bond like this? What kind of message does that send the world?
I didn't even see this as a story. Should they be taking away his gun? I don't know. If the original poster works, maybe keep it. If this new one doesn't, maybe don't. I don't know. You, Piers, I'm sure on your show, y'all beta test your thumbnails and they're doing the A/B and seeing which one is better.
We'll be doing some great ones with you. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Make sure my hair doesn't look too bad.
Well, you'll be pleased to know. Actually,
It will.
Michael will be most pleased to know they have, after a backlash, Amazon have restored the gun.
What's up top?
That is good because when they took the gun away, that was the beta test.
I don't know what they've done. They've done something, but they haven't restored the guns. I don't know quite what they've done. Doesn't make any sense there, but
They'll figure it out.
they've done something anyway. So we'll see if we can get the guns back. I mean, because James Bond without a gun, kind of pointless. What's the point, really? I've got to leave it there. Panel, great debate. Thank you very much. Eric Trump is the executive vice president of the Trump Organization, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise which manages the president's sprawling business empire. That responsibility placed Eric Trump squarely in the sights are those who sought to block the president's comeback using the courts and the law. Eric is officially the most subpoenaed man in American history. His new book, Under Siege, tells the inside story of how a political campaign took its toll on a family who bear the most famous name in the world. And he joins me now. Eric, welcome back to Uncensored.
Good to be on, Pierce.
Not
it's an extraordinary book about an extraordinary period in modern times, really, which was the kind of war against your dad, against you and your family, seemingly a war designed with one motivation, which was to prevent him ever getting back to the White House. And of course, we know how it ended. When you finished the book, what was your kind of overview about what you'd all been through?
Well, I think, Pierce, the irony is your book would not have been able to be written, right? Woke is
What's up, Genghis Harm?
dead had it not been for ours, right? Had it not been through the battle that we were, I call Under Siege for a very simple reason. They tried to impeach my father multiple times, right? They raided Mar-a-Lago. They wrote the Dirty Steele dossier paid for by Hillary Clinton. They made up the Russia lies. They deplatformed us off of Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, right? They took my father off the ballot in Maine and Colorado. They went after Supreme Court justices. I became the most subpoenaed man ever. They raided Melania's closet and Barron's room. I mean, they weaponized every attorney general in the United States, every district attorney in far blue areas of the United States to go after my father. 91 indictments. We've gotten every single one of them overturned. They debanked us.
Hope life is good. It's all good. Hope life is good. Even better for you, bro.
Deplatformed us. They wanted to see us in jail. They wanted to see us arrested. They wanted to see my father behind bars. They wanted me to be right next to him. They wanted to see our family bankrupt. They wanted to see the MAGA movement dead. And then if that wasn't enough, and I spent...
I'm just looking for a Halloween costume. And whatever else is cool on Amazon. I know I need to buy my cats some like shampoo or some shit like that.
I'm talking about that in Under Siege. Then they tried to kill my father in Butler, not the first time, when they took off part of his ear. But then they tried to kill him at his golf course in Palm Beach. And then, a couple weeks, literally this book, Pierce, came out 3 days before Charlie Kirk's assassination. They've done everything they could to take us out, and we prevailed in the long run. They put every arrow in our back that they possibly could, but we won, and this is the inside account to that war and that story and my fight and behind the scenes within our family.
Dye my hair black and lift it up or some shit. Or whatever, however his hair is. Take it easy. YouTube, bro. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I could do a Shaggy costume. I might have to cut my hair a little bit for the Shaggy look. But yeah, I do almost have the Shaggy facial hair. I'll just need a green shirt, different than this one. Yeah, I could go as Shaggy. Why not?
Of kind of those trials and tribulations.
You knew Charlie Kirk very well. I interviewed Charlie a few times. There was a hideous irony that there was somebody who...
Nearly home. Who done it?
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with realtor.
Purposefully went into the lion's den, if you like, of people who instinctively didn't like him, didn't agree with him, and invited open dialogue, invited respectful debate. And I've seen so many clips of him since, many of which are taken out of context, but where his general demeanor around people that really hated him was to say, come on, let's have a proper debate here. You're entitled to your view, I'm entitled to mine. Prove me wrong was his mantra, which should have been the kind of bedrock of any civilized democratic society. And yet for doing that, he gets a bullet in the neck and is assassinated. What does that say about where we've got to in public discourse?
Well, I think that's right. I mean, the First Amendment, which is freedom of speech, freedom of religion, is a bedrock principle of the United States of America, right? By the way, I see I see a lot of the UK not doing well with that principle right now, and I know it bothers you, and it bothers a lot of people. It bothers a lot of people over here, but that's right. I mean, you had a guy call Charlie Kirk a fascist. That guy proceeded to dress up in all black and go 200 yards away on a rooftop with a sniper rifle and shoot Charlie Kirk in the neck. Yet they call us fascists, right? They call my father anti-Semitic, and yet my sister's Orthodox, as I think you probably know very well, because you know Ivanka and you know Jared. They call my father a sexist, yet isn't it ironic how his first campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, who you know very well, was a woman, and his second winning campaign manager, Susie Wiles, who you know very well, is also female. So it's kind of, I mean, they use identity politics every single day, and your book, Woke is Dead, is actually like, it's exactly this. We've killed, they can't use it against us anymore because no one in America actually believes them. But it is the great irony. I mean, Charlie was out there talking to college campuses, young kids who were engaged in a political process, who were having fun.
Yeah, this seems like the easiest costume ever. Just a fucking green shirt and a brown pants. That's all she wrote.
The best of the next generation, and yet you have people with sniper rifles standing on rooftops, literally shooting over their heads, and yet that's how they label us. And the leftists in this country they're dangerous. They've turned violent. They've lost the narrative. They've lost the verbal war, and that's why they tried to kill my father multiple times. That's why they would love to see me off of the stage, because our voice has been something that they can't refute, that they can't fight against. They've literally. Hence the reason that obviously Kamala lost the popular vote, and hence the reason that Kamala lost every swing state. Every state in this country tacked to the right peers, right? I mean, every single state in the country went my father's direction. We won places like Miami-Dade, which were typically liberal in this country, by 11%. It's the first time Miami-Dade's been won in 37 years in this nation. We won counties in California that could have never even been.
Ashton, go back to church.
Conceived of being won by a conservative before. This nation has changed in a very, very big way over the last 9-month period of time, and our nation's better for it.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you very kindly mentioned my book. I've actually got a hot off the press copy of Woke is Dead, and it starts actually with several.
We'll put them next to each other, Piers.
Yeah, let's do a joint plug here, Eric. Here we go. But it's interesting because I do actually start with a conversation I had with your dad after he wins. So I rang him the following morning. I mean, a brief but really quite profound conversation, because it was a remarkable turnaround of his life, in every sense, professional, personal, everything. And I sort of make the argument in the book that I go over all the most ridiculous woke excesses, and about the suppression of free speech, particularly on college campuses and so on. And I kind of conclude that part of the reason that I believe woke is dead is a mindset. The wokeism is dead. That your father's victory, in a way, put the stamp on that, because he was able to stand there and say, just to be clear, biological men will not compete in women's sport. Okay? And the Democrats were not able to say that. And so, yes, the economy was a huge part of his victory. Yes, immigration was a huge part, the surrender of the southern border under Biden and so on. But I do believe what they try to frame as culture wars, and what the Democrats still like to pretend, wasn't that important in the election. But I think a lot of average Americans went, whatever you think of Donald Trump, maybe they didn't even like him, some of them, right? But they just thought, actually, he just speaks of common sense, right? This guy just knows what a woman is. He doesn't want to have America engaged in endless foreign wars. He wants us to pay less tax. He wants to have a strong southern border. He wants to be tough on crime, and so on. And you sort of go through a checklist. There was an interesting thing in The Economist magazine a couple of weeks ago, and it just said that in Britain, your dad's not that popular personally, but the Trumpism, in other words, what he stands for, is increasingly popular, which I thought was really interesting. That you don't have to like him to understand that, obviously, I like him and you like him, but you don't have to like him to appreciate that his core principles, his core policies, are increasingly popular.
Yeah, that's right. And frankly, you want a very tough person, being the commander-in-chief of the free world, right? I mean, I love my grandmother to death, and she'd probably make a terrible president of the United States, right? You want somebody that's tough, and you want somebody with no BS, and that's exactly who he is. Yeah, listen, you've been friends with the family for a very long time. You and I go back 20 years on The Apprentice and lots of other places. But you're right. I think you said that so beautifully. I actually think culture wars were maybe even a bigger part of the victory. Listen, Piers, I'm a tall guy, right? I'm 6'5", weigh 215. Me swimming in collegiate female sports, like that's not fair,
It's
right?
ridiculous.
And no one. And I'd be on the campaign everywhere. I'd be in Pennsylvania, where in America you've got a lot of steel country, coal country. You'd have these union workers. They come up to me. If my grandfather knew I was voting for a Republican, they would shake their head. And I go, let me ask you a question. Would your grandfather, who worked literally, the coal mines, would they be okay with me swimming against females in college? No, they would come in, they would shoot you. I mean, they would literally kill you if you swam against their daughters. And that's the exact point. The radical left has tacked so far left, right? While my father, what does he want? He wants the greatest economy. He wants freedom of religion, freedom of speech. He wants the lowest taxes. He wants to keep government out of people's ways. He wants zero wars. My father is fundamentally against wars. He wants to have the greatest army. So if we ever have to hit an adversary, you knock their damn heads off. But he doesn't want to go to war. I mean, I've seen him personally, Pierce, stop 5 or 6 wars that would have been raging around the world. And obviously, you see what he's trying to do with what's happening in Israel and in Palestine right now. My father just wants common sense. He wants a strong America. He wants a nonviolent world, and he wants the best for our country. And I'm incredibly proud of him.
What's it like being Donald Trump's son, Eric? Honestly.
Yeah.
What you up to, JSM, and what does JSM stand for?
He's a great man. He's my best friend in the world. I love him. And I stood on that stage ever since we went down that escalator. I stood on that stage every single day, and I fought by his side. And because of that, I took arrows that you couldn't possibly imagine. Piers, I think you know me well enough. I'm no BS, honest person. No drugs, no laptops from hell, no prostitution, no finger painting like Hunter Biden. Honest. Wake up early, run a great company. I've done so many great things in the UK, as you know, with our assets in Aberdeen and Turnberry. Built some of the great assets anywhere around the world, have done so with respect and dignity. And they came after us like I was a dog. And I remember in the book, I talked a little bit about this. We come out of a courtroom, and my father goes,
how's it going, Maddox? Nice to see you. I've been chilling. Last 2 days I haven't been out to the protests at all. Just been at home, relaxing.
How? He just got indicted
How about you? What's up, fishing in boats?
34 times. It's since been totally overturned. He goes, I don't know how, but we're going to win this, honey. We're going to win this whole thing. He meant the court case. He meant the entire presidency. And I looked at him, I go, Pops, it's either the White House or jail. Like that's how far we've come as a country. It's either the White House or jail. They wanted to see us gone. They wanted to see us bankrupt. They wanted to see the Trump name off of every property in New York and around the world. They wanted us silenced. That's why they gag ordered all of us so many times, the court system. And yet, people in this country, they didn't buy it. There's only so many times you can cry wolf. In life, you see that a lot in the UK. There's only so many times you can cry wolf before people stand up and say enough of this nonsense, enough of this garbage. And they voted so overwhelmingly for my father. So, under siege is the siege. But, the amazing part of the story is having the greatest siege of all time and persevering through it and winning and being able to fundamentally change who we are as a nation, what we stand for, and kind of return the values of God and society and red, white, and blue back to the United States of America.
Oh, my bad. There was some ICE. I live in Portland, and there's been ICE protests. So I was going out there to the protests a few times and filming and stuff. But the last 2 nights I've been inside. It's been kind of boring and cold out there. But it's an ongoing thing, so they might be back out there soon. You're not missing much, honestly.
What do you feel right now is his number one priority?
Yeah. Well, he's certainly spending a tremendous amount of time stopping the wars. I mean, I can't tell you how much time he's spending trying to mediate cultures that have hated each other for 1,000 years, trying to bring...
It's about to be the rainy season here. It's about to get nice and wet every day.
Together. My father hates wars. He sees these kids in Ukraine and in Russia, they're in trenches. You can watch the videos on YouTube, as horrible as they are. They come across, around a little corner in a trench. I have an 8-year-old son, I have a 6-year-old daughter. Right, the amount of time that goes into raising those kids and bathing them and teaching them and disciplining them and bring them to school. You see this kid come around a corner in a trench and, his life is expunged in about, an eighth of a second. I mean, so needlessly. You're seeing that obviously all over the Middle East. You're seeing that all over the world. And he's spending a lot of time expunging wars. And then the other thing, he's standing up for America. He does not want America to get ripped off. He doesn't want to be paying for the wars of all other nations. He doesn't want to be the protectors of all other nations. He wants to have, fair trade, and we've never had fair trade in this country. I mean, everybody's used America as the piggy bank, as you know better than anybody. So he wants to have the greatest economy in the world, and he wants to remain the #1 superpower, and he wants the Western world, and clearly, Pierce, I include you in this, right, in the UK, our greatest ally by far. He wants to have the Western world be the strongest it's ever been before, and he's working very hard on all that.
On the critical side, his opponents say, ever since he won back power, having indicated there'd be no revenge attacks, he's been on a relentless campaign of revenge against his political enemies. James.
Yeah, I feel that. I like night shift, midnight graveyard shift. I mean.
Me to others. And when he stood up at Charlie Kirk's memorial, after that incredibly moving speech, of course, by Charlie Kirk's widow.
I don't know, my sleep schedule is always kind of fucked up, but I'm always like a night owl. So it's almost 4 here. I guess I'm getting kind of tired, but I don't know. I wish I had some dabs. I had to stop working nights because of my astigmatism. Oh, damn, that sucks. Are you just like picking up some extra hours or something like that? Oh, one reason I can't sleep is just like searching Amazon. And I can't find what I'm looking for. Getting distracted on so much bullshit on Amazon. Flipping them because I'm working cash gigs. Alright, that's what's up. Get that money, man.
He was very honest. He said, look, I don't think I could be like that with my enemies. I hate them. And people say, if he's president of the United States, he should be more unified in the way he speaks about people. He shouldn't say he hates his opponents. He should try and bring people together. He shouldn't be waging revenge against people like Comey and others. He should move above that. What do you say to that?
They raided our home. They tried to destroy him. They
need some money without the IRS getting my pants. Right. Understandable. I wish I had more under the table gigs. I could always use some extra bundles of cash.
Pierce, just honestly, anybody.
After Tuesday's visit from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, things are changing around Portland's South Waterfront. The feds gave local leaders a list of demands to help clear the entrance for ICE agents amid nightly protests outside their building. Part of South Bond Avenue, you can see change is not a one-way street. On Wednesday, Piedmont restriped the road for two-way traffic, at the time accommodating a road closure directly in front of the ICE building. But on Wednesday evening, officers removed the police tape, once again opening the area to cars and people. The reason? The Oregonian reports Portland Mayor Keith Wilson decided to drop the barriers after some city council members raised concerns that keeping the area taped off might inflame.
How do you get power into that closet? That's not a closet. It's a, like, I guess I'll show you. There's the power bank, and then I let the cords go up there, and then they power the lights back there. And then there's a light over here too, but it's not on right now. So I guess this one's more of a closet, even though it's not. It's kind of like a wardrobe. I don't know what you would call it. Because there's some dresser drawers down here. And then this part's just wide open for storage. So there's my storage. A little bit of shit over on the side too. And I got my collectibles up in here. You can't see most of the shit. My plushes are blocking the other cool stuff back there. Let's see, what do I got? Whoa. What are we doing? Just chilling? Yeah, big chilling, getting ready for bed. So I got my Switch. Got some toys. Dragon Ball Z, Transformers, Gundam. Mr. Hanky's back there. So yeah. Just thought I'd show everybody my setup. Thank you, Jurassic.
Those people who make that argument, you can't. They took my father off the ballot in Colorado and in Maine. They tried to subvert democracy. I was the one, Piers, that got the call from the FBI and the New York Times and the Washington Post. Eric, I hear you have a secret server in the basement of Trump Tower in New York City communicating directly with the Kremlin in Russia. We didn't know anybody in Russia. It was all made up lies. They made up a dossier that had my father apparently doing the most unthinkable, nasty, grotesque, crude things that you could imagine, paid for by Hillary Clinton and perpetrated by the FBI and the DOJ in this country. They tried to destroy him. They tried to imprison him. They tried to bankrupt him. They rigged more things than you can possibly imagine.
I don't think anyone ever believed that the story where Trump was like pissing on hookers or whatever. Don Jr.'s cooking. I know he's pissed. He's not having it.
And so when James Comey...
What if you could add a memory onto your collection in seconds? Box Street G's new vending machines let you pull slabs that are graded by experts like PSA and Beckett. There's hundreds of possible cards per pull, and it's constantly
Cool. Actually, that's not Don Jr., it's Eric Trump. Sounds pretty similar.
He goes and lies to Ted Cruz in a congressional hearing, an FBI director who, by the way, was leaking memos to the New York Times. I mean, I want our FBI directors in this country to make sure planes aren't crashing into buildings, to make sure that the Western way of life is preserved and safe, right? And he's leaking memos to the New York Times. And then he apparently lies about it. It's very apparent to me that he lied about it. And all of a sudden you're weaponizing justice.
Same difference.
After they sent 30 FBI agents to raid.
There really isn't much difference between the two.
His wife's closet. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from these people. They are the most dishonest group of people that you've ever met in your entire life, who also, by the way, wanted him dead. And so, you know, I find that, you know, highly, highly ironic. Now, as to the, you know, I couldn't, you know, when you mentioned the Charlie Kirk incident, you know, his wife said, listen, I forgive the guy who just shot my, you know, my husband in his neck. Everybody in the world saw blood spewing out of the front of his body. I don't know, probably with my father. I'm not sure if that happened to one of my kids or...
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how Barron just took the spotlight away from everyone. That's crazy to me.
That happened to Laura, or if that happened to a family member, I'm not sure if I could forgive that person either. Maybe that's just a genetic trait, but I think a lot of people would have trouble forgiving a madman who literally, you know, sniped somebody from a rooftop with a high-power hunting rifle.
We saw Elon Musk and your father briefly having a sort of rapprochement after their big falling out. I mean, has there been any development on that? Do you think they'll be back working together, or was that just a kind of after the war, a little peace offering and they move on?
Well, I was right there. I was in that same picture that you probably saw, and it was fun to see them back together. Listen, Elon represents the best of what we do as Americans better than anybody in the world, which is entrepreneurialism, and you know the fact that he's catching these rockets using you know these chopsticks, and I mean he's incredible at everything he does. We need 200 Elon Musks. I'm the biggest proponent of his and everything that he stands for. And
yeah, that's crazy because Eric and Don Jr. I don't even know what they do. They're just so like meh. Baron. Sucks to suck, man.
To the Doge initiative than Eric Trump, right? Is how I run our company, and that's how you know any capitalist, you know, thinks. But no, I think fundamentally they love it.
My back's hurting.
Protesters and residents. Security had asked the city for a buffer zone around the ICE building, which the mayor told the Oregonian he may consider in the future. We asked people who live in the area.
It's a public street. I think that's the main thing. It's a public street. I don't know why you would need zones. They have their line on the sidewalk.
The feds also asked the city to create free speech zones for protesters, a request the mayor dismissed in a letter to DHS, saying, in response to your request for free speech zones, the city of Portland commits to peacefully facilitating free speech throughout the city of Portland. Neighbor Christian Young said protest zones might not be a bad idea.
A protest is a protest. To me personally, coming from the eyes of the protesters, if they can do it, if they can accomplish it, why not? It'll bring a little bit of peace. The protesters can protest, and peace can still be made.
And here's something else. In his statement Wednesday.
No, was it a good? He froze. Oh. Let's check it out. Just add in national to the title. How are people going to protest? Nice. Wow. Nice. Stop talking mid-sentence. Oh yeah, did he have a stroke or some shit? Let's check it out. Check it out. Something like that. Let me check it out. CNN. Not. Freeze. I love how you can just type in the title. Freeze. Stephen Miller stops cold on CNN after letting Trump's plans slip out live. Alright. Jimmy Kimmel said something a dill dog.
Thank you so much for joining us, by the way. You've called the district judge's ruling blocking the deployment of National Guard in Oregon illegal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit
just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code,
Yeah, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel.
the president has plenary authority.
Stephen?
Oh shit.
Stephen?
Yeah, when people freeze like that, it almost seems like a stroke.
Hey, Stephen.
Unless he lost audio or I don't know what the fuck happened.
Hear me?
That's weird.
It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue.
That's creepy. I don't know, let me ask you. Did Stephen Miller say why he froze during a CNN interview?
Stephen Miller did not offer an explanation for freezing on air, but a CNN spokesperson attributed the issue to a technical problem with an audio feed playing in his earpiece. The incident occurred right after he claimed President Trump had plenary authority.
What does plenary authority mean?
Plenary authority is complete, absolute, and unrestricted power to act on a particular issue, with no limitations or need for approval from other bodies.
Is it suspected that he had a stroke? That's what I think.
The most prominent speculations were that it was either a technical glitch, as confirmed by CNN, or that Miller stopped deliberately after realizing the implications of claiming, quote, plenary authority. There is no widely reported speculation or evidence that he had a stroke.
What do you mean that he realized the implications?
Speculation is that Stephen Miller realized the political implications of claiming the president had plenary authority, absolute, unchecked power, over the military.
I don't got a problem with that. Like I told you before, man, I'm ready for a dictator.
As this concept is seen as a rejection of
I'm sick of all the bullshit, bro.
the US system of checks and balances, and implies a move towards an authoritarian style of government.
I'm ready for it. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what they say.
We'll try to fix that and get back to you after.
Hey guys, welcome back to the podcast. Today's guest, we have Adam Carolla. Welcome me.
Can't wait for some plenary authority.
Appreciate each other, and you know, listen, they're two very big personalities, and you know how that is. I mean, you've been on the receiving end of that a couple times. I can probably count more.
Yeah,
I can probably count
with
you and my father. I can probably count more than a couple times. But you know, at the same time, you guys still love each other, right? And,
do you know what? It's really interesting. I was talking to someone the other day actually about the Elon Musk thing. I said, you know, I've had spectacular fallings out with your dad, and look.
Think about if Canada had a good leader and then they gave the good Canadian leader plenary authority. How much would that change Canada for the better? You never know, man. That's me too. I'm sick of the dumb games and lying to the public about literally everything. Yeah. As long as we can trust our authoritarian leader, then I'm fine with an authoritarian. Because sick of people arguing with the fucking truth. I mean, it's like North Korea, but it doesn't have to be exactly like North Korea. It could be way cooler. It could be the American, you know, North Korea is broke as fuck. We're the richest place on earth or whatever. So, think about an authoritarian nation that's actually rich. Oh shit, it could be kind of like China, but cooler. They don't got internet. Well, compare it more to China, because China has internet. And China's authoritarian. So we need something like China's has, because China's, you know, they're stepping up on us. As long as the authoritarian is transparent, then it would be an improvement. I agree. China's more socialist, communist now. Well, they're still authoritarian. So we'd be the democratic republic with an authoritarian leader. Miss Penny Lane, what's up?
Mayor Wilson said one Trump administration official had raised the possibility of Portland taking over the ICE facility lease and moving ICE out, something Wilson said he'd be open to discussing.
I think it would be good, considering how much of a problem it's been.
It all stems from way more complex issues, right? And so...
Yeah, but there's a problem with that statement. People are retarded, and most people shouldn't even be able to vote. So that's another reason why I want an authoritarian. Too many stupid people are voting. You know, back in the day, only people who owned land could vote. And I think we need something, I mean, not specifically that. People voted for Trump. Yeah, people voted for the other person too. Way back in the day in America, who was able to vote? Supervisor handling sharp.
In early American history, voting rights were generally limited to white men who owned property and were over the age of 21. Over time, property requirements were dropped for white men, but most women, enslaved people, and free people of color were still excluded.
Okay, after that point, who was able to vote?
After property ownership requirements were gradually removed, all white men, over 21, were generally able to vote by the mid-1800s. Significant groups that followed were black men, with the 15th Amendment in 1870, though this was soon suppressed in the South, women, with the 19th Amendment in 1920, Native Americans granted full citizenship.
Damn, the women got the right to vote in 1920, bro. Repeal the 19th. Some people say Trump isn't going to give up power because if he does, all those people like Stephen Miller will be going to jail. Oh, I don't understand that argument at all. Native Americans granted citizenship. What about repealing the 19th?
Yes, any constitutional amendment, including the 19th Amendment, which grants women the right to vote, can be repealed through the same process by which it was ratified. A new amendment must be proposed by a two-thirds vote in both houses of Congress, or by a convention called for by two-thirds of the state legislatures, and then ratified by 3/4, 38, of the states. While there are no active mainstream political movements to repeal the 19th...
Man, most people still don't use toilet paper. Don't ask me how they clean, right? Yeah, that's pretty wild to think of. Is it true that most people still don't use toilet paper? 3 seashells.
Yes, it is widely cited that most people worldwide do not rely on toilet paper for cleansing, with estimates suggesting that as much as 70% of the global population uses water-based methods, such as bidets, portable sprayers, or water vessels, as their primary hygiene practice.
It's a fact in some countries. That's crazy, man. Why don't we get rid of toilet paper in general? Or is that the preferred method?
Getting rid of toilet paper entirely is unlikely, because it is the deeply entrenched preferred method in many Western cultures, due to long-standing habits and plumbing systems designed for it. However, water-based cleaning, like a bidet, is often considered more hygienic, and is already the preferred method for the majority of the world's population, with toilet paper often used only for drying. Disadvantages of eliminating it would mainly involve the need for massive and costly plumbing overhauls to install bidets in older buildings, and a significant cultural shift.
3 seashells. It says if I had a shit on my hand, I wouldn't try it. Yeah, trash. That makes sense, yeah. shitty hands. Alright, let me look up this video. You guys are fucking traitors. Combat veteran sounds awful nice. This guy looks crazy as hell. Demolition Man is a top tier movie, becomes more like Dark. Oh yeah, that was like one of my favorite movies as a kid. Demolition Man was really good.
Out of everybody I despise the most, ICE is top of the list right now.
Oh, this guy hates ICE. He served 22 years in combat. That's how you know he's crazy. 22 years in combat? The boy's not right in the motherfucking head.
You guys are fucking traitors, man.
You're fucking traitors, man. Shut your bitch ass up. I'm not a combat veteran. I was in some part of North Africa 10 years ago. I was in a rural place. I asked where the toilet paper was. They were like, we use stones and leaves. I thought they were trolling me. They were dead serious. Then I knew not all humans are equal. Damn, brother.
You want to see?
Off for the day, harvesting leeks, potatoes, and onions. This, and I'm gonna make some good potato leek soup. Damn, sounds good. Now I'm craving some delicious soup.
Real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like.
You ever heard a story like this in America?
You're looking at it.
Congratulations for always being somewhere where mainstream media is not.
Flint, Michigan.
Thanks to people like you, we can get the truth. Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people. You are the man. I'm glad you're here.
Crazy, I've never heard of this news channel before.
For as low as 16 cents a day, you'll keep us on the ground, covering the important stories the corporate media covers up.
I did 5 tours of duty. My first one was Operation Sea Signal in Cuba, Operation Joint Endeavor in Bosnia in 1996, Cuba was 95. I did Operation Joint Guard, which was Kosovo in 1999. I did Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2008 in Iraq. And my final tour was in...
This dude's been fucking in the army forever.
Afghanistan, Operation Enduring Freedom in 2013. And I got to go see the best person in history, Barack Obama, give out the Medal of Honor at the White House in 2014. And I retired under him in 2016.
Do you think we actually have a real democracy to save?
Here's the big problem, guys. It's the fact that America was so fucking corrupt and let his ass back in there. This is so much bigger than Donald.
This dude's fucking deranged.
Trump. It's the fact that you got somebody that is openly corrupt, openly racist.
Biden? Biden was openly corrupt. You didn't fucking complain about Biden.
Trump. And they still bent the knee. That lets you know it wasn't about Trump. He's just the avatar. The country has always been white supremacist. This is the country I grew up with. I remember these white people losing their mind when I first moved in our apartment building in California. You know, called me the horror yard, said I was bringing down the property value. That hatred has always been there. I couldn't leave base in Fort Leonard Wood because of the racism. You know, they wouldn't.
This dude's whole life is racism. He's fucking lost in the sauce, man.
They didn't want to rent to me in Indiana because of the racism after I did fucking 4 tours for the country. And so now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it.
If you live your whole life feeling that people are racist against you, you're going to have a fucked up mindset, fucked up mentality going through life.
Right? Let that shit.
I can't even listen to this retard. Definitely don't respect him as a fucking army dude. Dude sounds retarded.
Because I've said, I've criticised him or something, and he doesn't like being criticised, but he doesn't hold the grudge for very long. He does with some people, but actually most of the time I've noticed, if you just, there'll be a moment where...
Thank you.
If you go back a long way with him, he's not a long grudge guy.
It's showtime! Are you ready to Lego Party?
It's an action-packed contest for the most golden bricks.
Yeah, man, I'm ready to Lego party.
No, I think that's right. Yeah, he'll see you a month later and give you a big
fucking Lego party. Are you serious, bro? Lego party? Really?
Technology and development, but at the same time, keeping a democratic society. And
nah, that dude's a bitch, just like Jimmy Fallon. I actually think it's hard to choose who I dislike more, Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. They're both. I think I'm gonna go with Kimmel. Kimmel's a bigger piece of shit than Fallon. Broke out the Iberian mustache goatee combo. Ew. Jimmy Fallon is fake. Yeah. And then there's that other guy, the British dude, something Oliver, some shit. This is Jimmy Kimmel's new video. Trump sends troops to Democrat-run cities, gets sued by QAnon shaman, and still stalling embassy invites John Oliver. Yeah. It's crazy. The Tonight Show or whatever Jimmy's show is, that used to be a comedy show, believe it or not. Now it's just partisan, left-wing, attempted. It's still comedy. I mean, it's partisan, left-wing, attempted comedy, but I mean, if anyone still thinks it's funny, that's I don't know. AI slop profile picture. No, that's AI perfection, baby. Cry about it, boy. Hey, don't pretend you didn't love Legos growing up. I did love Legos growing up, but I hated how expensive they were. And the price has only gone up since then, you know what I mean?
face of enormous attacks of countries that want to not.
It's crazy. Their fucking little tiny Lego kit. It's insane. Legos are like, when you think about the money it takes to make the plastic for the Legos compared to how much they're selling the Legos for, it's insane. Like for like a small Lego box, they want like 60 or 80 bucks at the low end, on the low end. It's crazy to me.
Us every day, and we've been able to repel them, and as we repel them, we started making peace with them.
So I used to like Legos. I used to have some cool collection or whatever, but you know, it's always hard to keep the pieces together. You're like, you got all your different Lego sets, and then you're like, you put them in a big box, and then you're like, you got all your sets mixed up and shit. So that was always annoying about Legos. But I liked Bionicles. Literally $3 worth of plastic in a $100 box. I know, it's so insane. It's the biggest grift. Besides Pokemon, like Legos have a fucking crazy profit margin on their cheap crap.
So today's the day.
But yeah, I used to like Bionicles too.
So, thanks for being with us. Jake, the floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Yeah, but I think that we all know what people mean when they're saying political violence. We're not talking about war when we're talking about political violence, because that's institutional, right?
Are you talking about Jimmy Kimmel or whatever? I don't want to watch that video. I don't like that guy at all. I don't even want to give him a view. That's how much I don't like that guy.
For today's co-host, we have Mike. Welcome in, Mike. Nice to meet you. This is Mike. That's the co-host, Mike.
Other Mike.
Mike, and Mike.
So in case anybody doesn't know you, please introduce yourself and all that one.
Let's see. My name's Adam Carolla, and I do a podcast, and sometimes I write books, and sometimes I make documentaries, and sometimes I do.
I bet you did. I got really into Mega Block video game themed ones with the Halo and COD faves, because God forbid Lego make an official gun piece. Right. Well, I'm not interested in Jimmy Kimmel's take on anything. Grub Osterreich. You gotta watch both sides. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel's not on a side. What's up, Oath Keeper? Thanks for keeping that oath, bro.
Did you know that Iran is...
That way you're not in... Oh, I'm perfectly happy in my echo chamber.
months away from developing a nuclear bomb?
I don't want to be brainwashed by the other side. I think they need to step out of their echo chamber and listen to real news, because they're all fucking retarded.
I thought we bombed that, didn't we?
They're 1 month away from developing the nuclear bomb. What should we do about it?
Well, I'd say we get one of those bunker busters and get a M. I'm trying to think what plane flew that bunker buster. But we'll get something with wings on it. We'll drop the bunker buster and it'll go down the chimney.
No problem, Brody. My bad, you mentioned the Bionicles. Got me thinking about the side products they made. No worries. Yeah, they made a lot of different shit. They do. Hassan thinks he's going to get deported. Yeah. The only thing I heard about Hassan recently is that he abuses animals. I fucking love the timeline we're in right now, bro.
And it'll blow it up.
Oh my god, we got Trump throwing a press conference where he has a bunch of journalists exposing Antifa, and then we got Hassan being exposed for abusing his animal. He made a video about it. Yeah. I smell a large A with a circle around it tatted somewhere on bro's body. Oh, not me. I'm not an anarchist like that. I didn't watch it though. Something about a shock collar. Yeah, I heard people were claiming it was a shock collar, and then he responded with, "It's a vibration collar. It just vibrates." That doesn't change that he's not a good dog owner. They posted another picture of him with one of his old dogs, where it has one of those collars with like spikes on the inside. So yeah, people are like noticing a pattern that he's not the best dog owner.
And
did you know?
Even though he's
that Iran is 1 week away from developing a nuclear bomb?
Wait a minute, I thought they were a month away.
1 week away now.
Wow, where did the time go? I thought
that's what I've been saying.
Yeah, where does the time go, man? No, I didn't know that, but so we should get a bunker buster.
What is that?
I like, because it's alliteration.
You want to build them a bunker?
No, they have these things called bunkers. Thank you. I'll put my.
You want me to hold your drink for you?
No, that's all right. I'm just trying to work out this. See, that, not that I'm here to complain, but if I'm addressing
Well, I bid you good morrow, fellow traveler. May your trails be flintful. You too, Jordan Standridge. Yes, human body has amazing capabilities to heal and flourish, which is the direction we all need to go now. No more of this disgusting controlling dramas with all these nut jobs. True. They're saying there's no violence in Portland. Some people are saying the right wingers are the ones doing the violence. Yeah, that's their little coping mechanism. We see it. We see it on the live streams. Like, how many times have we gone out there, and it's always other. It's always the leftists starting the violence, the right people finishing the violence, and then the right wing people being charged with the violence, and the left wing people not being charged with the violence. And then we got our police, two-tier police system here. It's kind of like in United Kingdom, how they have a two-tier policing system with the Muslims and the other citizens. So yeah, rules for thee and not for me. And we got our politicians, literally the mayor and the governor, siding with Antifa, violent pieces of shit. Jimmy Kimmel showed a video of the blow-up dolls dancing around, saying, "This is what Trump is sending the troops out for." I know everyone's reusing that video of dancing retards and claiming. I just watched Piers Morgan. Some retard on Piers Morgan was claiming that too. He said, "There's no such thing as Antifa and the sources out there dancing." Like, just lie straight to your face. They'll like gaslight you so hard. It's fucking ridiculous. What's up, 13th? It's insane. Like, if all you have to do is take a video of people in suits dancing and claim that that's Antifa and like that's their best argument, is that really your best argument? You're going to deny all of the left-wing violence and just say, "Hey, look, we have a second video of people dancing." It's like, how stupid do you think we are?
Dude, the mic's on the wrong.
And some people are that stupid because you see people in the comments falling for it, like, "Look, they're just dancing out there. Where's the violence? Where's the war zone?"
Hi.
Sorry, bitch. I wasn't born yesterday like you.
For me looking at you, if you were over there, that would be.
No, that's the co-host, so you can look at Mike in case he wants to say something.
So, Mike, bunkers are underground.
You want to build that random bunker?
No. They already possess a bunker.
No.
And we needed Bunker Buster to bust their bunker, which they already built.
When's your next appearance as Mr. T?
I think they're bringing back the A-Team.
Nice.
And I do think I will do a cameo on that.
As him? Will you play him?
No.
Is he breaking the fourth wall there?
In America, we kind of frown upon white guys playing black men, although I did dress up as Mr. T for Halloween in 1983.
And why is that such a bad thing in America for a white person to pretend to be black if all they're doing it is for fun and not to offend?
There's no illegal invasion happening. We did not sell we did not sell out to a foreign governor. We work in the best interest of the people. Alright? Crazy.
We are very...
And we just need more people to wake up to the fucking obvious lies, the obvious gaslighting. The truth's already been exposed. They can't do this shit anymore with the, "Look, it's just dancing people in costumes." No, bitch. There's way more video of them assaulting innocent people who are just filming. So their narrative is fully debunked. and only fucking retards believe what they're selling.
Racially sensitive,
right?
And it's great for me because if the left wants to double down on stupidity, what lost them the fucking election, it means the midterms are gonna go real good for us, man.
What we do is we look for racism wherever we can find it.
What's up?
And somehow Jimmy Fallon playing Sammy Davis Jr., we've decided is racist, except for it's not, but we're always looking for racism. So that's why we're offended. We're not really offended. We're just looking for racism because we've decided we live in a racist society, but we're not really a racist society. So
there you go. Even Adam Carolla out here, based as fuck compared to most people. I'm glad there's people out there like Tommy Boy to give back to them. Yeah, me too. I've been out there with Tommy Boy, but I don't have the personality of Tommy Boy, you know. I'm not like argumentative like he is. So J6 was the worst insurrection in history. Yeah, that's why, exactly. No one was charged with insurrection. We do not live in a racist society, but we are doing our best to make it happen.
To find bits and pieces of racism to make a argument that we are
Could
racist.
you also make the argument that it's actually white people protecting their own kind? They don't want white people to dress up as black because once we reintroduce segregation laws, we don't want to get them mixed up with you know what.
Well, you know, you make a...
Well, just tonight, someone tried to fight Tommy. They've been trying to fight him every night. They've been trying to, like, you know, it's crazy. They've been trying to fight him, do this to him, that to him, break his car, this, that, the other.
Good point, because...
But yeah, the main reason I think they're not kicking his ass is because I don't think they can. I think even their big. I think Antifa's biggest guy doesn't want to fight Tommy. What's up, Ari Showman? What's up, Sigma Gorillas from Estonia?
I could be dressed up as Mr. T.
Right.
Then we could do a segregation law, and the next thing you know, I get rounded up and put into some sort of gulag. Meanwhile, not even actually being black.
Right.
Yeah, if the timing was right, I could see where that would...
I think our whole country needs a fucking re-education. Why wouldn't they get them is they were so violent? The kind of violence that they are, like, so it's hard to explain. Like, Tommy is a big guy. No one wants to fight him, but they did attack him. You know what I mean? So it's like that. They don't want to fight him because they can't beat him in a fight. They don't want to get beat up. That's why they attacked him from behind, broke his camera, and ran away. And then the other guy who tried to fight Tommy, he was just kicking Tommy. He kicked Tommy, and then Tommy started swinging on him. And then the other dude was just trying to dodge. He wasn't even throwing punches back. What are you doing? I'm just chilling. Chilling, watching videos and chatting. So yeah. And when I was out there with Nick Shirley, Nick Shirley was just filming, and someone came up from behind Nick Shirley and pushed him like that. They don't want to fight, but they want to get violent. You know what I mean? They're all about intimidation. What they want to do is intimidate you to not come back out again and film them. So the kind of violence that they do is like breaking your shit, stealing your shit, intimidation, shit like that. But you've seen them, they're all pretty weak people, and they're best in a gang, so that's why they all have their masks, they're all scared, and then anytime they attack, it's in like a gang they team up on you.
Problematic.
That could be problematic because they.
And then, like, the ones that they have out there aren't even the best ones. They aren't even, like, the strong ones. They got the weak Antifa out there right now.
Could make a mistake and not just have black people there.
Yeah,
White
right,
could slip
right.
through the.
But is it that big of a threat that they have to send out the National Guard? It depends on the city. Because they're sending the National Guard to Chicago, which I think definitely needs the National Guard. Because that's like, you know, they got murder shit going on there. In Portland, I'm not quite sure. For Portland, it's more like we don't especially need the National Guard because the problem's not that big currently. But the reason that they were talking about sending in the National Guard is because the police aren't doing their job. The politicians here are on the side of Antifa while they're committing their political violence. So Katie, Davis Court, all of them, all the reporters out there covering it for a while, they get assaulted, and then our government, they're just like, you know, our government's just like, they deserved it. They're right-wing agitators, shit like that. So our politicians make excuses for left-wing violence, and then they deny it at the same time. They're just like, where's the insurrection? Where's the war zone? It's such fucking bullshit. They have, like, they film these little fucking things, and it's like, there's no fires, there's no war zone. And they're, like, not even at the place where the war zone's at. They're not there at nighttime. It's insane. It's called hive mentality, mob mentality, retard mentality. Is it going to be police versus ICE? Well, I don't know. So Kristi Noem came and had a talk. Kristi Noem came and had a talk with our governor, and she talked with the police to, like, set them straight. And then yesterday was the day where they implemented changes. They got Antifa out of there. They cleaned up the camp for once, finally. And the reason they're doing that, the reason they're finally letting the police do their job, is so that they don't have to send in the National Guard. Find an active club near you, buddy. We are the future. Right. Jack Jr. never had a chance. I believe that.
Yeah, you'd have me and a bunch of actual black people, and then I'd be dressed as Mr. T, and then I'd have a sort of moral conundrum. Like, do I to all the blacks have been
Well,
rounded
eventually
up?
it's gonna start fading, and then the actual black people are gonna you're gonna be their enemy too, because they're gonna be offended by it.
Yeah, but I will say I have vitiligo. Remember Michael Jackson?
What?
Michael Jackson.
Thing you had?
Vitiligo. I will explain to the black people at the camp, I have vitiligo, so if you see me turning white, that's not me being white. I'm still black. I have a skin disease.
I think black, but Michael Jackson did it over a couple of years. If you did it over the course of one shower, I think they might become a little suspicious.
I only do one shower every couple of years.
But how do you know that they're not going to force you to do more?
You know, I know they delouse you. We've all been through that. And I know there's cavity checks. We've all been through that. But I don't know about the forced shower. I have to look into that.
Watch out for your ear, okay?
Watch out for a euro?
Your ear.
Oh, my ear.
Trump and Stephen Miller want to send in the National Guard. And I think they should. You know, whether they do or not, is dependent on the police and the governor. You know what I mean? The threat, what's up, David? The threat is, if you guys aren't going to protect our fucking citizens and allow ICE to do their job, then they will send in the National Guard. And I'm actually waiting for that. I welcome that shit. Film from Mom's basement. What's up, Bicycle Brent? Ride that bike, bro. Y'all should start more fights with Antifa so they do. That might be a good fucking thing. That might be a good idea. You know what I mean? I've been watching Tommy out there. And Tommy's just, you know what I mean? You see, he's out there filming, but then they claim he's an agitator when they come up to him literally agitating, like, all the time. Like, so it's good that he's live streaming it and shit. What are you up to tonight? Just chilling, watching shit? Tommy doing the real work? Yeah, I agree. Tommy is doing some real work out there. And it's like when I went out to film, I wasn't even agitating like Tommy does, but I was just filming like this, and I still got attacked. I still had some bitch come and whack my phone out of my hand twice. And all I was doing was filming. I wasn't even advertising myself as right wing. So yeah. And Portland police doesn't give a shit about that, you know what I mean? If you get attacked by Antifa, Portland police doesn't give a shit. So I think they should send in the National Guard.
Okay. Which ear?
Yeah. Watch out for your ear.
And if they do send in the National Guard, then they'll, yeah, that is assault. And I have it on camera too. But the thing is, they hide their face. So I don't even know, I'm not sure specifically who knocked my phone out of my hand. And even if I did have that person's face on camera, it's like, the police really don't give a shit. Really don't. And even if the police gave a shit enough to arrest the person, the charges would probably be dropped. That's the type of shit we're dealing with here.
Be safe.
Oh, with this one?
No, just in general, watch out for your ear. You don't want to get an ear infection.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good advice. Both ears though, right?
Your ear.
My ears.
Your ear. Your ear.
Plural.
Are you smarter than Jacob?
Jacob of biblical times?
No, my buddy Jacob.
Oh, your buddy Jacob. Yeah, for sure. That douche. Yeah.
But how do you don't even know him? Why would you say something like that?
That douche.
You've never met him?
Well, let me give you... Okay, that's true. That's true. But let's just say...
So you might actually be stupid. You're jumping to conclusions.
I'm going to outsmart you with this analogy.
Oh, shit.
Let's say you could bench press 500 pounds. And then I said to you, do you know my friend Rick? Do you think you can bench press more than him? You would say, yes. And then I'd say, you don't know my friend Rick. And I go, right. But I would assume I can bench more than him.
But that's a false analogy because benching 500 pounds is a sign of being very strong.
Right, but I'm a genius.
No, you're not.
It turns out your friend Jordan, Jacob,
has an IQ of over 100.
I'm still a genius. So I will just say, I will take a chance. You had Mayhem Miller.
I had on Mayhem Miller.
Right. Okay. If you said to Mayhem Miller, I have a friend Jacob. Do you think you could kick his ass? He would go, yeah.
But Mayhem Miller is a professional fighter.
I'm a professional thinker.
I don't know about that. And let me ask you this, because, you're a little past my time. It's like, I didn't grow up watching your shows and stuff, but I'm still familiar with you. But not personally. Are you gay? Because just the way you talk, I just want to know.
Wait a minute. Were you in the band The White Stripes?
I've heard it all before. What's the guy's name? Jack Black?
Yeah, Jack Black.
I heard it all before.
It's Jack.
I know I look like him, but it wasn't me. But are you gay, by the way? You talk like you're. I just want to be sure.
I don't know.
Well, since when is announcing you're a genius and knowing what a bunker buster is, when is that gay talk?
No, you just the sound of your voice.
Oh, the timbre.
Yeah, are you? It's okay if you are.
No.
It's fine if you are. We're not in the 70s anymore. You can admit it.
That I'm gay?
Yeah, it's okay.
I wish I was gay.
No, you don't have to wish. You can be honest. It's okay.
I do. I wish I was gay.
Then admit it. It's no problem.
No, I'm not gay.
No
But I
problem.
wish I was gay.
Why are you hiding about it?
No problem.
Is it because back
a
when you
rum?
were a kid it was something frowned upon? Now it's okay. You might as well admit it.
It was definitely frowned upon back in the day.
I give it a
in this
frown, but
country.
it's okay.
I give it 2 frowns.
Right.
Well, remember,
Two
a frown
frowns
is just
down.
a smile. Oh, I don't know how that adage goes. But look, here's the point. No one has ever said I sound gay. I may talk gay. My ideas may be gay, but the sound physically, no.
No, it's definitely the sound. But anyways, it's okay if you're gay. I don't think that's an issue. It's okay nowadays to be gay.
the sound.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I wish I was gay.
I don't know why you're hiding it, why you're denying it.
Well, you know, my dad's born again Christian. My mom's born again Christian.
He's not gay.
I'm evangelical. I would be immediately kicked out of my mega church if I ever admitted I was gay.
That's the point. That's why you're not admitting it.
Yeah, I think you're onto something because I do have a lot to lose. I have a lot of Christian-based sponsorships that.
Watch out for your ear, okay?
Which ear?
The one you don't want to get an ear infection.
Okay.
Okay, so just be careful.
All right.
Romina Velusro is the rest of you now. Mr. Master of Nichols, Master is up your better. One me out now, or fire of Niga. Which number 4 is prepared when I'm getting it. You know, Bobby's been on my house. You need me out, was prepared in the back. Let's choke, now was just now, and as it be, to see you there, no, you back. Romina Vil, no, or have you seen the more rules, Chamber very place to be all down second. What is black fatigue? When the black person is tired from running so much?
Dutch and John Marston.
I think that could be part of it.
Right.
Like, you know, many great Olympic sprinters who were of color probably were fatigued at the end of the race. There's also a fatigue. There's a metal fatigue. There's metal that's been case hardened. It's blackened and it can be fatigued. I'm not a metallurgist, but there's a metal version of this.
I don't know why you're talking about metal. I'm just asking because when I'm on Truth Social, I always see people saying, "Oh, I have black fatigue," and then I go on their profile and they're certainly not black. I guess it's possible they're doing what you did, but that's not the impression I got.
Maybe they're talking about, there's something called fatigues, and that's camouflage. You know, that's a uniform in the military, and maybe black fatigue is like what ninjas wear.
Oh, they're just saying they have black fatigue?
Black
they have
fatigue,
black
like
outfits.
black pants, black shirt. Yeah, fatigue.
But why would everybody feel the need to mention that? I don't have black fatigue. I'm not racist.
No, I'm not racist either. I mean, I'm on the spectrum, but I'm not, you know, fully.
No, autism spectrum or the racism spectrum?
Racism spectrum.
I'm on the
And where do
racism
you rank on that? Let's say one is super racist and 10 is super racist.
Oh, okay. I put myself in the middle between super racist and ultra racist. I think maybe like a 5. 4.5.
So mega racist.
Mega racist. Well, between what are we between super racist
and super racist?
And super racist, and 5 would be like a mega race.
Yes.
So like a 1 is super racist,
Mm-hmm.
and then 10 is super racist.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say 5.
I put myself as a. I am the chart. I think I just put my. I think I fit any place on.
Well, I mean,
I'm the whole chart, man.
Everyone is on the spectrum these days of everything. You know, I've been accused of having Asperger's syndrome. You know, and being
You
on
have
the
Asperger's?
spectrum. Yeah, on the spectrum.
What does that mean? That sounds disgusting.
I'm assuming everyone's on a racist spectrum as well.
What do you mean you have Asperger's? What is that? Some weird stuff like you shoving burgers up your ass? I don't get it.
I don't know, you know, technically what it is. I don't think it has to do with shoving burgers up your ass.
So what is an Asperger?
It's like people have social difficulties, you know.
Yeah, they're probably, people think they're weird if they put burgers in their ass. I mean, I wouldn't talk to somebody who did that.
No. Well, I don't know. I feel like they'd always have a burger on hand. And that, you know, that might make it worthwhile to strike up a relationship with them.
Yeah, not if it's covered in shit and feces.
Well, no, you get it pre-ass shove.
That messes with the whole implication of somebody who has ass burgers.
No, if you're shoving burgers up your ass, you have
You
to
said
have...
you did that, by the way, so don't talk about these
I
as you're not
I've
yourself.
said I've been diagnosed as being on the spectrum of shoving burgers up my ass, but not actually shoving burgers up my
This
ass.
is getting too disturbing for me. Just watch out for your ear, okay?
Okay.
Are you friends with Eve Civic?
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Eve Civic. Am I friends with Eve Civic? No, I don't get it.
So then we'll move on. Did you know that Iran is just one day away from developing a nuclear bomb?
I heard it was a month away.
No, just a day away.
Oh my God. And by the way, I don't know exactly how it works, but Iran could be like 13 hours ahead of us time-wise.
Oh my God.
So that means it's less than one day. That is, see what I'm saying? Whatever time it is here, it's 12 hours ahead there.
No, you said 13.
Now it's a day. Baker's dozen. I rounded up.
What did you say?
Baker's dozen. I rounded up to 13.
Did you ever try the trick where you used Uber Eats and then said the driver peed on your food?
I don't know where you read that, but that's mostly false.
I'm not saying that you did that. I'm saying I did that. Did you ever try it?
Oh. Well, no, but the day is young. That's a good idea, huh?
It's yet to fail. Because the only conflict that I've had is once I did it for the fourth time on the same account, then they started getting suspicious. They said, that's too much of a coincidence. And they shut down my account, but they still gave me the money back. So, because they didn't really care. It's like 4 orders for Uber Eats. They don't care to get into a dispute with me. Once I opened a new account under my friend's card, the next conflict was that his personal account got shut down because I did the same trick, but I got 4 free meals again.
You should write a book.
About this?
This would be a chapter in it.
Well, how does that work? Photography and one of the chapters is just an Uber Eats trick?
Yeah, it's a story. I think it's almost a parable. People can learn a lot from it, you know? I think there's something to share with the young people.
How is it fair that someone can have sex at 12 years old but not drink alcohol?
It's a good point. I mean, you know, technically you can drink alcohol at 12.
It's illegal.
To. Well, I think at 12 may be illegal too.
No, it's not.
Not Hawaii so much, but
Not in Iran.
Oh, in Iran. Wow, speaking of Iran, how long away are we from them developing that nuclear bomb?
I believe Iran is about 12 hours away from developing a nuclear bomb.
Oh, okay. Good to know. So it's
I'm getting my info straight from the Prime Minister of Israel.
Oh, okay.
Very trustworthy.
Yeah, so you're saying in Iran it's illegal to drink at age 12, but it is legal to have sex.
No, in America.
Oh, in America.
It's legal to have sex at 12, but you cannot drink alcohol until you're 21 years old.
I don't know that it's legal to have sex at 12. I'd have to look into that.
It's okay.
It's okay. You don't want me to look into it?
No, it's okay to do it at 12.
Oh, okay.
Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
I think it's weird, but it's okay legally, I'm saying. Like, I don't support it.
Right. Well, we have something called the age of consent.
Which is 11 years old.
Oh, is that 11?
Yeah.
Wow, man. I gotta, pardon the pun, bone up on my age of consent law knowledge because I thought it was older.
That's what I thought too, and then, I mean, you would just be surprised. I guess I just learned one day.
Yeah, well, that's how information is disseminated. Sometimes you just learn one day.
Would you be considered less gay if you stitched your ass shut?
What? Well, not everyone's a bottom.
What?
Not everyone is a bottom.
What does that mean?
Well, listen, I don't speak.
If you're gonna
for the
get into
community.
gay, I know you're gay, but if you're gonna get into gay details, I don't want to hear about it.
No, this is pretty straightforward. There's tops and there's bottoms. Stitching your ass shut doesn't mean anything if you're a top.
It makes you less gay, right?
Not if you're a top. If you're a bottom, it does. You're closed for business. But if you're a top, like this podcaster, then no, it makes no never mind.
Like this.
I mean, listen, I can infer what you mean when you say top and bottom. And I think if there's one guy who isn't that, it's the guy shoving shit up his ass, which you said you already did.
No, I said hamburgers.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're already on the way there. You know, I don't shove hamburgers up my ass because I'm not a gay.
Yeah. What do you do? Like grinders or burritos or something that's a little more phallic shaped?
No, I'm not gay at all.
I would say nothing.
Nothing. I don't shove anything up my ass.
No kind of food. Okay. Well,
not just food, just anything. I mean, that would be disturbing to do that.
Yeah, I guess certain cultures would frown upon that, but you know, I'm from LA.
But you said your culture would frown upon it.
My culture would frown upon it back in the day. Now it's celebrated.
Watch out for your ear, okay?
For my ear, yeah.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored by HelloFresh. Fall is coming around and you know what that means. HelloFresh has now doubled its menu, offering over 100 weekly menu options for you to choose from. They're offering dishes from around the world and seasonal recipes. How could it get any better than that? The moment that you start eating HelloFresh, you're gonna feel healthy and better because they're offering high protein and veggie packed options. They're now offering steak and seafood meals for the same price. Oh my God, I thought they were trying to make money. I guess they gave up on that because they're trying only to help their customers. 91% of their customers say they feel healthier after eating HelloFresh. How could it get any higher than that? And 9 out of 10 customers say that it's more delicious than their average meal. Time to stop eating your average meal and start eating HelloFresh. The best way to cook just got better. Go to HelloFresh.com/Baton10FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. Go to HelloFresh.com/Baton10FM. HelloFresh.com/MATAN10FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. One per box with active subscriptions, free meals applied as a discount on first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. What? Why don't basketball players make sure the ball goes in when they throw it so they can score more points?
Well, it's like, why doesn't a hockey player make sure the puck goes into the net every time they shoot?
Yeah, why don't they make sure it makes to go in?
Well, you know, I think they're trying.
But in hockey, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
That's why he's blocking it. In basketball, you're not allowed to block the shot when it's going down. So why don't they just make sure the ball goes in?
It's funny, they call it goaltending in
Yes.
basketball, which is funny because in hockey, it is a goal, but in basketball, it's not a goal. It's a hoop. Let's look into that. I mean, off the air. Yeah, you're right. Those guys should make more baskets. I agree.
They're getting paid $50 million a year, and most of them don't even make half of it. And are they doing that to be funny? They're pranking their ownership of the team? Look, I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna just start missing the shots here that I'm getting paid to make.
You know, but they also pay the other guys to try to prevent them from making the shot.
No, but you're not allowed to touch it.
You can hit the ball on the way up, you just can't hit it on the way down.
You're allowed to steal the ball, but you cannot block it.
You can block it.
No, it's goaltending.
That's on the way down. You can block it when he's shooting it.
Okay, so the basketball players just need to make sure that they're shooting the ball on the way down. They just need to make sure the arc of the shot doesn't go like this, it just goes like that.
It just goes down.
Right.
Right. But I don't think they can get that much above the rim that they could do it that way.
Yes, they could. That one guy, he's like 9 foot tall. Banganyama.
Jesus. Loud as him.
I don't follow the sport that closely. I focus on the gay games.
I don't want to infer about it.
It's like the Olympics for gay people.
Is Mr. Beast opening facilities in Ghana for, what did I even write here? I cannot believe it. Okay. Is Mr. Beast opening facilities in Ghana for rescued child slaves, or is it a cover-up for organ harvesting and child trafficking, since it's a third world country with no way to track the children?
I'm going to go the latter. on that.
What does the latter mean? The first one or the second one?
Yeah, I never really figured that one out. I just feel like
just
when you
thought that
say
would
the
make you
latter, it makes you sound smart when you go the latter.
See, I caught on.
Figure that
I am
out.
a smarter guy than you. I am the true genius of this show
Oh,
today.
get Jacob in here. I'll challenge him too.
See, and I got you again. You're pretending that his name was Jordan, but now that you have to go back to, you remember his name in an instant.
Jacob.
So why'd you call him Jordan earlier?
I didn't call him Jordan. You were talking about that river in the Middle East and bunker busters.
The river in the Middle East?
Yeah, the Jordan River.
And why do you think they call it the Jordan River?
It's named after Michael Jordan, obviously.
That's correct.
It is. See, I got that right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
As the mayor of New York?
Yes.
Well, I would go to Ghana.
Nope, you're supposed to say Israel.
I mean Israel, by way of Ghana. I would go to Ghana because we had our mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, she went there.
She went to Ghana?
Yeah, during all the fires, you know. So I think there's some protocol there. I think there's some history there. And
She went there to escape the fires because there's nothing over there to burn down.
Yeah, I think that, at least that's what I read. So I would go to Ghana. And
You
is that
think the
what
people in Ghana
Mr. Beast, isn't he opening his organ harvesting facility in Ghana?
I don't know if it's organ harvesting. That's what I've heard this conspiracy theory about that, because how can they track these rescued children? All of a sudden there's 40 of them, now there's 38, but nobody wrote it down. And now Mr. Beast has $400,000 worth of organs to fund the next Beast Games.
Yeah, I would go to Ghana and look into that. What's your name, soldier? That I would assemble a special envoy.
A special envoy?
A special envoy.
Who?
Just myself, but I would call myself a special envoy.
You think the people in Ghana know how to communicate through language, or?
They do through drums and smoke, mostly.
You know, bang, bang, bang. What does that mean there? Bang, bang, bang. 3 bangs. Does that mean like, have food?
3 bangs?
Yeah.
No, 3 bangs means it's trash day.
Those guys are not at the point where they have trash day.
Oh yeah, every day's trash day in Ghana.
Oh, they're just signifying. Yeah, but then why would they give it a special name?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, but I do know every day is trash day. They take their trash, they leave it on the curb. I don't know if they have curbs. No curbs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And also, they don't have plastic or trash. When you say they have trash, what even is their trash? It's actually natural stuff.
Yeah, it's biodegradable stuff. Yeah. You're right. They're big composters over there.
What does that mean? Compost?
I don't know. I had a hippie mom. She used to talk
Something
about
to do with mail?
composting. I don't know what it means.
It's something to do with the mail system.
I never understood it. She
It's
just
to do with the
talked
mail
about it.
system.
I guess maybe it did with post office or something.
Yes, because they're mailing something. Watch out for your ear, okay? You don't want to get an infection.
Okay.
That peace helps every person get safe and compassionate care.
We believe every person is a spark of the divine.
In these times of change, we are all here for hope, healing, and peace.
Hey everyone, I'm Brent, your Samsung SmartThings expert. Today I'm going to show you how to connect your Ring device.
Do you buy candy from the little scammers on the train?
No, I don't, but if I go to Tijuana, I will buy chiclets from the 3-year-old girls in the streets.
What? You buy chickens from them?
Oh, no, chiclets. It's a small little kind of gum.
How? But that's probably not safe. Or what is it? FDR approved?
Yeah, FDA. I think you made.
No, the president.
Oh, I don't know if he ate chiclets.
No, that's why it's not approved.
Yeah, you may be onto something there, but no, I don't buy the. I did buy a magazine subscription once from a young boy of color, but the issue never arrived at my house.
They never offered that to me. They're actually, and they're not even of color. They're not usually African Americans. They're usually like Mexican people. They're actually, as a matter of fact, it's like Mexican mothers that are dragging their children, and their children want to be home. They don't want to be playing video games, and you can hear them speaking in the language, blah blah blah. Then you hear them get like a video game name out, like blah blah Fortnite, and then the kid like slap them, and then he starts offering you M&Ms.
Oh, yeah. Peanut, God willing.
What?
Peanut M&M's, so much better.
But you said you didn't buy regardless.
It's irregardless. By the way, I know English isn't your first language.
Okay, genius.
But no, but I'm still aware of the product known as peanut M&M.
Yeah, but what's the meaning of mentioning that?
I'm just killing time.
Are you scared there's monsters under your bed?
No, I sleep on a futon. Nothing's under there.
A what?
Futon.
What does that mean?
It's on the ground. It's a Japanese word.
So there's no space for the monsters.
Well, it'd have to be like waif monsters. Who's scared of a waif monster?
What if he's like a ghost?
No, waif is like skinny.
You said it's connected to the floor, so it doesn't matter how skinny you are.
It's down real close to the floor. Probably about 2 inches worth of daylight under there. And not conducive to a place a monster could hang out.
Do you think you've become funnier or less funny since you did blackface?
Well, it was so many years ago.
Right.
So I'd say funnier, because I was only, 18 or 19 at the time.
But that was sort of the peak thing, like, what you're doing nowadays, it's interesting, but that, I really liked it.
The blackface, that phase I went through?
Well, I liked the Mr. T thing, because I like Mr. T, so when I saw it, I was like, is that Mr. T? Or is Mr. T, which one is it? And then I realized that it was you, and I was interviewing you, and I went, oh my God, I'm interviewing Mr. T. And I went, God damn it, no, I'm not. So actually, it was a little disappointing.
No, I get it. I would be disappointed. If I thought I was going to interview Mr. T and I ended up with Mr. Me, I would be disappointed.
You get what you did was a pun. Do you get your joke?
No. I don't see what happened there.
You did a pun, you said, what'd you say? Watch out for your ear?
Oh, I said, if I was planning on interviewing Mr. T and I ended up with Mr. Me, I would be disappointed.
You get it because it's a pun, it rhymes?
I don't think that rhymes.
Did you...
I put curing hepatitis C on my today list.
Epclusa treats all types of chronic hepatitis C with a 98% cure rate.
No, it doesn't. Did you know that Iran is 4 hours away from developing a nuclear bomb?
That 4 hours their time away or 4 hours our time?
Their time.
Oh, it's their time, then it's 4 hours. So it's our time, they already have a nuclear bomb.
It's 4 hours their time.
All right, well, if it's their time, we got time.
What should we do in response? Should we bomb Gaza?
Bunker buster.
Well, I think we should bomb Qatar or something as a response.
Well, if there's extra bunker busters left over, yeah, but first we do the bunker buster.
Did you know that if your neighbor's dog is being annoying, you can feed him poisonous beef?
Yeah.
Have you tried this one?
No, I didn't.
That's what I use him for.
Oh, he does your dirty work?
Well, actually, it's kind of cool. I mean, it doesn't taste like anything. So the neighbor's dog, is like having the greatest time of his life, and then it's like in an instant, it's like the guy from the show at the end, where the show ends and it fades to black.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, here's my take. The dog's annoying, but the neighbor's just going to get a new annoying dog after you poison this dog. So my feeling is...
But there will be an intermediate time where they're mourning.
Yeah, but some dog turnover in this town is pretty fast. 3 to 7 days. On average.
But that gives me, well, that's 7 days apiece, and then...
Well, that's on the max. The average is 3. Average would be 4.5 days.
No, average would be 5.
Would be 5, yeah. I bet you Jordan would have known that.
What? Michael Jordan?
Your friend Jordan, you think's a genius. The point is this. poison the neighbor, not the dog. The neighbor's the problem. The dog's going to go
Well, if
when
you
the neighbor...
poison the neighbor, then the dog might pass away because no one will be there to feed him.
That's what I'm saying. Poison the neighbor, you get rid of the neighbor and the dog.
That would be devastating because then the dog would die. What am I, some sort of animal abuser?
You just said you're going to poison the dog.
No, I'm going to give him beef as a treat so he starts barking and he's focused on eating.
Oh, okay. I misheard.
It's because you're not watching out for your ear. I've been warning you this whole time. Maybe listen to me.
I can't. My ears... I'm too worried about my ear to listen.
Yo, well, no, you're worried about your ear now because it's clearly infected. I know you think you're a genius, but you can still take advice from other people.
You know, most geniuses do heed the advice of others. That's part of my genius.
Clearly not. Now your ear is infected and you can't hear what I'm saying. Did India misunderstand the relevance of the word street in street food?
Do I misunderstand the relevance of it?
No, did they misunderstand? Like when people mean street food, they mean like food you buy on the street, and Indian people thought you meant like food that you found on the street.
I mean, there's also roadkill, which is the ultimate street food because it's literally in the middle of the street, you know?
Yeah, I think that they took it like that. They took it very literally.
Street food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, it's not on the street. You're right. It's elevated above the street, but they're selling it in the street.
Do you think people will get offended if I called them street people?
You know, it's an interesting concept because Neil Diamond had a live album called Hot August Nights.
Diamond is worth a lot of money.
And he played the Hollywood Bowl, and he said hi to all the tree people. Those were the people in the back of the bowl that were up in the trees to watch the concert for free.
Right.
And they took
like
that
the monkeys from Star Wars.
Like the monkeys from Star Wars. So they took it as a badge of honor. So if you call someone, if you're Neil Diamond, you call someone a tree person, they like it.
So I just have to become as famous as Neil Diamond, who's worth a lot of money because a diamond, it's rare and it's found underground.
No, because there's a lot of people like the last name Gold. But it
Gold
doesn't,
is also rare.
Right, but it doesn't make them rich.
Yes,
it's
it
just
is.
their
Gold
last
people
name.
named Goldstein are usually rich, but not because their name is Goldstein, because you know what?
I like whole milk.
Yeah, I feel you.
So actually you were wrong about that.
Well, then there's Goldberg, who's a wrestler, you know.
But people named Goldberg are typically very rich as well.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Including possibly even Goldberg, though I'm not sure he applies to what I'm talking about.
The wrestler.
The wrestler.
Yeah, he does okay for himself, financially.
Why did you apologize to transgenders for calling them yuck?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you're an older guy, but a couple of years ago, I think. Well, you apologized a couple of years ago with a comment you made back in maybe the 90s.
Yeah, I kind of remember that story, but I don't remember apologizing.
Yeah, maybe you're just ashamed of that, so you try to forget about it.
You may be right. I may be running away.
So do you stand by your statement now?
I don't remember what I was saying or why I was saying yuck, but I was making a joke.
No, it wasn't.
Sure.
Somebody caught you off guard. A transgender person back in the 90s came up to you and they said, "Can I get a picture?" And you went, "Yuck! Pep on you."
What I do on them?
Pep on you.
Pepped on them?
No, yeah. Like, you're doing my expression actually, yeah.
I don't know if I pepped on any transgenders.
You said, "Yuck! Pep on you."
Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't know, that doesn't seem like me, but alright.
You stand by that regardless of whether or not you want to admit that it was you?
Well, first off, it's irregardless.
What the fuck?
Regardless.
Irregardless.
Garbage.
Irregardless is the word you're looking for.
You having problems with your ear, that's what I've been saying the whole time.
Irregardless.
Irregardless. That's what I've been saying.
No, I don't have a problem with transgender people. I just don't want to build my society around.
No, I'm just asking if you stand by calling the guy a yuck.
Yeah, whoever that guy was. Yeah, sure.
Why do aliens always choose to abduct low IQ schizophrenics?
Yeah, that's a good point. They never take geniuses like me and your friend Jacob.
Right. Or Michael Jordan, the professional gambler.
Oh, yeah, but he played baseball long before that.
Yeah, but he wasn't known for that. He wasn't very good at baseball.
He's known as being a baseball player, and
No, he's
then
not.
he gambled after that.
No, you're getting it confused. First he played basketball, then he gambled, then baseball, gamble, basketball, gamble.
I heard it was baseball, gamble, father shot, gamble, baseball. That's what I heard.
This is a consequence of having bad years. You get everything mixed up.
Yeah, I've had a few bad years.
Year.
Yeah, maybe just 1 year.
Fucking moron. I've been telling you. Now you're screwed.
Last night, that dead payphone rang.
How were you able to afford a $15 billion car collection?
Well, hard work, listening.
A lot of people are hardworking, but they don't have $15 billion to spend on cars.
Well, my dad owned them all, and then when he passed away, he just kind of...
He gave you the cars?
He gave me all the cars, yeah.
So then it wasn't really hard work, right?
Well, being Jim Carolla's son, it's not an easy job.
Well, it's not hard work. It might be not an easy thing, but it's not like you worked to be his son. It was
look,
set upon you in the beginning, regardless of whether you liked it or not.
Yeah, irregardless. But if I come
That's what
out,
I've been saying.
If I'd come out as gay, he wouldn't have given me the car collection. So I had to live a secret life until.
But your father is still with us or no?
It's debatable, but we think he's dead.
So why are you still not coming out as gay, even though now you have all of his cars?
No, now I am coming out as gay.
Oh, you're gay now, loud and proud?
Well, I don't know how proud, but yeah, I'm pretty loud. Yeah.
I also have a car collection. I have the Mercedes-Benz 770 convertible, Mercedes-Benz W31, and the Panzerkampfwagen.
Oh, that's Hitler's car. You drive Hitler's car?
No, that's my car in my collection.
Well, you're talking about that's a Hitlermobile right there.
No, it's not. Don't. You're trying to make trouble with me comparing me to that guy.
Well, I'm just saying, between the comments you made about the Jews and driving Hitler's car. Okay, there's something called a self-hating Jew. I didn't invent that. The comments you made about the Jewish people, along with cheering on Iran to get the nuclear bomb, along with driving Hitler's car.
You know that Iran is only 1 hour away from developing a nuclear ear?
Is it an hour their time or our time?
They're about to develop the ear.
Wait. Well, we need a Q-tip buster.
Yeah, they're an hour away from developing a nuclear bomb their time.
Oh, okay, their time. Well, we still got time if it's their time.
Yeah, but to fly a bunker, what did you call it?
Bunker buster?
To fly a bunker buster to Iran, you can't do that in 1 hour.
No, but these guys are already airborne.
They're already waiting?
They're not waiting, they're en route.
And how far away are they?
About 40 minutes.
So they have 20 minutes time interception.
They have 20 minutes from the time, from the time they drop the bomb, they'll come in under the wire about 20 minutes.
Will you replace the Colbert Show now that it's been cancelled?
Well, I wasn't going to say anything because I was told not to, but yes.
Who were you told not to? Why?
Agents, management, people, CBS.
Oh, so you're going straight for his show, not even his airtime, on the same network and everything?
We're going to call it the Stephen Colbert Show. I'm just hosting.
And instead of doing Mr. T, you're going to dress up as Colbert?
No. Well, I'm not going to change anything about myself, but it's called the Stephen Colbert Show.
Then Stephen Colbert shows up, but it's really Adam Carolla.
Yeah. We have a chain out here in California who painted automobiles. Okay, it was called Earl Scheib. Okay, it was famous. And then at some point, Earl Scheib died, but they didn't take the name off.
Wait, so I know on the Jimmy Kimmel show, He has that one guy with him. What's the guy's name? The Mexican guy?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's his name?
Guillermo.
That's that guy. So will you take Colbert's co-host, Long Neck?
Long Neck?
That was Colbert's guy. Like, Kimmel has Guillermo and Colbert has for however long the show is going on. He has Long Neck. That's his guy. He goes to the Oscars and he drinks alcohol with people. But the thing is, Long Neck is very skinny. So instead of being a fat Mexican who's funny, he just collapses and starts having his feet on the floor. So that's why the footage never gets released. Because it's very disturbing for a younger audience.
Well, Long Neck is a kind of beer, I guess. Maybe a bottle.
No, the celebrity Long Neck.
I'll keep him on.
You'll keep him on?
Yeah.
And let me ask you, because he's my next guest actually, coming up in about 5 minutes.
Oh, he is?
Is that somebody you would be interested in doing something with before that? Because he's been looking for work and I don't want him to have to wait until you get your show back or the Colbert show, whatever that whole situation is.
Alright. I'll listen to this book and go to bed.
This is Audible. The Art of Focus. Find meaning, reinvent yourself, and create your ideal future. Written by Dan Coe. Narrated by Dan Coe.
Yeah, right.
Forward. I met Dan Coe in between chapters of my life. Everything seemed to be on the right track. Graduating from a top engineering university, landing a software engineering job with decent pay, benefits, and time flexibility, and finally being able to start my adult life. But all the while, something inside me kept wondering when my life would actually begin. I always imagined my life would begin after I finished college and started my career. But something still felt wrong. I still felt unfulfilled. My emptiness led to an identity crisis, a deep depression, and a search for meaning. One day I had the idea of creating internet content based on the psychology, neuroscience, and personal development knowledge I've been gaining over the past 2 years. My mission was to synthesize science-based self-improvement guides to help people overcome similar problems I had faced. That decision led me to Dan. Dan was the first person to reach out to me on social media. We were in a networking group chat, and that group chat eventually dissolved as many do, but Dan and I kept in touch. Many people have come and gone from my professional network, but Dan is one of the few I talk to almost every day. I'm proud to call him a mentor, a business partner, and a close friend. I didn't agree with some of Dan's perspectives when I first met him. I came from an engineering background and had been self-educating in cognitive science for a few years. Dan was, in a way, the opposite of me, with perspectives rooted in philosophy and spirituality. I believed the science I had studied was more reliable than the seemingly woo-woo nonsense Dan was interested in. I can't recall a specific disagreement we had, but I do remember at first thinking Dan was just another spirituality bro, like the many I had encountered in passing at electronic music concerts. I knew he was exceptionally intelligent, and he was skilled at eloquently explaining his perspectives, but a part of me harbored a quiet sense of superiority due to my scientific approach to productivity, fulfillment, and self-actualization. Over time, as I listened to Dan and dipped my toes into the waters of the other side, I began to see that what I had learned was not an opposite or necessarily superior perspective, but instead it was merely a different one. Dan and I had similar goals for both ourselves and our audiences, but we simply had different ways of going about achieving those goals. The major catalyst of this perspective shift came during a conversation we were having along with our mutual friend Justin C. Scott, who was also deep into philosophy and spirituality. I asked the question that bothered me most. How else could a recommendation be made to another person if it was not proven to be replicable by rigorous studies in the traditional scientific sense? The discussion that followed helped me realize that I wasn't a blind fanatic of science. I was, instead, an enthusiast of the scientific method, a never-ending trial and error, something Dan and I agreed on. Since that discussion, I've invested time into studying what I thought was the other side, so that I could become more well-rounded for myself, those close to me, and my online audience. Thanks to Dan's friendship, support, and guidance, I've been able to grow a business that has finally provided a feeling of fulfillment in my life. If I had the book you hold in your hands back then, I would have seen that it was possible years earlier. This book is a synthesis of years of Dan's learnings, experiences, and reflections. The first time I read the draft of the book, I was dumbfounded by the simultaneous depth and simplicity of his teachings. I'm not ashamed to admit I needed to read it a second time in its entirety before I felt like I grasped it enough to write this forward. Here's one of my favorite quotes from this book. Once you understand the game, you begin completing a series of quests that form a storyline to gain experience. As you gain experience, new opportunities become available to you. You unlock dungeons, you can join a guild, you can travel to new locations to complete different quests. In the real world, we often aren't aware of what those opportunities can be, so we choose to remain stagnant, comfortable, and ignorant. This gamification approach speaks to me. As a former video game addict and current Dungeons & Dragons Dungeon Master, I've enjoyed finding ways to think of my life more like some sort of a game. Not to be won, which isn't possible, but instead to be explored, enjoyed, and experienced as much as possible in the life we have now. The book begins by painting a bleak picture of the average person, a picture of the person I...
Boring. Boring.
At the time, my schizophrenia delusions and hallucinations were full-blown. I thought people were out to get me.
Yeah, and they are.
Tonight,
Yes, they are.
as you settle in and prepare for rest, you're about to embark on a journey unlike any other. Not across oceans or continents, but deep into the wisdom of ancient Buddhist teachings that have brought peace to troubled minds for thousands of years.
Yeah, right.
This is not just a lesson to be learned, but an experience to be lived. As your breathing slows and your body relaxes, allow yourself to be transported to a place where time moves differently and where each moment holds profound meaning, where every experience, even the difficult ones, carries purpose. Let go of the day's worries. Release the tension in your body. For the next few hours, you'll discover why Buddhism teaches that everything, absolutely everything, happens for a reason. Welcome to Moon Mine Temple. Your journey begins now. You open your eyes at dawn in a small mountain monastery nestled among misty peaks. The air is crisp, fragrant, with pine and incense. You've traveled far to learn why your life seems filled with challenges that feel meaningless. Today, an elder monk has agreed to share ancient wisdom with you. As you sit on a worn meditation cushion, the monk smiles gently. You seek to understand why suffering finds you, he says, his voice as calm as still water. What if I told you that in Buddhism, nothing happens by chance? The wooden floors creak beneath you as you
a lot of jealous weirdos on the internet.
shift, trying to get comfortable. Like you, they too are subject to the law of impermanence. You notice how your breath creates small clouds in the cool morning air appearing, then vanishing, just as everything in your life does. You think about the river you crossed to reach this place, how it never remains the same water from one moment to the next. Yet the river itself continues. The monk notices your gaze wandering toward the window. Your thoughts are like that river, he tells you, always flowing, never the same. This is anicca, impermanence, one of the fundamental truths of existence. Your mind drifts to memories that haunt you, opportunities lost, relationships ended, paths not taken. The weight of them sits heavy on your shoulders. The monk seems to read your thoughts. You are creating karma with every breath, he explains as sunlight begins to warm the room. Each action, thought, and word generates consequences that ripple outward, just as when you disturbed the surface of the river this morning. You remember the small stone you tossed into the water, how the rings expanded outward, touching everything in their path. Perhaps your life works the same way. The morning light strengthens, illuminating dust particles dancing in the air between you and the monk. His weathered face shows lines of both suffering and joy. Perhaps they are not so different after all. Tell me, he says, what troubles your heart most deeply? What has brought you across mountains to seek answers? You hesitate, organizing your thoughts. Life seems random, you reply. I try to live well, to make good choices, yet suffering still finds me. Others who seem careless or even cruel appear to prosper. Where is the justice in this? Where is the meaning? The monk nods slowly, as if he's heard this question 1,000 times. Perhaps he has. This apparent contradiction troubles many, he acknowledges. It's natural to seek patterns, to want fairness, to look for meaning in what happens to us. When life seems chaotic or unjust, we feel lost. He rises smoothly despite his age and gestures for you to follow. Walk with me. Some teachings are better understood in motion. You follow him through sliding paper doors into a corridor of polished wood. Morning sunlight streams through high windows, creating patterns of light and shadow that shift as you walk. Other monks pass silently, each focused on their morning tasks, yet somehow aware of everything around them. Buddhism teaches that we live in a universe governed by natural laws. The monk explains as you walk. Just as there are physical laws like gravity that operate whether we understand them or not, there are moral and spiritual laws that govern our experiences. The corridor opens onto a small courtyard garden, where stone pathways wind between carefully tended plants, miniature trees, and arrangements of rock and sand. A small stream flows through the center, its soft gurgling creating a gentle soundtrack to your conversation. The most fundamental of these laws is karma, the law of cause and effect. The monk continues, leading you along a stone path. Every action creates an effect. Every cause leads to consequences. Nothing happens without reason. You've heard of karma before, but often misunderstood as some cosmic system of rewards and punishments. Is karma like fate then, you ask? Are our lives predetermined? The monk shakes his head, stopping beside the stream. He kneels and invites you to do the same. Taking a small pebble, he drops it into the still pool formed where the stream widens. Perfect circles ripple outward from the point of impact. Karma is not fate, he explains. It is the natural law of cause and effect. The pebble creates ripples not because the water is punishing or rewarding it, but because this is the natural consequence of the action. Our choices create ripples in the same way. He takes your hand and places another small stone in your palm. Drop this into the water and try to create square ripples instead of circular ones. You smile at the impossible request, but drop the stone anyway. Circular ripples spread across the water's surface, just as before. You cannot change the law that governs how water responds, the monk says. Similarly, we cannot change the law that our actions have consequences. But unlike the stone, which has no choice about falling, we can choose which actions to take. This choice is our freedom. The concept begins to take shape in your mind, not a deterministic fate controlling your life, but a complex web of causes and effects, many set in motion by your own choices. If karma is real, you ask, why don't we see immediate consequences for actions? Why do good people suffer while harmful people sometimes prosper?
Right.
The monk rises again and leads you further along the path. Karma does not always ripen immediately, he explains. Some seeds sprout quickly, others take...
Oh shit, I gotta check that out. Mark Dyson, Tatum. Breaking news.
...seasons to bear fruit. The web of causes and conditions is vast and complex, stretching across time in ways our limited perspective cannot fully perceive. You pass a garden section where young monks are carefully transplanting seedlings. Their hands move with deliberate gentleness, aware that how they treat these young plants now will affect their growth for seasons to come. Like these gardeners, the monk continues, we are constantly planting seeds through our actions, speech, and even our thoughts. Some will bear fruit quickly, others may take years or even lifetimes to mature. But nothing is lost in the cosmic accounting. This perspective shifts something in your understanding. Perhaps life's apparent randomness.
What are Mark Dice's and Brandon Tatum's interaction with each other?
Mark Dice has published videos about Brandon Tatum, specifically criticizing him with titles like Brandon Tatum trying to undermine Charlie Kirk's final wishes for TPUSA.
Alright, let me watch that one real quick. I like Mark Dice, but not sure what this is all about.
There's no way that thing is gonna... International Delight? You hit...
Brandon Tatum, a very popular black conservative YouTuber who I gave a shout out to back in 2016 when he was just getting started, because I thought it'd be good to have more black Trump supporters visible on social media. But as we all know, if you back a DEI hire, it never turns out well. And now turncoat Tatum is trying to undermine Charlie Kirk's last wishes for Turning Point USA by trying to get them to sever ties with Tucker Carlson, posting this just the other day. I will always support Turning Point USA. Tucker Carlson is antithetical to what TPUSA stands for, which is interesting because Charlie Kirk stood by Tucker and lost millions of dollars a year in donations from wealthy Jewish donors because he wouldn't cancel Tucker from their primary major event coming up in December, America Fest. I do not support him at any TPUSA event. He should not be there, period. Again, that's not what Charlie thought, but you know what? Brandon Tatum knows what's best. He went on to dangle a $1 million donation in front of Turning Point while suggesting that they sever ties with Tucker, saying that a friend asked me whether he should donate $500,000 to Turning Point USA. I said yes. We are raising $1 million to give to Erica, which she might use for TPUSA. TPUSA serves a bigger purpose than speakers on stage, but supporting Tucker is wrong for TPUSA. TPUSA has never supported a person like him spewing anti-Semitism. Again, undermining one of the last things that Charlie Kirk stood for before his assassination, that he wouldn't bow down, he wouldn't be bullied, he wouldn't be emotionally blackmailed by his Jewish donors or anyone into cutting ties with Tucker. Stay tuned because there's plenty more to come in this video, but real quick, subscribe to my channel if you're new here because, as I think you're already starting to see, you won't find another channel like this anywhere else. And we know that Charlie Kirk stood by Tucker Carlson despite losing millions of dollars a year from donors because he openly talked about this. So did Tucker. But to Candace Owens' credit, who is like a broken clock, right, twice a day, she did obtain and publish this group text message from Charlie Kirk and others where Charlie was venting about losing the money and, of course, just affirming that he was standing by Tucker, saying, just lost another huge Jewish donor. $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Now, he may have been serious, he may have been sarcastic. It's too hard to tell in that text message. But he did go on to say, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
But I want to take the start of this show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there. I first want to say the reason I didn't share that screen grab publicly is because it was a private exchange.
Now, to be clear, Candace's rantings and ravings over the last few weeks are sort of like the National Enquirer, mostly a bunch of garbage and fake news and nonsense, but occasionally getting something big right. Like when the National Enquirer actually broke the story of John Edwards' affair and that love child that he had with his photographer who was going around on his presidential campaign. Candace publishing the text message, okay, not exactly groundbreaking, just kind of reaffirms what was already publicly available, what Charlie himself was talking about. Candace's latest piece of evidence, however, is Charlie Kirk appearing to her in a dream to tell her she's on the right track.
I similarly, like I just said, had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. And so for me, you don't have to believe that, but I do believe that. And
it's hilarious because when I went off on Candace just the other day, a lot of people's brains melted and all the top thumbed up comments were people accusing me of selling out to Israel, getting the call, taking the $7,000, or being a Jew. These people, and you, if you're one of them, that are offended by me mocking Candace's crazy theories again, are engaging in what's called black and white thinking because you don't have the brain power to understand the complex things. So something is either all good or all bad. And you have a short memory because you couldn't remember some of the things that I said about Ben Shapiro's favorite country just 2 days earlier. Or I don't think you have the attention span to understand what I'm about to say about it again. I and many others have Israel fatigue. We're tired of hearing about their problems. We're tired of them sucking America into their problems. We're tired of them sucking American tax dollars to deal with their problems. But people like Brandon Tatum just love what Benjamin Netanyahu's doing.
I will never change my support for the state of Israel and its existence. I don't have to like anything Benjamin Netanyahu does, although I think that what he's doing in the war is reasonable. I don't agree with everything he's doing. I think he should have finished the job 2 years ago.
He should have completely ethnically cleansed the region 2 years ago, according to Tatum and people like Laurel Loomer and Joel Pollack, the editor of Breitbart News, Mark Levin, and all the rest. Because, they're only doing targeted strikes. And I didn't say they were doing a genocide. I said they were ethnically cleansing. They're obviously forcing out and coercing out an ethnic population from a region because, well, as even Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, admits, there's basically nothing left of Gaza. But, according to certain mainstream media outlets and Benjamin Netanyahu himself, they're only doing targeted strikes, don't you know? They're only going after Hamas. Even Charlie Kirk said that they were going to ethnically cleanse Gaza, and you could see how uncomfortable he was when he admitted that.
But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli hard-right government has a mandate. I gotta be careful the way I say this.
Gotta be careful how I say this.
They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yep.
I mean, I don't use that term lightly, okay?
And this was right after the attack by Hamas, which obviously was horrific. All of the morons, whenever you have slight sympathy for the innocent civilians in Gaza, then they always accuse you of siding with Hamas. Brandon Tatum's in that inner circle of conservative Inc. so tight that he recently got an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu where he was proud to tell him that when he went to Israel on a Christian church trip that they only got spit on once by Jews. Of course, Laura Loomer, one of the sharks circling, trying to cancel Tucker Carlson, upset that he made a biblical reference at Charlie's memorial about how the Jewish religious leaders at the time killed Jesus for speaking the truth, because it's the ultimate story about being killed to silence you by someone who disagrees with your opinions. Saying that Tucker Carlson's a lunatic and that she's not going to be giving her time or energy to anyone who supports him. And then adding, like Tatum, it's demonic. And ever since Tucker Carlson became free from Fox News and the constraints of corporate media, he could say whatever he wants.
Yeah, I was getting ready for bed, but now I'm watching this Mark Dice versus Brandon Tatum video.
Interview whoever he wants, and more, he's sounding an awful lot like a YouTuber that I know. Guy, and it's getting...
Got to work at 4. That's what's up. Hope you have a decent time at work, man.
On a laptop.
In the And the last thing that I think we need to do to restore balance between the relationship between the United States and Israel, and to restore some sanity to the public conversation on this topic, is to get our theology right. And this is not a message aimed at Israelis or Jews. This is a message aimed at Christians, who are the largest group of Israel supporters in the United States. And their view of Israel is colored not just by sentimental attachment, which is fine, or trips to Israel, great, no problem, but by a Christian heresy, the oldest of the Christian heresies, which is that God somehow prefers some people based on their DNA. And of course, the whole point of Christianity is that that is no longer true, that there is no chosen people. The chosen people are people who choose Jesus. That is the Christian message right there. It's not an anti-Semitic message, by the way. It's the Christian message. It's the core Christian message. And yet there are many self-described representatives of the Christian faith, the world's largest, who are daily sending a different message. And we should be very clear. Whatever this is, it's not Christianity, it is heresy.
Of course, those who know Tucker personally and are trying to throw him under the bus in order to jockey a higher level position within the conservative mainstream media all say that Tucker doesn't have an anti-Semitic bone in his body. And of course, as you know, if you disagree with a Jew about the best flavor of ice cream, you'll often be called an anti-Semite, because that term is thrown around almost as much, if not more so, in the last few years than the term racist, to try to silence and scare people into submission. Here's David Sachs, who is one of Elon Musk's close friends and associates, who also is Jewish, saying the obvious about Tucker.
The base of conservatism is not believing that any government is sacred.
Thank you, David Sachs!
Every government should be subject to criticism because we know that they will always abuse their authority. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. All governments must be subject to criticism, and governments shouldn't seek to make themselves immune by essentially calling people names. And I've known Tucker for 30 years. He doesn't have an anti-Semitic bone in his body, and it really pisses me off the way that he gets attacked for criticizing the conduct of a government.
Or when you talk about the actual theological differences between Christianity and Judaism, particularly when you point out what the Talmud, the second most holiest book in Judaism, which is the basis for rabbinic Judaism, the most popular kind of Judaism today, what it says about Jesus and about Mary. I've done videos on this in the past. Or when you talk about how Martin Luther, who basically caused the Reformation, the fracturing of the Catholic Church and Protestantism, what he wrote about Jews and Judaism in his book, The Certain Group of People and Their Lies, a book which was banned in the last 5 years from Amazon. Of course, Amazon allows all kinds of different books criticizing every basic religion, from Mormonism to Catholicism, Jehovah's Witnesses, to Islam, to Scientology, if you can call that a religion. But certain books a little bit too critical of a certain group of people, those ones get banned. This isn't a book self-published by some crazed neo-Nazi. This is a book by the founder of Protestantism. Not to mention Culture of Critique, the book by Kevin McDonald, a former sociology professor at California State University, Long Beach. And as I've said before, and I will continue to say, in case you've been living under a rock, and we need to shame the brand name conservatives into finally getting some balls, none of them ever talk about these books being banned. Again, be sure to subscribe to my channel if you're new here, because I think it's abundantly clear now. You're not going to find another channel like this anywhere else. Let's keep going. A few more clips, a couple more things to cover here. This is...
Not exactly sure what you're saying. I forgot what I said too. What's up, Ziggy? Good morning. Hello.
Josh Hammer.
I'm getting ready for bed, but I haven't been able to fall asleep yet.
Who is an editor over at Newsweek magazine, and he calls Tucker Carlson the biggest and most dangerous anti-Semite
in
America.
What Charlie was essentially trying to do was he was essentially trying to figure out how to navigate this to keep the Nick Fuentes neo-Nazi Groyper stuff at bay, while trying to meet the younger generation, the Gen Z folks who are pretty wobbly on this issue.
Who couldn't care less about Israel, who don't want anything to do with it, who also have Israel fatigue. But please continue.
Kind of meet them on their own terms and to try to kind of guide them towards a better place without using kind of the outmoded rhetoric and talking points of kind of the 1970s, 1980s boomers. That's essentially what he was trying to do.
Yeah, I just stopped to watch this video for a second. But...
Hello everybody, welcome back to the podcast.
I'm gonna go back to my other video about... Hell yeah, dude, I was a bud smoker from the time I was 12 to had my first son 6 years, about 22 years of heavy smoke. Well, I'm gonna have to re-up in the morning and get some more dabs tomorrow. I really need some.
Is simply the result of causes too distant or complex for you to trace with your limited view. Think of karma as planting in a garden where some plants mature in days, others in seasons, and some over many years, the monk explains. A gardener who plants many varieties might be surprised by what emerges each day, yet nothing grows that wasn't planted.
Guess I'm done looking.
The path leads to a small meditation pavilion overlooking the valley below.
I got a follower.
The monastery perches on the mountainside like a bird's nest.
Thank you for the new follower. I'm finally at 190 followers on Twitch. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Well, I feel accomplished.
Villages, fields,
I'm so accomplished.
forests, all connected in a living system.
So fucking
Yet even this expanded view is limited. We cannot see beyond the horizon or into the heart of the mountain. Our perspective on life is similarly
not even
limited.
like, oh, it's bad.
A cool
you
mountain
shouldn't do that or
breeze
anything
carries the
like
scent
that.
of pine
Stopped
and
when wifey
distant
got
rain.
pregnant and then got
We
tired of
breathe
it.
deeply, feeling something begin to unwind inside.
Yeah, I think if I had a wife, you got a pillow. Hell yeah, I got hella pillows. Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable though. Gotta move my pillows around.
Attention, perhaps, carried so long you'd forgotten it was there. From our limited vantage point, the monk continues, life often seems random or unfair. We see a fragment of the pattern and mistake it for the whole. We experience an effect without recognizing its cause, or plant a cause without living to see its effect. Birds soar in the valley below, riding invisible currents with effortless grace. They neither fight against the wind nor try to control it. They simply understand its nature and work with it.
I'm gonna go to bed now.
Buddhist teachings invite us to expand our perspective, the monk says, to recognize that our individual life is part of a vast, interconnected web of causes and conditions.
Hope you have a good
stretch
night.
far beyond what we can perceive.
Good rest, Ziggy.
Nothing happens in isolation. Everything is connected. You watch clouds casting moving shadows across the valley floor, a perfect visual metaphor for how conditions constantly change. This understanding does not remove life's challenges, the monk acknowledges, but it transforms how we experience them. Instead of seeing difficulties as random punishments or meaningless suffering, we recognize them as the natural unfolding of causes and conditions, many set in motion by our own past choices. A memory surfaces, a relationship that ended painfully after you ignored early warning signs.
Could be my last.
At the time, the breakup felt like cruel fate. Now you can recognize the chain of causes and effects that led naturally to that outcome. When we understand karma, the monk says, watching your realization, we stop seeing ourselves as victims of random fate and recognize our role in creating our experiences. This is not about blame, but about empowerment. If we have helped create our present circumstances through past choices, we can create different future circumstances through present choices.
Why?
The liberation in this perspective dawns on you. Life's challenges are not meaningless punishment, but the natural consequences of causes.
I'm just saying, you know. It's kind of one of those Christian things, like, if I die before I wake. In fact, let me hear that one. Give me the Christian phrase about if I die before I wake.
The phrase is, if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Often part of it.
Give me the full prayer.
The full traditional children's bedtime prayer is, Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there.
And if you can understand these causes, you can plant different seeds for the future. Everything happens for a reason, the monk reiterates. Not because some divine plan dictates it,
My soul to take.
but because the universe operates through this elegant law of cause and effect. Nothing is random. Nothing is wasted. Every experience carries meaning and purpose if we have eyes to see it. As midday approaches, the monastery bell rings, its clear tone resonating through the mountain air. The sound seems to both emerge from and return to silence, a beautiful demonstration of the principle being discussed. That bell signals our midday meal, the monk explains. Come, let's join the others. Eating mindfully is another opportunity to understand these teachings through direct experience. You walk together down stone steps leading back to the main monastery buildings. Monks gather from various areas, gardens, workshops, meditation halls, converging on the simple dining hall with unhurried purpose. Inside, low tables are arranged in neat rows. Monks sit on cushions before simple settings, a bowl, a cup, chopsticks wrapped in cloth. You're guided to a place along one wall where you can observe the ritual about to unfold. Once all are seated, a palpable silence falls. No one reaches for food, though steam rises temptingly from pots at the center of each table. The head monk recites a brief chant, which the others join, voices blending in practiced harmony. This chant expresses gratitude. Your teacher explains quietly when it concludes. Gratitude for the food, for those who grew it, transported it, prepared it, and serve it. Recognizing the vast web of causes and conditions that brings even this simple meal to us. Only then does the serving begin, an orderly, mindful process. Each person receives the same modest portions in their bowl. No one begins eating until all are served. Before we eat, the monk instructs you, look deeply at your food. Consider its journey. The seed that grew with the help of sun and rain. The farmer who tended and harvested it. The many hands that brought it here. See the entire universe in your bowl. You look at your simple meal with new eyes, rice, vegetables, a small portion of tofu. Indeed, when you consider everything required to create this food and bring it before you, it becomes extraordinary. Sunlight transformed through photosynthesis into nourishment. Rain that fell because of complex weather patterns. Countless beings whose work contributed to this moment. Now, eat with full awareness, the monk suggests. Notice the texture, temperature, and flavor of each bite. Chew slowly, experiencing the food completely. This is mindfulness, being fully present with what is. The dining hall remains quiet, except for the subtle sounds of eating. No conversation, no distraction, just complete presence with the act of nourishment. You try to follow this example, surprised at how different food tastes when given your full attention. Flavors seem more vivid, textures more interesting. Even simple rice becomes complex and satisfying when not eaten on autopilot. This mindful eating, the monk explains between careful bites, demonstrates another aspect of Buddhist wisdom. When we are fully present, we discover that ordinary experiences contain extraordinary depth. The present moment, fully experienced, is infinitely rich. You notice how different this feels from your usual meals, often eaten quickly while distracted by screens, conversations, or thoughts about past and future. How much richness have you missed by not being present? Many people rush through life never fully experiencing it, the monk observes. They are physically present for countless precious moments, but mentally absent, lost in thoughts about the past or future. Mindfulness brings you back to the only moment that truly exists now. As the meal concludes, each person cleans their bowl with a piece of pickled vegetable, then wipes it clean with a cloth. Not a grain of rice is wasted. Even the washing water will be poured into the garden. Everything has purpose in this mindful ecosystem. In mindfulness practice, the monk explains, as you follow these cleaning rituals, we discover that life's meaning isn't hidden in some grand future, achievement, or past glory. It's found in the depth of our presence with what is happening right now. After the meal, while most monks return to their various duties, your teacher invites you to the meditation hall. Unlike the bustling activity of morning and mealtime, the large hall is nearly empty now, a peaceful space for afternoon practice. Meditation is central to understanding these teachings. The monk explains as you settle onto cushions facing one another. Not as an intellectual exercise, but as direct experience. Sunlight filters through paper windows, creating a soft, diffuse illumination. The hall smells of wood polish and subtle incense. Outside, birds call occasionally, but the primary sensation is one of profound stillness. Proper posture helps calm the mind, he instructs. Sit with your back straight, but not rigid, like a mountain, dignified and stable. Rest your hands in your lap or on your knees. Lower your gaze or close your eyes if that's more comfortable. You adjust your position following his guidance, surprised at how such simple adjustments create a feeling of alertness combined with ease. Now, bring your attention to your breath, he continues, his voice soft yet clear. Not controlling it, just observing the natural rhythm. Feel the sensations of breathing, the air moving through your nostrils, the rising and falling of your chest and abdomen. You follow these instructions, immediately noticing how difficult it is to keep attention on something so simple. Your mind wants to wander, planning future activities, replaying past conversations, analyzing, judging, daydreaming. The monk seems to read your thoughts. Each time you notice your mind has wandered, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This returning is the practice. Every time you notice distraction and come back, you're strengthening your mindfulness muscle. You practice for several minutes, repeatedly catching your mind wandering and returning to breath awareness. It's humbling to realize how rarely your mind stays where you direct it. The untrained mind is like a wild elephant, the monk explains. Powerful but uncontrolled, causing damage even when it means well. Meditation is how we gradually tame this elephant, training it to serve rather than control us. A fly buzzes near your ear, immediately capturing your attention. The monk smiles. Notice how easily distractions pull you away. This is normal. The mind naturally moves toward what's novel or potentially threatening. With practice, you'll develop the ability to acknowledge distractions without being captured by them. You return to your breath, now noticing subtle details, the slight pause between inhale and exhale, the cooling sensation of air entering your nostrils, the warming as it leaves. As concentration deepens, the monk says after some time, you begin to observe not just the breath, but the nature of experience itself. You notice how sensations, thoughts, and emotions arise, exist for a time, then pass away. Nothing stays fixed. Everything is in constant flux. This observation connects to your earlier discussions about impermanence. You can see it now in your own direct experience, how each breath, each thought, each sensation appears and disappears like waves on the surface of a vast ocean. This direct perception of impermanence, the monk continues, is crucial to understanding why everything happens for a reason. When you see clearly how one thing leads to another in the stream of your own consciousness, you begin to recognize this pattern in all of existence. A thought arises. Perhaps your entire life follows this same pattern of causes and conditions flowing together, creating the present moment that will in turn condition what comes next. Exactly, the monk says, again, seeming to read your mind. Your life unfolds according to this same natural law. Each moment arises because of countless causes and conditions coming together. Nothing happens randomly. It's of causes that brought it into being. You sit with this understanding, feeling it settle not just as an intellectual concept, but as a felt reality. Your current situation, sitting in this monastery, seeking these teachings, didn't happen by chance, but resulted from countless prior choices, experiences, and conditions all flowing together to create this moment. As you continue meditating, the monk instructs, expand your awareness beyond the breath to include your body sensations, emotions, thoughts, and eventually the environment around you. Observe how all these aspects of experience arise and pass according to conditions. You practice this wider awareness, noticing the subtle interplay of experience, how a sound triggers a thought, which prompts an emotion, which creates a physical sensation, all flowing into one another, like tributary streams joining a river. This interconnected flow, the monk explains, is what Buddhists call dependent origination, the understanding that everything arises in dependence on multiple causes and conditions. Nothing exists independently. Nothing happens without reason. As your meditation deepens, time seems to stretch and contract in unusual ways. What might be minutes feels like hours. What might be an hour passes in what seems like moments. This, too, is part of the teaching, how even our perception of time is conditioned rather than absolute. Eventually, the monk gently brings the session to a close. Enough for now, he says. The body needs movement after stillness. Let's walk in the garden and continue our exploration. You rise, noticing stiffness in your legs, but also a peculiar clarity in your mind. Colors seem more vivid, sounds more distinct. The simple act of walking feels new when approached with full awareness. Outside, afternoon sun warms the stone pathways. The monastery gardens are meticulously maintained, not in the controlled, artificial manner of some formal gardens, but in a way that works with nature rather than imposing upon it. These gardens demonstrate another aspect of Buddhist wisdom, the monk explains as you walk. The gardeners don't fight against the natural tendencies of the plants or the conditions of the mountain. They understand these factors and work with them. You pass a twisted pine that has been carefully pruned over decades to accentuate rather than correct its natural inclination to grow sideways from the rocky soil. This is the middle way that Buddhism teaches, he continues. Not forcing reality to meet our demands, not passively surrendering to conditions, but skillfully working with what is. The garden path leads to a small pond where lotus flowers float on the surface. Some are fully bloomed in magnificent pink and white displays. Others remain tightly closed buds. Still, others are just beginning to open. The lotus is a perfect symbol for the Buddha's teaching, the monk says, stopping beside the pond. It grows from the mud at the bottom, rises through murky water, and blooms immaculately on the surface. Similarly, our awakening emerges from the very conditions of our ordinary lives, including difficulties and suffering. You watch a dragonfly land delicately on a lotus leaf, creating the slightest dimple in the water's surface, which sends tiny ripples outward, another demonstration of how all things affect one another. Which brings us to another essential teaching, the monk says. The purpose of understanding that everything happens for a reason. He finds a bench nearby where you both sit, overlooking the pond. The afternoon light has that golden quality that photographers call the magic hour, casting everything in a warm glow. Many people, when first hearing about karma and cause and effect, become anxious, he explains. They worry about past mistakes creating future suffering. They try to control every action, fearful of negative consequences. But this misses the deeper purpose of the teaching. A gentle breeze stirs the surface of the pond, creating dancing patterns of light and shadow. The purpose isn't to make you afraid or to create another burden of perfectionism, the monk continues. It's to empower you with the understanding that you participate in creating your reality, that many aspects of your experience, especially your responses to what happens, remain within your choice. You consider this perspective, not karma as cosmic punishment, but as a natural law that, once understood, can be worked with skillfully. When difficulties arise, and they will, this understanding helps you respond with greater wisdom, he explains. Instead of asking why me, or how can I escape this, you can ask, what can I learn from this? And how can I respond in a way that creates more positive conditions moving forward? You think about challenges in your own life, and how different they might appear when viewed not as random misfortunes but as the natural consequences of causes and conditions, many of which you participated in creating. This doesn't mean blaming yourself for suffering, the monk emphasizes, noting your thoughtful expression. Self-blame is just another form of ego, grasping. Rather, it means recognizing your power to plant different seeds now, creating different future conditions. A frog jumps from the bank into the pond with a small splash, disappearing beneath the surface. Circles ripple outward from the point of entry, gradually expanding to touch all parts of the pond. See how that small action affects the entire pond, the monk observes. Your actions, too, create ripples far beyond what you can immediately observe. Understanding this inspires greater mindfulness about the seeds you plant through your choices. As you continue your walk through the monastery grounds, you come upon an elderly monk carefully tending a bonsai tree. His gnarled hands, marked by decades of work, move with surprising delicacy around the miniature pine. He acknowledges your presence with a slight nod, but remains focused on his task. Your teacher stops to observe the old gardener's work. Brother Chen has been training this particular tree for over 40 years, he explains quietly. Observe his relationship with it, not imposing his will, but deeply understanding the tree's nature and working with it. You watch as the old monk makes a tiny adjustment to a branch, securing it with almost invisible wire. His expression shows neither impatience nor hurry, just complete absorption in the present task. This is what the Buddha called right action, your teacher continues. Acting with full awareness, understanding causes and conditions, responding to what is with skillful intention rather than habitual reaction. The elderly monk finishes his adjustment and steps back, studying the tree from different angles before nodding with subtle satisfaction. He notices your interest and beckons you closer. Would you like to try? He asks, his voice surprisingly strong despite his age. He offers you a pair of small scissors for precise trimming. You hesitate, afraid of damaging something that has been cultivated for decades. I don't know how, you admit. The old monk smiles. No one does at first. We learn by doing, by making mistakes, by trying again. This too is the way of life. With trepidation, you accept the scissors. The bonsai master points to a small shoot growing from the trunk. This one needs to be removed. It disrupts the tree's balance. You carefully position the scissors around the tiny shoot, conscious of both monks watching you. With a small snip, the shoot is removed. The old monk nods approvingly. Good. You removed it cleanly, without damaging the bark. The tree will heal well. He takes back the scissors and bows slightly before returning to his work. As you walk away, your teacher explains, that small interaction contains much wisdom. Notice how you were afraid to act for fear of making a mistake. How many opportunities in life have you missed because of similar fear? You reflect on times you've hesitated, playing it safe rather than risking error. Also notice how Brother Chen created a safe space for you to try, guiding without controlling, allowing you the dignity of your own experience while preventing serious harm. This is how wise teachers function. The path winds upward now, leading to a viewpoint higher on the mountain. The climb requires more effort, and conversation pauses as you both focus on the ascent. The physical exertion feels good after periods of sitting meditation. The body too teaches wisdom. The monk observes as you climb. Notice how it naturally finds efficient ways to move on this uneven path. It doesn't fight gravity or terrain, but works with these conditions. You realize you've been unconsciously adjusting your gait to the mountain path, shorter steps on the steeper sections, shifting weight differently on loose versus solid ground. Your body intuitively understands how to respond to conditions. Our bodies often know what our thinking minds forget, the monk continues. They remember how to flow with conditions rather than fight against them. This natural wisdom is what Buddhist practice helps us recover in all aspects of life. You reach a flat area that offers a spectacular view of the valley below and mountains beyond. The afternoon sun casts long shadows across the landscape, emphasizing the contours of the land. From this height, patterns become visible that couldn't be seen from below, the way rivers follow natural depressions, how forests grow in certain patterns determined by soil and sun exposure. From here, we gain perspective, the monk says, as you both catch your breath. Similarly, Buddhist teachings offer a vantage point from which to observe life's patterns. We begin to recognize how certain actions consistently lead to certain results. You notice how the monastery itself is positioned to work with the mountain's natural features, nestled into a protected area, oriented to capture sunlight, situated near natural springs. Nothing fights against the conditions. Everything works harmoniously with what is. When you understand that everything happens for a reason, arising from causes and conditions, you stop fighting reality, the monk explains. Instead, like the monastery architects, you learn to work skillfully with conditions as they are. A hawk circles overhead, riding thermal currents with minimal effort. It doesn't fight against the air, but understands intuitively how to use these invisible patterns to soar. This is the freedom Buddhist practice offers, the monk says, watching the hawk. Not freedom from conditions, that's impossible, but freedom within conditions. The wisdom to navigate life's currents like that hawk, with minimal struggle and maximal harmony. The sun begins its descent toward the western mountains, casting longer shadows across the landscape. Your teacher suggests heading back to the monastery for the evening meditation and meal. The downhill journey requires different muscles and different awareness than the climb up. Notice how descending presents its own challenges. The monk observes as you carefully navigate a steep section. In life too, success and achievement can sometimes be as challenging to navigate skillfully as difficulty and struggle. You consider this wisdom, how reaching goals or obtaining desires doesn't automatically bring lasting happiness. Sometimes achieving what you thought you wanted creates unexpected new challenges. The Buddha taught that attachment to outcomes, even positive ones, creates suffering. The monk continues. When we cling to how we think things should be rather than working skillfully with how they are, we create inner conflict. Back at the monastery, preparations for evening activities are underway. One monk strikes a large bell, its resonant tone signaling the transition from day's work to evening practice. Others light lanterns as daylight begins to fade. Before evening meditation, your teacher says, "I want to address another aspect of why everything happens for a reason. This concerns how we respond to life's difficulties." He leads you to a small side garden where stone lanterns create pools of warm light in the gathering dusk. The atmosphere is peaceful, conducive to deeper conversation. Throughout life, everyone faces challenges that seem meaningless or unfair. He begins. Illness, loss, betrayal, failure, experiences that can make us question whether life has purpose at all. You think about your own difficult experiences, times when suffering seemed random and cruel. Buddhist wisdom doesn't claim that suffering doesn't exist or doesn't matter, the monk clarifies. The Buddha's first noble truth acknowledges that suffering is real. But this teaching offers a perspective that transforms how we relate to difficulty. A cool evening breeze stirs the garden, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. You draw your robe closer around your shoulders. When we understand that everything happens according to causes and conditions, he continues, we stop seeing difficulties as random punishments. Instead, we recognize them as the natural unfolding of complex processes, many influenced by our own past choices and current responses. This perspective shifts something fundamental from seeing yourself as a helpless victim of circumstance to recognizing your role in both creating and responding to conditions. More importantly, the monk adds, this understanding reveals that difficulties themselves have purpose. They are not meaningless even when painful. They offer precisely the conditions needed for certain kinds of growth that couldn't happen otherwise. He reaches down to pick up a small stone from the garden path, smooth and rounded from years of exposure to elements. This stone was once rough and angular, he explains, placing it in your palm. Through friction with water and other stones, it gradually became smooth. What might have seemed like damage, being tumbled and scraped, actually revealed its inherent beauty. You feel the stone's perfect smoothness, understanding the metaphor. Perhaps life's friction serves a similar purpose, wearing away rough edges to reveal something more essential underneath. The most difficult experiences often create the conditions for our greatest growth, the monk continues. Not because suffering itself is good, but because it challenges our habitual patterns and forces us to develop new capacities. You reflect on how your own challenging experiences, painful as they were, led to important insights and developments that might not have happened otherwise. When facing difficulty, he advises, try shifting from, "Why is this happening to me?" to, "What might this be preparing me for? What qualities is this helping me develop?" This simple reframing transforms how you experience challenges. The garden lanterns glow more prominently as daylight continues to fade. Their warm light seems to represent the wisdom that can illuminate even the darkest experiences. Everything happens for a reason, the monk reiterates. Not because of some predetermined plan, but because each experience arises from causes and conditions, and simultaneously creates conditions for what comes next. Nothing is random. Nothing is wasted. Everything serves your development if you have eyes to see it.
Weak, horrific tales from creepy clowns to spine-tingling monsters. Spirit has the scariest collection of costumes, accessories, and everything you can imagine for Halloween.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
The monastery bell rings again, signaling the evening meditation session. You follow your teacher to the main hall where monks gather, taking their places on cushions arranged in neat rows. Candles and incense create an atmosphere conducive to inner exploration. For this evening practice, the monk explains quietly as you settle onto your cushion, we'll focus on cultivating equanimity, the quality of mind that remains balanced regardless of whether experiences are pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. You adjust your posture, finding the now familiar balance between alertness and relaxation. The day's conversations and experiences have prepared you for deeper practice. Begin by bringing awareness to your breath, the monk instructs. Allow your breathing to find its natural rhythm without forcing or controlling. Simply observe the sensations of breathing with gentle attention. Around you, the other monks sit in perfect stillness, their collective presence creating a palpable field of concentrated awareness. You close your eyes, tuning into your breath as instructed. As your mind settles, the teacher continues in a soft voice that somehow carries throughout the hall. Expand your awareness to include sensations in your body. Notice areas of comfort or discomfort without trying to change them. Simply be aware. You scan your body, noticing various sensations, pressure where you contact the cushion, a slight ache in your lower back, warmth in your hands, coolness on your face. Each sensation simply is what it is, neither good nor bad in itself. Now notice your emotional state, the monk guides. Are you feeling calm, anxious, peaceful, impatient? Whatever emotions are present, allow them to be without judgment or resistance. You discover a mixture of feelings, interest in these new teachings, a lingering uneasiness about problems back home, appreciation for this unusual opportunity. The instruction to observe without judgment helps you see these emotions as passing experiences rather than defining realities. Expand your awareness further to include thoughts passing through your mind, the monk continues. Watch them arise and pass without getting caught in their stories. See them as clouds moving through the sky of your awareness. This practice reveals how busy your mind remains, despite the peaceful environment. Plans, memories, questions, judgments, a constant stream of mental activity. Yet with growing mindfulness, you can observe this stream without being swept away by it. Now, the monk says after several minutes of this observation, contemplate the nature of equanimity. When pleasant experiences arise, notice any tendency to grasp or cling to them. When unpleasant experiences arise, notice any tendency to resist or avoid them. When neutral experiences arise, notice any tendency toward boredom or seeking distraction. You observe these tendencies in your own mind, how certain sensations, emotions, or thoughts trigger automatic reactions of attraction or aversion. Equanimity is the balance that comes from understanding that all experiences, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, arise according to conditions and will pass away according to conditions. The monk explains. Nothing needs to be grasped. Nothing needs to be pushed away. Everything can simply be known with clear awareness. This teaching connects directly to your earlier discussions about impermanence and cause and effect. If everything arises due to conditions and will pass away when conditions change, then clinging to pleasant experiences or fighting against unpleasant ones makes little sense. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason, the monk continues, equanimity develops naturally. We stop taking experiences so personally. We recognize that pleasant and unpleasant alike arise from complex causes and conditions, not because we deserve reward or punishment. This perspective offers a profound freedom from the exhausting cycle of craving pleasant experiences and avoiding unpleasant ones. Perhaps peace comes not from controlling what happens, but from how you relate to whatever happens. As we sit in these final minutes, the monk instructs, practice meeting each arising experience, whether sensation, emotion, or thought, with this balanced awareness. Not preferring, not rejecting, just knowing with clarity. The hall falls silent, except for the occasional sounds of breathing and distant temple bells. You practice as instructed, watching the parade of sensations, emotions, and thoughts with growing equanimity. When pleasant experiences arise, you observe without clinging. When unpleasant experiences arise, you observe without rejecting. When neutral experiences arise, you observe without seeking distraction. Something subtle shifts in your awareness, a spaciousness that wasn't there before. It's as if you're watching the weather of your inner experience without being stormed upon by it. This doesn't remove the experiences themselves, but transforms your relationship to them. After what might be minutes or might be much longer, time seems fluid in deep meditation. A small bell rings 3 times, signaling the end of the formal practice. The monk's voice returns, gentle yet clear. As we conclude this evening meditation, recognize that the awareness you've cultivated is always available to you. In every circumstance, pleasant or difficult, you can access this equanimity, this understanding that all experiences arise from causes and conditions and will pass according to their nature. You open your eyes slowly, the meditation hall coming back into focus. Candles flicker, creating dancing shadows on the walls. Other monks begin to stir, some stretching subtly after the period of stillness. Carry this practice into your evening activities, the monk suggests. Notice how experiences continue to arise and pass according to conditions. Notice your habitual reactions of grasping and rejecting. See if you can maintain this balanced awareness through changing circumstances. After meditation, the monastery follows a simple evening routine. A light meal is served in the same mindful manner as lunch. Afterward, monks gather in small groups for quiet conversation, while others retire to their quarters for study or rest. Your teacher invites you to join him for tea in a small room overlooking the monastery garden. Lanterns illuminate the pathways below where a few monks still move about, completing evening tasks. The tea is served simply, just hot water poured over green leaves in small, unadorned cups. No sugar, no milk, nothing to mask the natural flavor. The monk encourages you to approach this ordinary activity with the same mindfulness practiced in meditation. Receive the cup with both hands, he demonstrates. Feel its warmth. Notice the aroma rising with the steam. Observe the color of the liquid. Take a small sip, experiencing the taste fully before swallowing. You follow his guidance, surprised by how much sensory information is available in this simple act when given full attention. The tea's subtle bitterness, its grassy notes, the way the warmth spreads through your mouth and throat, experiences usually missed when drinking automatically. Most people move through life missing its richness, the monk observes. They eat without tasting, look without seeing, listen without hearing. Their minds are always elsewhere, reviewing the past or anticipating the future. They miss the only moment that truly exists, now. You consider how often you've been physically present but mentally absent in your own life, missing countless moments because your attention was scattered. This mindfulness practice, he continues, is essential to understanding why everything happens for a reason. When we're not present, we miss the subtle connections between causes and effects. We plant seeds without awareness, then are surprised by what grows. The simple room, illuminated by a single lantern, creates an atmosphere of intimacy conducive to deeper conversation. Outside, night has fully descended. Stars appear in the clear mountain sky, visible through the open window. Before you rest tonight, the monk says, I want to address a common misunderstanding about Buddhist teachings on cause and effect. He takes another sip of tea, giving you time to settle into this new topic. Many people, upon hearing that everything happens for a reason according to karma, conclude that victims of misfortune must have done something to deserve their suffering. This is a grave misunderstanding that creates additional harm. His eyes meet yours with particular intensity. This point clearly matters to him deeply. The law of karma is not about deserving or not deserving, he clarifies. It's about understanding how causes lead to effects through natural processes. A child born into poverty or someone suffering from illness hasn't done anything to deserve this situation in a moral sense. You feel relief at this clarification, having wondered about this troubling implication. These conditions arise from countless causes stretching back through time, most beyond any individual's control or choice. Understanding karma should lead to greater compassion for those facing difficulty, not judgment or dismissal of their suffering. The monk pours a little more tea into your cup. The simple gesture feels like a metaphor for how one action naturally flows into another. True understanding of cause and effect recognizes our profound interconnection, he continues. No one exists in isolation. Your actions affect others, their actions affect you. We are all contributing to the conditions each person experiences. This perspective shifts the focus from individual blame to collective responsibility, recognizing how social systems, cultural patterns, and shared environments shape individual experiences. When we see someone suffering, the monk says, the appropriate response is not, they must have created this karma, but rather, How can I contribute to more positive conditions for this person now? You think about people in your own life facing challenges, how this understanding might transform your response from judgment to compassionate action. This teaching that everything happens for a reason is not meant to explain away suffering or justify injustice, the monk emphasizes. It's meant to empower us to create more skillful causes for everyone's benefit. The tea has cooled now, revealing different subtle flavors than when hot. Even this simple experience demonstrates impermanence and changing conditions. As you integrate these teachings, the monk advises, use them to increase compassion, not judgment. Use them to take greater responsibility for your choices, not to dismiss the struggles of others. Use them to create positive conditions moving forward, not to dwell on regrets about the past. Outside, the monastery is growing quieter as monks complete evening routines and prepare for rest. The rhythmic sound of a wooden fish being struck signals the final activities of the day. Tomorrow we will explore more aspects of these teachings, the monk says, finishing his tea. For now, rest and allow what we've discussed to settle into your understanding. He leads you back to the simple guest quarters, where a sleeping mat has been prepared. The room is austere, but comfortable, containing only what is necessary. The mat, a small table with a candle, a cushion for sitting, a pitcher of water with a cup. Before sleeping, the monk suggests, practice a brief reflection on your day. Review significant moments without judgment, simply noticing patterns of cause and effect in your experiences and responses. This instruction reminds you of the evening meditation practice, observing without grasping or rejecting, simply knowing with clarity. Also set an intention for how you wish to meet tomorrow, he adds. Not rigid expectations about what should happen, but an aspiration for how you will respond to whatever conditions arise. The monk lights the candle on your table, creating a small circle of warm light in the simple room. Rest well, he says with a gentle bow. Remember, everything that happens, even in dreams, arises from causes and conditions, and offers teaching if we have eyes to see it. With these words, he leaves you to your evening contemplation. You sit for a time on the cushion, following his suggestion to review the day's experiences and teachings. So much has been shared in this single day: impermanence, karma, mindfulness, equanimity, all aspects of the central understanding that everything happens for a reason, according to natural laws of cause and effect. The teachings feel both profoundly simple and endlessly deep. You notice how your mind tries to grasp these concepts, to solidify them into fixed views. Even this grasping is an instructive demonstration of what the Buddha identified as the cause of suffering, the mind's tendency to cling to ideas, experiences, and outcomes, rather than flowing with the natural unfolding of conditions. As the candle burns lower, you prepare for sleep, arranging yourself comfortably on the simple mat. Though physically harder than your bed at home, there's something satisfying about its firm support, another small lesson in how expectations about comfort can be adjusted with awareness. Lying in darkness now, You notice how the mind continues its activities, even as the body relaxes towards sleep. Thoughts arise about the day's experiences, questions form about tomorrow, memories surface from home, plans take shape for applying these teachings in daily life. Rather than getting caught in this mental activity, you remember the instruction to observe with equanimity. Each thought is just another passing condition, arising according to causes, existing temporarily, then dissolving to make way for the next experience. As your awareness begins to shift towards sleep, the boundary between conscious thought and dreaming grows more permeable. In this liminal space, the day's teachings continue to work within you, rearranging your understanding beyond conscious effort. Your last coherent thought before drifting into sleep is a recognition that everything, absolutely everything, happens for a reason. Not by chance, not by cruel fate, but as part of an intelligent unfolding that invites you to grow in wisdom and compassion with each experience. Sleep comes easily, deeper, and more peaceful than usual. For the first time in longer than you can remember, you're not fighting against reality, but learning to flow with it. Morning arrives with the gentle sound of temple bells and the first light of dawn filtering through paper windows. For a moment upon waking, you're disoriented. The unfamiliar room, the firm sleeping mat, the quality of light different from home. Then memory returns. You're in a mountain monastery, learning ancient wisdom about why everything happens for a reason. You sit up, taking the monk's advice to begin the day mindfully. 3 conscious breaths ground you in the present moment. You set an intention to meet whatever the day brings with openness and awareness, rather than expectation or resistance. A soft knock at your door announces a young monk who silently presents a basin of warm water for washing. The simple courtesy feels deeply considerate after the cool mountain night. You wash your face and hands, giving full attention to these ordinary activities as practice in mindfulness. Outside your quarters, the monastery is already active. Monks move purposefully about their morning duties, sweeping pathways, tending gardens, preparing the morning meal. There's an atmosphere of collective harmony, each person contributing to the whole without apparent ego or conflict. Your teacher from yesterday appears, greeting you with a small bow. "Did you rest well?" he asks. "Very well," you respond, surprised to realize it's true. Despite the strange surroundings and simple accommodations, you feel remarkably rested. Good. The quiet mind sleeps deeply. He observes. Today we will continue exploring why everything happens for a reason, focusing on how this understanding transforms our response to life's more challenging aspects. The morning follows the monastery's established rhythm: meditation, a simple breakfast eaten mindfully, brief periods of work contributing to the community. These activities aren't interruptions to the teaching, but integral parts of it, opportunities to practice presence and mindfulness in ordinary actions. By mid-morning, you join your teacher in the same garden where you began yesterday's exploration. The day is clear and cool, the rising sun warming the stone bench where you sit. Yesterday we discussed how everything arises from causes and conditions. The monk begins. Today, I want to explore how this understanding helps us work with one of life's greatest challenges, suffering. A butterfly passes between you, its delicate wings catching the sunlight. Its brief visitation seems to perfectly illustrate the transient nature of all phenomena. The Buddha's central teaching addressed suffering directly. The monk continues. He didn't promise to eliminate life's difficulties, but he offered a path to transform our relationship with them. This path begins with understanding why suffering occurs. You think about your own experiences of suffering, from minor irritations to profound losses, and the various ways you've tried to escape or overcome them, often without lasting success. Most people respond to suffering in one of three ways, the monk explains. They try to escape it through distraction or denial. They fight against it, creating additional suffering through resistance. Or they resign themselves to it, falling into helplessness or despair. These patterns sound familiar. You've experienced all three at different times. Buddhist wisdom offers a fourth way. He continues. We learn to meet suffering with clear awareness, understanding its causes and conditions, responding with wisdom rather than reaction. A memory surfaces, a painful relationship breakup you experienced years ago. You recall cycling through exactly these responses, trying to numb the pain through distractions, fighting against reality by attempting to win the person back, eventually sinking into temporary despair when these efforts failed. Consider a difficult experience from your own life, the monk suggests, seemingly reading your thoughts again. Notice how suffering arose not just from the situation itself, but from how you related to it. You reflect on that relationship ending. The initial event was painful, certainly, but you can now see how much additional suffering came from your resistance, demanding reality be different than it was, taking the situation personally, as if the universe were punishing you specifically, creating elaborate stories about what the experience meant about your worth or future. When we understand that everything happens for a reason according to causes and conditions, the monk explains, we stop taking difficulties so personally. We recognize that painful situations arise not to punish us, but as the natural unfolding of complex processes, many beyond anyone's conscious control. This perspective offers a curious freedom, not from the pain itself, but from the additional layers of suffering created by resistance, personalization, and elaborate meaning-making. This doesn't mean we become passive or indifferent, the monk clarifies, perhaps noticing a question forming in your mind. Understanding causes and conditions actually empowers us to respond more effectively. Instead of wasting energy fighting against what has already happened, we can focus on creating more skillful conditions moving forward. The sun has risen higher now, its warmth more pronounced on your face and hands. Even this simple sensation demonstrates the teaching. Conditions constantly change, creating new experiences moment by moment. Let me share a story that illustrates this approach to suffering, the monk says, settling more comfortably on the stone bench. It concerns a farmer whose experience demonstrates the wisdom of meeting life's events with equanimity rather than rapid judgment. You prepare to listen, sensing that stories sometimes convey wisdom more effectively than abstract explanations. There once was a farmer who had worked his crops for many years. The monk begins. One day, his horse ran away. Upon hearing the news, his neighbors came to visit. "Such bad luck," they said sympathetically. Maybe, the farmer replied. The next morning, the horse returned, bringing with it 3 other wild horses. How wonderful, the neighbors exclaimed. Maybe, replied the old man. The following day, his son tried to ride one of the untamed horses, was thrown, and broke his leg. The neighbors again came to offer their sympathy on his misfortune. Maybe, answered the farmer. The day after, military officials came to the village to draft young men into the army. Seeing that the son's leg was broken, they passed him by. The neighbors congratulated the farmer on how well things had turned out. Maybe, said the farmer. The monk pauses, letting the story settle into your understanding. What does this simple tale teach us? He asks. You consider the farmer's consistent response to both good and bad events. He doesn't rush to judgment, you observe. He doesn't assume he can immediately know whether something is fortunate or unfortunate. Exactly, the monk nods approvingly. The farmer has the wisdom to see that no event can be fully understood in isolation. What seems like misfortune today may reveal itself as blessing tomorrow. What appears as good luck may lead to unexpected difficulty. This perspective challenges your habitual thinking. How often have you immediately categorized experiences as good or bad without seeing their fuller context or longer-term implications? This is not about becoming passive or fatalistic, the monk clarifies. The farmer still takes appropriate action in each situation, but he does so without the additional burden of emotional reactivity based on limited judgment. A question forms in your mind, but doesn't this approach risk indifference? Shouldn't we celebrate joy and acknowledge sorrow? The monk smiles, appreciating your engagement. Good question. This equanimity isn't about suppressing natural human emotions or becoming coldly detached. It's about not being controlled by emotions that arise from our limited interpretations. He gestures toward the monastery gardens, where other monks continue their morning activities, some working with plants, others sweeping pathways, a few carrying supplies between buildings. Look at my brothers working there, he says. They experience the full range of human emotions, joy in beauty, disappointment in failure, satisfaction in completion. But they work with these emotions rather than being controlled by them, understanding that all experiences arise from causes and conditions and will transform as conditions change. This balanced approach seems both wiser and more sustainable than your usual emotional reactivity, celebrating good events while resisting bad ones, as if your preferences should determine reality. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason, the monk continues, emotional balance develops naturally. We still feel joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain, but we don't amplify suffering through resistance or create future disappointment through attachment. A small bird lands near your feet, pecking at something in the garden soil before flying off again. Its brief visit, neither good nor bad in itself, simply part of the natural unfolding of conditions, provides another perfect illustration of the teaching. So how do we develop this wisdom in daily life, you ask, eager for practical guidance? Through both formal practice and moment-to-moment awareness, the monk answers. Meditation trains the mind to observe without immediately judging or reacting. Daily mindfulness applies this training to ordinary experiences. He picks up a small pebble from the path, turning it over in his palm. When something happens, especially something challenging, pause before reacting. In that pause, ask these questions. What conditions led to this situation? What would happen if I resist this reality? What response would create more positive conditions moving forward? The simplicity of this practice belies its power. Just the habit of pausing before reacting could transform many difficult situations in your life. Also helpful is regularly reflecting on past experiences where initial judgments proved limited, the monk suggests. Times when apparent misfortunes led to unexpected growth, or when seeming successes created unforeseen complications. This builds confidence in the wisdom of suspended judgment. You think about experiences in your own life that seemed devastating when they occurred, but later revealed hidden benefits. Jobs lost that led to better opportunities. Relationships ended that created space for greater growth. Plans failed that redirected you toward more fulfilling paths. Everything truly does happen for a reason, the monk reiterates, unfolding according to innumerable causes and conditions, most beyond anyone's control or complete understanding. When we grasp this truth not just intellectually but experientially, we find freedom from the exhausting cycle of attachment and aversion that creates so much unnecessary suffering. As midday approaches, clouds begin gathering over the distant mountains, suggesting afternoon rain might be coming. Your teacher notices your glance toward the changing sky. Weather forms a perfect example of our teaching, he observes. Countless conditions, temperature, pressure, humidity, wind patterns, interact to create what we experience as a single event, rain. No one controls these conditions, yet they unfold according to natural laws, not random chance. The monastery bell rings, signaling the midday meal. Monks begin moving toward the dining hall, their various morning activities concluding in synchrony. Let's join the others, your teacher suggests. The afternoon meal provides another opportunity to practice mindfulness, to experience directly how everything, even the simple act of eating, happens for specific reasons, according to conditions. As you walk together along stone pathways, the monk continues exploring the practical application of these teachings. Understanding that everything happens for a reason doesn't mean we become passive, he emphasizes. We still act, but with greater wisdom. We work with conditions rather than against them, creating causes likely to lead to beneficial effects. You enter the dining hall where monks are taking their places in the same ordered, mindful manner you observed yesterday. The simple room contains no decorations or distractions, just low tables, cushions, and the necessities for the meal. Before we eat, the monk whispers as you take your place. Observe the entire process that brings this food before us. The sunshine, rain, and soil that nourish the plants. The farmers who tended and harvested them. Those who transported, stored, and prepared these simple ingredients. the monastery economy that procures what we cannot grow ourselves. Following the midday meal, many monks retire for a brief rest during the hottest part of the day. Your teacher suggests using this time for walking meditation in a covered portico that offers shade while allowing air to circulate freely. Walking meditation provides another method for experiencing how everything happens according to conditions, he explains as you begin walking slowly side by side. Pay attention to the complex coordination required for this seemingly simple activity. You bring awareness to the process of walking, the shifting of weight, the lifting of the foot, the movement through space, the placing down. Countless muscles, nerves, and brain functions work together to create what we usually take for granted as the single action of walking. Notice how each step depends on the previous step and creates conditions for the next, the monk instructs. This is how all of life unfolds, each moment arising from previous conditions and simultaneously creating conditions for what follows. The covered walkway circles the main meditation hall, offering glimpses of the courtyard garden through evenly spaced columns. Your walking tempo is much slower than normal, not artificially slow, but paced to allow full awareness of each movement. When walking normally, we rarely notice these complex processes, the monk observes. Similarly, in daily life, we seldom perceive the intricate web of causes and conditions creating each moment. We see results without recognizing their origins. Rain begins falling as predicted, creating a gentle percussion on the tiled roof above. The timing feels perfect, the protection of the covered walkway arranged precisely for this condition. Life functions more harmoniously when we align with rather than fight against conditions. The monk continues as you walk. Like being in this covered walkway during rain, we didn't stop the rain from happening, but wisdom anticipated the condition and created appropriate shelter. You complete several circuits in comfortable silence, the rhythm of walking becoming meditative in itself. The rain intensifies, then gradually eases, demonstrating again how all conditions arise, exist temporarily, then transform. As the rain clears, your teacher guides you to continue the day's exploration. Let's visit the monastery library, he suggests. There's something there that will help deepen our understanding.
Let's go!
Business tech that's bold, fresh, and delicious. Get started at easycater.com.
The library occupies a quiet corner of the monastery complex, a long room with high windows that allow natural light to illuminate ancient texts without the damaging effects of direct sunlight. Shelves line the walls, containing manuscripts, scrolls, and books in various languages, some appearing centuries old. A few monks sit at simple tables, reading or copying texts with careful attention. The atmosphere is one of focused scholarship, yet remains deeply peaceful. Your teacher selects a large, worn volume from a shelf and places it on an empty table where you both sit. The book opens to reveal beautiful calligraphy brushed by hand on handmade paper. Though you cannot read the language, The text is clearly arranged in verses, with occasional illustration faded ink. This contains the Buddha's teaching about dependent origination, the monk explains, carefully turning pages yellowed with age. It expresses in detail why everything happens for a reason, how all phenomena arise, exist, and cease in dependence upon conditions. He finds the passage he's seeking and translates, "When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases." The simplicity of these lines belies their profound implications. This teaching describes reality at all scales. The monk explains. From the formation of galaxies to the arising of a single thought in your mind, nothing comes into being independently. Everything depends on conditions. You consider examples, how a plant depends on seed, soil, water, and sunlight, how a thought depends on prior experiences, current stimuli, and brain function, how a relationship depends on countless interactions and shared circumstances. This understanding transforms how we see ourselves. The monk continues. The separate, independent self we imagine is actually a process unfolding in dependence on countless conditions: physical, psychological, social, environmental. This perspective challenges your habitual sense of being a fixed, independent entity. If you exist as a process rather than a thing, continuously shaped by and shaping conditions, then the boundaries between self and world become much more permeable than usually imagined. When we recognize that we too happen for reasons according to conditions, the monk explains, we hold our identity more lightly. We stop taking experiences so personally. We understand our thoughts, emotions, and reactions as conditioned processes, rather than defining truths. The library's peaceful atmosphere seems to support this contemplation. The quiet rustle of turning pages, the gentle movements of monks absorbed in study, the gradually shifting patterns of light as afternoon progresses. This understanding of dependent origination reveals why everything happens for a reason in the deepest sense. The monk continues. Not because of divine plan or predetermined fate, but because nothing can exist or occur independently of conditions. He carefully closes the ancient text, treating it with obvious reverence. The Buddha wasn't expressing philosophy for its own sake. He taught this to liberate us from suffering, to show us how attachment to what cannot last creates distress, and how understanding these processes creates freedom. Outside the library windows, sunlight has returned after the rain. The moisture-laden air creates a particular quality of luminescence, with raindrops on leaves catching light like countless tiny jewels. Let's return to the garden, your teacher suggests. Nature often demonstrates these teachings more directly than words. In Buddhism, we use the image of Indra's net to illustrate the interconnectedness of all things. The monk explains. Imagine a vast net extending infinitely in all directions. At each intersection of threads hangs a perfect jewel that reflects all other jewels in the net. Each jewel contains the reflection of all other jewels, and each of those reflections contains all other reflections, infinitely. This beautiful metaphor helps you visualize the teaching of interdependence, how everything exists in relationship to everything else, with no truly separate, independent phenomena. This understanding of interconnection is essential to grasping why everything happens for a reason. The monk continues. Your actions affect others. Their actions affect you. Environmental conditions affect social systems. Social systems affect environmental conditions. Nothing exists or happens in isolation. The path leads to a small pond that has overflowed slightly from the rain. Water lilies float on its surface, drops of rain still visible on their perfectly water-repellent leaves. A frog rests partially submerged at the edge, its presence creating tiny ripples that spread across the water. Consider this pond, the monk suggests. It exists because of specific geography creating a depression, rainfall providing water, plant and animal life establishing balance. If any condition changes significantly, drought, pollution, removal of key species, the entire pond ecosystem transforms. He kneels beside the water, inviting you to do the same. Look closely at your reflection, he instructs. You lean forward, seeing your face wavering on the water's surface, distorted by subtle movements and ripples. Just as this reflection exists dependent on water, light, and your position, the monk explains, what you think of as yourself exists dependent on countless conditions: body, memories, relationships, environment, culture, language. Change any significant condition, and your experience of self transforms. This perspective challenges your habitual sense of being a fixed, independent entity. If you exist as a process rather than a thing, continuously shaped by conditions, then perhaps identity is more fluid than usually assumed. When we truly understand dependent origination, the monk continues, we hold our sense of self more lightly. We stop taking experiences so personally. We recognize thoughts, emotions, and reactions as conditioned processes rather than defining truths. A dragonfly lands briefly on a reed extending from the pond, its iridescent wings catching sunlight before it darts away. Its brief visitation seems to illustrate the teaching perfectly, a momentary manifestation of countless conditions coming together, existing briefly, then transforming. This recognition transforms how we relate to suffering, the monk explains. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me, as if suffering were personal punishment, we understand this is happening because conditions support it. This shift creates space for wise response rather than reactive struggle. You consider how differently you might approach difficulties with this perspective. Less personalization, less resistance, more focus on understanding conditions and creating skillful change where possible. The Buddha expressed this wisdom through 4 noble truths. Your teacher explains as you both rise from beside the pond. The first acknowledges suffering exists. The second identifies craving and attachment as its cause. The third asserts that suffering can end when its causes end. The fourth outlines the practical path to this liberation. These truths frame a logical approach to human experience, identifying a problem, suffering, its cause, attachment, the possibility of resolution, cessation, and a method, the Eightfold Path. Let's explore how understanding that everything happens for a reason relates to these truths. the monk suggests as you continue walking through the garden. The path ascends slightly, leading to a viewpoint overlooking both the monastery and the valley beyond. The afternoon sun casts long shadows across the landscape, emphasizing depth and contour. From this vantage point, patterns become visible that couldn't be discerned at ground level. The first noble truth simply acknowledges reality. The monk begins as you both settle on a stone bench. Suffering exists in human life. We experience physical pain, illness, aging, and death. We face psychological distress, fear, loneliness, disappointment, grief. These experiences are universal, part of being human. You reflect on your own encounters with suffering, from minor frustrations to profound losses. The acknowledgement feels honest, neither minimizing life's difficulties nor catastrophizing them. The Buddha didn't teach this to depress us, but to begin from honest recognition. The monk clarifies. Much like a doctor must accurately diagnose an illness before offering treatment, we must squarely face suffering's reality before finding its cessation. A cool breeze passes through the garden, causing leaves to flutter and flowers to sway. Even this simple movement reminds you of the constant change inherent in all conditions. The second noble truth identifies why suffering happens. Your teacher continues. It arises from tanha, usually translated as craving or thirst, our habitual tendency to grasp at pleasant experiences and push away unpleasant ones. This explanation resonates with your experience. How often has suffering intensified not because of what happened, but because of your desperate wish that reality be different than it is? When we don't understand that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, the monk explains, we take events personally. We demand that reality conform to our preferences. We cling to what's pleasant as if it could last forever. We fight against what's unpleasant as if rejection could make it disappear. The view from this height shows the monastery as part of a larger landscape nested within mountains, forests, valleys, and sky. Similarly, your individual life exists within larger systems of cause and effect, stretching far beyond personal preferences. The third noble truth offers hope. The monk continues. When we understand that suffering arises from our relationship to experience, rather than from experience itself, we discover the possibility of liberation. If clinging creates suffering, release creates freedom. This teaching challenges conventional thinking. Most people seek happiness by trying to arrange external conditions perfectly, the right relationship, job, home, or achievements. But if suffering originates from how we relate to conditions rather than the conditions themselves, then freedom might be found through inner transformation rather than external control. The fourth noble truth provides the practical path. Your teacher explains. It outlines how to live from this understanding through right view, intention, speech, action, livelihood, effort, mindfulness, and concentration. These 8 aspects work together, transforming how we perceive and respond to life's events. The comprehensive nature of this path impresses you, addressing understanding, motivation, communication, behavior, work, energy, awareness, and mental cultivation. Not a simplistic solution, but a complete reorientation to existence. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason according to causes and conditions, the monk continues, we naturally develop right view, the foundation of the entire path. We stop taking events personally, blaming others unfairly, or fighting against reality as it unfolds. From your elevated vantage point, you watch clouds move across the valley, their shadows flowing over the landscape like water. The perspective makes it easier to see how all elements interact: sunlight, air currents, moisture, temperature, creating the constantly changing conditions below. Right view naturally leads to right intention, your teacher explains. When we understand how suffering arises from grasping and aversion, we naturally intend to cultivate release, goodwill, and harmlessness. You consider how your own intentions might shift with deepening understanding, less driven by craving for specific outcomes, more oriented toward wisdom and compassion regardless of circumstances. These first two aspects of the path concern wisdom, the monk says. The next three, right speech, right action, and right livelihood, concern ethical conduct. When we understand that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, we recognize how our words, actions, and work create ripples, affecting ourselves and others. Birds soar in the valley below, riding invisible air currents with effortless grace. They neither fight against these conditions, nor try to control them. They simply understand their nature and work with them skillfully. The final three aspects, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, concern mental development. Your teacher continues. They train the mind to see clearly, remain present, and respond wisely rather than react habitually. The sun begins its gradual descent toward the western mountains, the quality of light shifting subtly toward golden afternoon tones. This too reminds you of impermanence, how even the seemingly reliable sun appears to move through the sky, creating constantly changing conditions of light and shadow. This entire path emerges naturally from deeply understanding that everything happens for a reason, the monk summarizes. When we recognize that all phenomena arise, exist, and cease according to conditions, we stop fighting reality and start working skillfully within it. As you sit together absorbing these teachings, a temple bell rings in the distance, its clear tones signaling a transition in the monastery's daily schedule. Your teacher suggests returning to the main buildings for the afternoon meditation session. The teachings we've discussed are valuable intellectually, he explains as you descend the path, but their real power comes through direct experience in meditation practice. Back at the meditation hall, monks gather for the afternoon session. The atmosphere feels different from morning practice, perhaps because of the day's accumulated awareness, or the particular quality of afternoon light filtering through paper windows. You take your place on a cushion, arranging your posture as instructed earlier, back straight but not rigid, hands resting in your lap, gaze softly lowered. The collective presence of practitioners creates a palpable field of concentrated awareness that seems to support your own practice. This afternoon, your teacher explains once all are settled, we'll explore a meditation that directly investigates dependent origination, how phenomena arise from conditions, exist temporarily, then cease as conditions change. He guides the initial settling of attention through breath awareness, allowing the mind to become more stable and clear. After several minutes of this foundational practice, he introduces the investigation. As you sit, notice how sensations arise in your body, he instructs. When you become aware of a particular sensation, perhaps pressure where you contact the cushion, or warmth in your hands, investigate its nature. Does it remain constant or change? What conditions support its appearance? What happens as those conditions shift? You follow these instructions, bringing attention to bodily sensations with genuine curiosity. You notice a slight discomfort in your lower back that wasn't apparent earlier. As you observe without immediate reaction, you discover it's not a static experience, but a complex, changing process. Moments of sharpness, followed by dullness, intensifying then, fading, moving slightly from place to place. Now expand your awareness to include emotions. The monk continues after several minutes. Notice what feelings are present, perhaps peace, restlessness, contentment, impatience. Observe how each emotion arises from specific conditions and changes as conditions change. You discover a subtle anxiety present in your awareness, perhaps concern about correctly practicing these new instructions. As you observe this feeling with curiosity rather than judgment, you notice how it's supported by particular thoughts about doing it right. When attention shifts to simple observation rather than evaluation, the anxiety gradually transforms. Next, notice thoughts themselves, your teacher guides. Watch how they appear in consciousness, exist briefly, then dissolve to make space for new thoughts. Can you observe the conditions that give rise to particular thought patterns? This observation reveals how your thoughts aren't random but arise from specific conditions, external stimuli, bodily sensations, emotional states, previous thoughts, habitual patterns. No thought simply appears from nowhere. Each emerges from a complex web of conditions. Finally, expand awareness to notice consciousness itself, the monk suggests, his voice increasingly subtle as the meditation deepens. This awareness that knows sensations, emotions, and thoughts, observe how it too arises according to conditions. When tired, consciousness takes on certain qualities. When concentrated, it manifests differently. This level of observation feels more challenging, yet somehow more spacious. You begin to recognize how even your awareness itself isn't a fixed entity, but a dynamic process responding to changing conditions, clearer or duller, focused or scattered, expanded or contracted, depending on circumstances. In this investigation, the teacher explains quietly, we directly experience how everything happens for a reason according to conditions. Nothing in our experience exists independently or remains unchanged. Everything flows in the continuous dance of arising and passing away. The meditation continues in silence, each practitioner exploring this territory of direct observation. The collective energy of the hall supports sustained attention, making it easier to maintain awareness without distraction. After what might be 20 minutes, or might be longer, time seems fluid in deep meditation. A small bell rings 3 times, signaling the session's conclusion. The monk offers final guidance as everyone gradually returns to ordinary awareness. Let this understanding of dependent origination infuse your entire experience, he suggests. When pleasant experiences arise, remember they exist because conditions support them and will change when conditions change. When difficult experiences arise, recognize they too depend on specific conditions and aren't permanent realities. You open your eyes slowly, the meditation hall coming back into focus. Afternoon light casts long rectangles through paper windows onto the wooden floor. Other monks shift slightly, some stretching subtly after the period of stillness. Carry this awareness into your evening activities, the monk concludes. Notice how everything you experience, from the taste of food to interactions with others, to your own changing mental states, happens for specific reasons according to conditions. As monks disperse to various evening activities, your teacher invites you to join him for a walk outside the monastery walls. The surrounding forest offers another perspective on our teachings, he explains, as you pass through the main gate. The path descends gently through pine forest, the ground soft with needles that cushion each step. The air smells of resin and earth, rich and vitally alive. Birdsong provides an intermittent soundtrack to your walk, along with the subtle sounds of wind in branches and your own footsteps. Natural environments often make these teachings more accessible, the monk observes. Interconnection and impermanence are plainly visible here for anyone with eyes to see. You notice how different the forest feels from the carefully tended monastery gardens. Here, life expresses itself with less apparent order yet perfect ecological intelligence, dead trees becoming nurse logs for new growth, fungi decomposing fallen branches, insects and birds maintaining balance through their feeding patterns. In Buddhism, we don't see nature as separate from ourselves, your teacher explains as you walk. The same principles that govern these forest processes govern human experience. We too are natural systems responding to conditions. The path crosses a small stream via stepping stones. Recent rain has increased its flow, making the crossing require more careful attention. You focus on each stone as you progress, feeling how your movement adapts to these specific conditions. Every action we take resembles crossing this stream, the monk observes when you reach the other side. We respond to conditions as they are, not as we might wish them to be. The stones are placed as they are, the water flows as it does. Wisdom lies in working skillfully with these realities, rather than demanding they conform to our preferences. Further along, you encounter a fallen tree blocking the path. Rather than being cleared away, the tree has been incorporated into the trail. Steps cut into its trunk create a natural staircase over the obstacle. This demonstrates another aspect of wisdom, your teacher notes as you climb over the tree trunk. When conditions present obstacles, we can respond in different ways. We might fight against reality, demanding the obstacle be removed. We might give up, turning back from our path. Or we might work creatively with conditions as they are, finding a way forward that acknowledges reality while serving our purpose. The forest grows denser as you continue, the canopy filtering afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. These shifting light patterns create an almost hypnotic effect as you walk, emphasizing the constant change inherent in all experience. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason according to conditions, the monk continues, we stop exhausting ourselves fighting against reality. Instead, like these trees growing toward available light, we respond intelligently to conditions as they are. You notice how trees growing in shade have developed different shapes than those in sunnier locations, stretching taller with fewer lower branches to maximize light exposure. Each has adapted perfectly to its specific conditions. Human suffering often comes from our resistance to this natural process, your teacher observes. We demand conditions be different than they are. We refuse to adapt, insisting reality should conform to our fixed ideas. We fight against change rather than flowing with it. The path emerges from dense forest into a small clearing where a flat rock formation creates a natural resting place. Your teacher suggests pausing here before returning to the monastery. The late afternoon sun warms the stone as you sit, creating a pleasant contrast to the cool forest air. Let me share a teaching story that illustrates why everything happens for a reason, the monk says, as you settle comfortably on the sun-warmed rock. It concerns how our limited perspective often prevents us from recognizing the deeper purpose within experiences, especially difficult ones. You prepare to listen, sensing that stories sometimes convey wisdom more effectively than abstract explanations. There once was a young disciple studying with a renowned meditation master. The monk begins. The disciple was sincere, often impatient, wanting to advance quickly toward enlightenment without fully developing the necessary foundations. One day, the master asked the disciple to prepare tea. The young man did so hurriedly, bringing a steaming pot and cups to where the master sat. As he began pouring, the master suddenly struck the disciple's hand, causing him to spill hot tea everywhere. The disciple was shocked and upset. "Master, why did you do that?" he demanded. "Now the tea is wasted, and I nearly burned myself." The master pointed calmly to the cup he had prevented the disciple from filling. Inside was a small scorpion that had fallen in while the cup sat unused. Had the disciple poured the tea, the scorpion would certainly have stung him when he lifted the cup to drink. Sometimes what appears as harm is actually protection, the master explained. Your limited perspective saw only an aggressive act. My wider perspective saw what would happen if I didn't intervene. The monk pauses, letting the story settle into your understanding. This simple tale holds multiple lessons, he continues. First, it demonstrates how limited perspective prevents us from recognizing the true nature of events. What appears harmful from one viewpoint may serve a beneficial purpose from a wider perspective. You think about experiences in your own life initially perceived as setbacks that later revealed unexpected benefits, plans that fell through making way for better opportunities, relationships that ended, creating space for growth, failures that taught essential lessons leading to later success. Second, The story reminds us that we rarely see the full web of causes and conditions affecting any situation, your teacher explains. The disciple couldn't see the scorpion. He lacked information necessary for accurate understanding. Similarly, we often judge situations without seeing their full context. Birds call to each other as evening approaches, preparing to roost for the night. Their communication, incomprehensible to human ears, nonetheless serves perfectly within their own system of meaning, another reminder of how limited any single perspective must be. Finally, the story suggests that apparent setbacks often protect us from harm we cannot perceive, the monk concludes. The paths not taken, the opportunities missed, the relationships ended, these disappointments may actually be sheltering us from greater difficulties or clearing the way for more appropriate circumstances. This perspective offers a profound reframing of life's challenges, not as random misfortunes to be endured, but as meaningful redirections, guiding you toward what truly serves your development. When we understand that everything happens for a reason, your teacher emphasizes, we hold our judgments more lightly. We remain open to the possibility that what seems negative from our limited perspective may serve purposes we cannot yet recognize. The sun dips lower toward mountain peaks, signaling time to return to the monastery before darkness falls. You rise from the warm rock, feeling both physically refreshed by the forest walk and mentally stimulated by these teachings. As we walk back, the monk suggests, practice maintaining awareness of how each step happens for specific reasons, your intention to return, the path's condition, your body's capabilities, the changing light, influencing your pace. Nothing occurs randomly, everything manifests through the meeting of particular conditions. This mindful walking practice helps integrate the intellectual understanding you've been developing with direct physical experience. Each step involves countless factors coming together: muscle contractions, neurological signals, balance adjustments, visual processing, yet action. This same principle applies to all aspects of experience. Your teacher reminds you as you approach the monastery gates. From mundane activities like walking to profound spiritual insights, everything happens for specific reasons according to conditions.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies?
Check, please.
New and existing customers get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States, 2025. All rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
Evening settles over the monastery as you return. Lanterns have been lit along pathways, creating pools of warm light in the gathering darkness. Monks move quietly between buildings, completing final daily tasks before the evening meal and meditation. After dinner, your teacher says, I want to address how understanding that everything happens for a reason transforms our approach to life's greatest challenges, including those that seem meaningless or fundamentally unfair. The evening meal follows the same mindful pattern as previous ones, a simple grace, acknowledging the many contributions that bring food to the table, eating conducted with full awareness, cleaning completed with the same attention as all other activities. Following the meal, While most monks retire to the main hall for evening meditation, your teacher leads you to a small side garden illuminated by stone lanterns. The night air carries a slight chill, and stars begin appearing in the clear mountain sky. The atmosphere feels perfectly aligned for deeper teachings. Throughout human history, the monk begins as you both settle on a stone bench. People have struggled with experiences that seem meaningless or unjust, natural disasters that destroy indiscriminately, children born into suffering, good people facing terrible misfortune, while harmful ones prosper. You think about situations in your own life and in the wider world that have raised similar questions, apparent injustices that challenge any sense of meaningful order. Many religious traditions answer these questions through concepts of divine will or predetermined fate. Your teacher continues. Buddhism offers a different perspective through the understanding that everything happens for a reason according to causes and conditions, many extending far beyond what any individual can perceive. A night bird calls from somewhere in the darkness, its voice clear and melancholy against the background of crickets and distant water. When facing profound suffering or injustice, the monk explains, Buddhist wisdom doesn't ask us to accept simplistic explanations like everything happens for the best or it's all part of a plan. Rather, it invites us to recognize the vast complexity of conditions creating each situation. This perspective neither minimizes suffering nor requires belief in cosmic justice. It simply acknowledges reality's immense complexity and our limited ability to comprehend it fully. Natural disasters happen because of geological, meteorological, and environmental conditions. Your teacher illustrates. Children experience suffering because of social, economic, political, and historical conditions. Good people face misfortune, and harmful ones prosper because the web of karma extends across lifetimes and involves collective as well as individual actions. Stars continue appearing overhead as darkness deepens, their ancient light reaching you after traveling years or centuries through space, a perfect metaphor for how causes create effects across vast distances of both space and time. Understanding that everything happens for a reason according to conditions doesn't explain away suffering or make it disappear, the monk emphasizes. But it helps us respond more skillfully by focusing attention on conditions we can affect, rather than wasting energy fighting against what cannot be changed. You consider how differently you might approach challenges with this perspective, less entangled in questions of why me, or demands for cosmic fairness, more engaged with understanding and addressing conditions within your influence. This understanding also cultivates compassion. Your teacher continues. When we recognize that all beings are responding to conditions, many beyond their conscious control, we hold less blame and judgment. The person acting harmfully does so because of specific causes and conditions, shaping their understanding and choices. This doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior, but recognizing its conditioned nature, how factors like childhood experiences, cultural programming, neurological patterns, and environmental pressures shape actions that appear as free choices. Most importantly, the monk emphasizes, this understanding empowers us to create different conditions moving forward. While we cannot change what has already occurred, we can establish causes likely to produce more beneficial effects themselves and others. The stone lanterns cast gentle light that doesn't extend far into the surrounding darkness, like human understanding illuminating a small circle of the vast unknown. Yet this limited light provides enough to navigate the immediate environment safely. When facing life's greatest challenges, your teacher concludes, remember that understanding why everything happens for a reason isn't about passive acceptance but wise discernment. It helps us distinguish what can be changed from what must be accepted, then respond with both compassion for what is and commitment to creating more beneficial conditions for what will be. As evening deepens around the monastery, the main bell rings, signaling the final meditation session of the day. Monks gather in the hall, where candles create islands of soft light in the darkness. The atmosphere feels both peaceful and charged with collective intention. For tonight's practice, your teacher explains as you take your place on a cushion, we'll explore how understanding that everything happens for a reason transforms our relationship with difficult emotions. The hall settles into silence as practitioners arrange themselves in meditation posture. Only the occasional sounds of shifting bodies and distant night creatures interrupt the profound quiet. Begin by settling awareness in the present moment. The monk instructs, his voice gentler than during daytime teachings. Notice your breath, your body sensations, the points of contact with the floor and cushion. Allow yourself to be fully here now. You follow these instructions, feeling how different evening meditation feels from morning or afternoon sessions. The body carries the day's accumulated experiences. The mind holds impressions and understandings from hours of practice and teaching. Now, bring to mind a moderately difficult situation from your life. Your teacher continues after several minutes of settling. Nothing overwhelming, but something that creates noticeable emotional reactivity, perhaps a misunderstanding with someone, a minor setback, or an ongoing challenge. You recall a recent work situation involving criticism that felt unfair at the time. Even remembering it now creates a subtle tightening in your chest and shoulders. Notice what emotions arise as you recall this situation. The monk guides. Don't suppress or analyze them. Simply observe with kind awareness. What feelings are present? Where do you experience them in your body? You discover a complex mixture: defensiveness, embarrassment, residual anger, manifesting as tension in your shoulders, a slight flush in your face, a knot in your stomach. These physical manifestations make the emotions tangibly real rather than abstract concepts. Now investigate the conditions supporting these emotions. Your teacher instructs. What thoughts accompany these feelings? What beliefs underlie your reaction? What past experiences might influence your present response? This investigation reveals how your emotional reaction depends on specific conditions, thoughts about being misunderstood, beliefs about fairness, previous experiences where criticism led to negative consequences. The emotion isn't a solid thing, but a process arising from these supporting conditions. Notice how understanding the conditioned nature of emotions creates space around them, the monk suggests. They're no longer solid, permanent realities, but temporary phenomena arising when certain conditions come together. This shift in perspective creates a subtle but significant change in your experience. The emotions themselves don't disappear, but they become less overwhelming, less defining, more like weather passing through the sky of awareness than absolute truths about reality. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason according to conditions, your teacher continues, his voice barely above a whisper in the quiet hall, we hold our emotions more lightly. We recognize that anger, fear, jealousy, and grief arise not because we're flawed or because reality is wrong, but because specific conditions support these states. Candles flicker as a slight breeze finds its way into the hall, creating dancing shadows on walls and ceiling. Like emotions, these shadows are real experiences but not solid realities, dependent on specific conditions of flame, air movement, and surfaces for their momentary existence. This understanding doesn't mean suppressing emotions or becoming coldly analytical about them, the monk clarifies. Rather, it allows us to experience feelings fully while recognizing their conditioned, impermanent nature. We neither repress nor indulge. We acknowledge with wisdom. You continue observing the emotional landscape arising from your recalled situation, noticing how awareness itself gradually changes the experience. The physical sensations begin shifting, tension softening, heat dissipating, constriction opening, not because you force change, but because sustained, non-reactive awareness itself creates new conditions. As our meditation concludes, your teacher says after several more minutes of silent practice, recognize that this same approach can be applied to all experiences, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Everything we encounter, external or internal, happens for reasons according to conditions and changes as conditions change. 3 strikes of a small bell signal the session's end. The hall remains quiet as practitioners gradually shift from formal meditation to ordinary awareness. There's a palpable sense of collective settledness, as if the shared practice has harmonized the group's energy, despite each person following their own inner journey. Carry this understanding into your sleep tonight, the monk suggests as monks begin quietly leaving the hall. Notice how even dreams happen for reasons according to conditions and offer teaching if approached with awareness. The evening rain continues gently as your teacher leads you toward the monastery's main hall for the final meditation session of your stay. Lanterns illuminate the pathways, their light reflected in puddles and wet surfaces, creating a dreamlike atmosphere of doubled illumination. Tonight's practice will help integrate all we've explored about why everything happens for a reason, the monk explains, as you walk together. We'll investigate how to carry this understanding beyond monastery walls into daily existence. Other monks gather for evening meditation, their movements unhurried yet purposeful. Despite the rain, there's no sense of inconvenience or complaint, just appropriate adjustments to current conditions. Watching this community navigate changing circumstances with such natural grace provides a living demonstration of the teachings you've been receiving. Inside the meditation hall, candles create islands of warm light in the darkness. The atmosphere feels both peaceful and charged with collective intention. You take your place on a cushion, arranging your posture with growing familiarity, back straight but not rigid, hands resting in your lap, gaze softly lowered. Begin by settling awareness in the present moment. Your teacher instructs once all are seated. Notice your breath, your body sensations, the points of contact with the floor and cushion. Allow yourself to be fully here now. You follow these instructions, noticing how different this feels from your initial meditation attempts. There's less struggle to concentrate, more natural presence with experience as it unfolds. Even wandering thoughts become opportunities for practice, rather than obstacles to it. As your awareness stabilizes, the monk continues after several minutes. Reflect on the central teaching we've explored. Everything happens for a reason, according to causes and conditions. Nothing arises independently, nothing exists separately, nothing occurs randomly. This understanding has gradually settled from intellectual concept to experiential reality through your time at the monastery. You've observed its truth in nature, in human interactions, in your own body and mind, everything manifesting through specific conditions coming together. Now, contemplate how you might integrate this understanding into your daily life beyond the monastery, your teacher suggests. Not as philosophy or belief, but as lived wisdom illuminating each experience. This brings your attention to practical application. How might this teaching transform your relationship with work challenges, difficult relationships, personal habits, unexpected circumstances, all the complex conditions comprising ordinary existence? First, consider how understanding dependent origination affects how you perceive problems. The monk guides. When difficulties arise, rather than seeing them as random obstacles or personal punishments, you might investigate what conditions created them and what conditions might transform them. You imagine applying this approach to challenges awaiting your return, seeing them not as solid, independent entities, but as processes arising from specific conditions, many of which might be addressable through wise action. Next, contemplate how this understanding transforms your relationship with other people. Your teacher continues. When someone acts in ways that create difficulty, rather than judging them based on isolated behavior, you might recognize their actions as arising from their own complex conditioning, just as yours arise from yours. This perspective doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but creates space for seeing people more completely, understanding rather than merely reacting to their actions. Such understanding naturally cultivates compassion rather than judgment. Also consider how recognizing that everything happens for a reason affects your relationship with your own thoughts and emotions, the monk suggests. When difficult states arise, rather than identifying with them as me or mine, you might observe them as conditioned processes arising when specific factors come together. This approach offers liberation from being controlled by mental and emotional states, not by suppressing them, but by understanding their conditioned nature and therefore holding them more lightly. Finally, contemplate how this understanding transforms your approach to creating positive change. Your teacher instructs. Rather than forcing outcomes through rigid will or abandoning responsibility through passivity, you might work skillfully with conditions as they are, while introducing beneficial new conditions. This balanced middle way avoids both controlling struggle and resigned acceptance, offering instead intelligent cooperation with reality's fluid processes. As the meditation continues in silence, you explore these applications, imagining how different life might be when viewed through this lens of understanding. Not that external circumstances would magically transform, but your relationship with those circumstances might change profoundly. After what might be 20 minutes, or might be longer, time seems fluid in deep meditation. A small bell rings 3 times, signaling the session's conclusion. Your teacher offers final guidance as the hall gradually returns to ordinary activity. As you prepare to leave tomorrow, he says, remember that this understanding is always available to you, regardless of external circumstances. Everything happening for a reason according to conditions isn't something you believe or don't believe. It's simply how reality functions, whether recognized or not. This reminder feels significant. The teaching isn't an optional philosophy, but a description of how existence actually operates. Your recognition or non-recognition doesn't change reality, but it profoundly affects how you experience and navigate that reality. Carry this wisdom with you like an internal compass, the monk suggests as the meditation hall slowly empties. Let it guide your responses to whatever conditions you encounter. Following evening meditation, most monks retire to their quarters, but your teacher invites you for a final conversation beneath the monastery's covered walkway. The rain has stopped, leaving the night air fresh and clear. Stars begin appearing between scattered clouds, their ancient light reaching you after traveling vast distances through space. Before you rest tonight, the monk says, as you settle on a simple wooden bench, I want to address some common misunderstandings about what it means that everything happens for a reason. This will help you maintain clear understanding as you return to daily life. You welcome this clarification, aware that subtle misinterpretations might significantly alter how you apply these teachings. First, your teacher begins, understanding that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, doesn't mean adopting fatalism or resignation. Recognizing how conditions create current reality empowers us to establish different conditions, creating different future realities. This corrects the potential misunderstanding that accepting reality's conditioned nature might lead to passive acceptance of harmful or unbeneficial circumstances. Second, the monk continues, this understanding doesn't suggest that suffering happens for the best or serves some predetermined plan. It simply recognizes that all phenomena arise from specific causes and conditions rather than random chance or divine intervention. This clarification addresses the common confusion between Buddhist dependent origination and certain religious notions of fate or divine purpose. Third, your teacher emphasizes recognizing that others' actions arise from their conditioning doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior or abandoning appropriate boundaries. Understanding causes doesn't preclude wise response, including protecting yourself and others from harm. This addresses the misconception that compassion based on understanding others' conditioning might lead to unhealthy acceptance of mistreatment. Fourth, the monk continues, understanding karma, how actions create consequences, doesn't mean blaming victims for their suffering. Most conditions creating any situation extend far beyond individual choice, involving collective, historical, environmental, and countless other factors beyond personal control. This corrects a particularly harmful misinterpretation that sometimes leads people to dismiss others' suffering as deserved or self-created. Finally, your teacher concludes, this teaching doesn't ask you to stop having preferences or desires for positive change. It simply suggests holding these preferences with wisdom rather than rigid demand, recognizing the difference between wanting reality to be different and refusing to accept it as it currently is. Night air feels increasingly cool against your skin, another simple reminder of how all experience depends on specific conditions, in this case temperature, moisture, and physical sensation. As you integrate these teachings, the monk advises, be patient with yourself, understanding that everything happens for a reason according to conditions is simple in concept, but profound in application. It takes time and practice for this wisdom to permeate all aspects of experience. Stars continue appearing as clouds disperse, revealing more of the vast cosmic expanse above the monastery. The scale of space visible on this clear mountain night offers another perspective on dependent origination, how even celestial bodies and cosmic processes arise, exist, and cease according to specific conditions. Remember that the purpose of understanding why everything happens for a reason isn't to reach perfect comprehension of all conditions. Your teacher emphasizes that would be impossible given reality's immense complexity. The purpose is practical, to reduce suffering and increase wisdom in how you relate to life as it unfolds. This reminder feels liberating. You don't need to understand every causal factor in every situation. You simply need enough clarity to respond more skillfully and suffer less unnecessarily. Tomorrow as you leave, the monk says, carry 3 questions that can help maintain this understanding in daily life. What conditions led to this situation? What would happen if I resist this reality? What response would create more positive conditions moving forward? These practical questions distill the teaching's essence into an applicable form, a compass for navigating complex situations with greater wisdom. Now rest well, your teacher concludes, with a gentle bow. Tomorrow brings the opportunity to practice these teachings in new conditions. Remember that everything, even sleep, even dreams, happens according to specific causes and conditions, and offers wisdom if approached with awareness. As you return to your simple quarters for your final night at the monastery, the cumulative effect of these teachings continues working within you. The room feels different somehow, not physically changed, but perceived differently through your evolving understanding. The single candle, the sleeping mat, the small table, the cup of tea someone has thoughtfully prepared, each exists through countless conditions coming together. Their apparent solidity dissolves somewhat when perceived as processes rather than fixed objects. You prepare for sleep, reflecting on the extraordinary amount of wisdom shared during your brief stay. The teachings on dependent origination, how everything happens for specific reasons according to conditions, feel simultaneously vast in implications and immediately practical in application. Sleep approaches gradually, your awareness moving between alert contemplation and dreamy pre-sleep states. In this liminal space, the monastery's teachings continue processing themselves, integrating at levels beyond conscious thought. Your final coherent reflection before drifting into sleep centers on gratitude for the monks who've preserved these teachings across centuries, for your teacher's skillful guidance, for the fortunate conditions that brought you to this place of learning. This gratitude itself arises from specific conditions: exposure to wisdom, recognition of its value, the human capacity for appreciation. Sleep comes easily, deeper, and more peaceful than usual. For the first time in years, you're not fighting against reality, but learning to flow with it. Morning arrives with the first light of dawn and the gentle sound of monastery bells. You wake feeling simultaneously rested and somehow transformed, not dramatically different, but subtly shifted in perspective. Today you'll return to ordinary life beyond monastery walls, carrying these teachings into different conditions. You begin with 3 conscious breaths, establishing awareness before rising. Simple morning activities, washing, dressing, arranging your few belongings, become opportunities to practice presence rather than automatic functions to complete without attention. Outside your quarters, the monastery moves through its morning rhythm. Everything appears fresh after yesterday's rain, colors more vibrant, air more clear, surfaces glistening with remaining moisture. Yet you recognize these too as impermanent conditions that will change as sunlight intensifies and water evaporates. Your teacher finds you after breakfast, suggesting a final walk before your departure. Let's visit the viewpoint overlooking the valley, he proposes. It offers a fitting perspective for our concluding conversation. The path ascending to the viewpoint feels familiar now, your body remembering its contours from previous climbs. Yet subtle changes have occurred since your last visit. New puddles from yesterday's rain, different birds calling from surrounding trees, altered quality of morning light. Nothing remains exactly the same, even in this seemingly timeless place. Reaching the viewpoint, you discover a spectacular morning vista. Valley mist is beginning to burn off as sunlight strengthens, revealing the landscape below in stages rather than all at once. Mountains beyond remain partially obscured by lingering clouds, creating a scene of depth and mystery. This changing view perfectly illustrates our teaching. Your teacher observes as you both settle on the stone bench. What you see depends entirely on specific conditions, time of day, recent weather, your physical position, atmospheric clarity. Change any condition, and your perception transforms accordingly. The valley continues revealing itself as mist disperses. Villages, fields, rivers, and forests gradually emerge from obscurity into visibility. This natural unfolding seems to mirror your own experience during these days of learning, wisdom gradually clarifying what was previously obscured. As you return to your daily life, the monk continues, you'll face conditions very different from what you've experienced here. Some may support continued practice, others may challenge it. This is natural and to be expected. This acknowledgement feels important, realistic recognition that the supportive monastery environment differs significantly from ordinary Remember that challenging conditions don't prevent practice, but actually constitute its most important field. Your teacher emphasizes. Anyone can maintain awareness in a quiet monastery. The true test comes amid difficulty, distraction, and competing demands. This perspective transforms potential obstacles into opportunities, seeing difficult conditions not as barriers to practice, but as its essential material. When you feel overwhelmed by life's complexity, the monk advises, return to simple awareness of breathing. This immediate experience is always available, regardless of external circumstances. From this foundation, you can expand to include wider awareness of how everything happens for a reason according to conditions. The practical simplicity of this guidance feels like a lifeline. When confused by complexity, return to immediacy. When lost in abstractions, ground in direct experience. Also, remember that you don't need to perfectly maintain this understanding at all times, your teacher adds with a gentle smile. That expectation itself creates suffering through unrealistic demands. When you forget and become caught in reactivity, as all practitioners sometimes do, simply recognize what's happening and return to awareness without self-judgment. This permission for imperfect practice feels liberating, removing the additional burden of expecting flawless implementation. The path includes moments of forgetfulness, naturally followed by remembering. Finally, the monk says, consider finding others who share interest in these teachings. Community support makes integration much easier than practicing in isolation. Even connecting with fellow practitioners occasionally can significantly sustain your understanding during challenging periods. Birds soar in the valley below, riding morning thermals with effortless grace. They neither fight against these invisible air currents, nor try to control them. They simply understand their nature and work with them skillfully. Their flight embodies the very wisdom you've been exploring, fluid cooperation with conditions rather than struggle against them. Before we return to prepare for your departure, your teacher says, do you have any final questions about these teachings? You consider carefully, wanting to use this opportunity wisely. How will I know if I'm truly understanding that everything happens for a reason versus just intellectually grasping the concept? The monk nods appreciatively. Excellent question. There are several signs of deepening understanding. You'll notice less reactivity to difficult circumstances, fewer automatic patterns of blame, resentment, or prolonged distress. You'll experience greater equanimity amid changing conditions, less desperate grasping at pleasant experiences, or frantic avoidance of unpleasant ones. You'll find increasing creativity in responding to challenges, seeing more options beyond fight, flight, or freeze. Most importantly, you'll suffer less unnecessarily, still experiencing life's natural pains, but without the additional layers of resistance, personalization, and elaborate meaning-making that intensify distress. His answer provides practical benchmarks for assessing your progress without creating additional expectations to struggle toward. The signs emerge naturally from deepening understanding rather than requiring forced effort. One more question, you venture. What if I find myself in circumstances where applying these teachings feels impossible? When conditions seem overwhelmingly difficult? Another excellent question, your teacher responds. In particularly challenging times, simplify your practice. Don't expect complete equanimity or perfect understanding. Instead, maintain minimal awareness, just noticing without judgment that conditions are currently difficult and your capacity is temporarily limited. This simple recognition itself represents the teaching in action, seeing clearly how everything, including your current inability to practice more extensively, happens for reasons according to conditions. This guidance feels particularly valuable, offering a foundation that remains accessible even during life's most challenging periods, rather than creating ideals attainable only under optimal circumstances. It's time to descend, the monk says, rising from the bench. Your journey back begins soon. As you follow the path downward, the monastery comes into view below, its buildings, gardens, and pathways forming an integrated whole within the mountain landscape. From this perspective, you can see how perfectly the community has adapted to natural conditions, using the mountain's contours rather than fighting against them, capturing water's natural flow rather than forcing artificial systems, orienting structures to maximize natural light and minimize exposure to harsh elements. The monastery itself embodies our teaching. Your teacher observes, noting your gaze. Over centuries, practitioners have created this place by working with, rather than against, conditions. The result is harmony rather than perpetual struggle. Upon returning, you gather your few belongings and prepare for departure. Other monks appear to offer simple farewells, some with gentle nods, others with quiet words of encouragement. Though your stay has been brief, you feel a genuine connection with this community, united by shared practice rather than conventional social ties. Your teacher accompanies you to the monastery gate, where the path begins its descent toward the valley. The morning has fully blossomed now, sunlight illuminating the landscape, birds actively singing, gentle breezes carrying the scent of pine and distant flowering plants. As you return to your world, the monk says at the threshold, remember that these teachings aren't separate from ordinary life, but reveal its true nature. Everything you encounter, from mundane tasks to profound challenges, happens for specific reasons, according to conditions, and offers opportunities for deepening wisdom. He places something in your hand, a simple bracelet made of wooden beads, similar to those many monks wear around their wrists. This can serve as a reminder when needed. Whenever you notice it, take one conscious breath and recall that everything in that moment, including your awareness itself, happens for reasons according to conditions. The simple gift feels perfectly appropriate, not elaborate or precious in conventional terms, but meaningful as a practical aid for continued practice. Thank you for these teachings, you say, feeling both gratitude and a certain sadness at departure. They've changed how I see everything. The teachings were already present in reality. The monk responds with a gentle smile. We've simply pointed to what was always there but perhaps not recognized. The true teacher is your own direct experience when approached with awareness. With a final bow, he releases you to continue your journey. As you begin descending the mountain path, you glance back once to see him still standing at the gate, a serene presence amid the monastery's timeless activity. The path down the mountain offers its own opportunities for practice. Each step requires attention to current conditions, steepness, loose stones, muddy sections from yesterday's rain. Your body naturally adjusts its movement according to these changing circumstances, demonstrating at the physical level exactly what you've been learning at the conceptual level. You notice how this descent differs from your ascent days earlier. Then, your mind was filled with expectations, questions, perhaps anxiety about what you would find. Now, though still anticipating return to ordinary life, your awareness remains more grounded in present experience, the sensation of each step, the changing perspective as you descend, the sounds and scents of the mountain environment. About halfway down, you pause to rest beside a small stream. Water flows with perfect responsiveness to conditions, moving faster where the slope steepens, forming pools where depressions exist, creating ripples when encountering rocks, remaining smooth where the stream is even. No resistance, no complaint, no struggle against circumstances, just natural adaptation to what is. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. You remind yourself, watching water droplets catch sunlight as they splash over stones. This simple fact, recognized or not, governs all existence, from cosmic processes to subatomic interactions, from social systems to individual thoughts arising in consciousness. Continuing downward, you begin noticing signs of human habitation, terraced fields in the distance, occasional glimpses of valley roads, the sound of a vehicle somewhere below. The contrast between monastery simplicity and ordinary complexity grows more apparent with each step towards civilization. Yet, rather than creating anxiety, this transition feels more like an opportunity to apply what you've learned in different circumstances. The monastery provided optimal conditions for recognizing these teachings, but their true value emerges in navigating everyday complexities with greater wisdom and less unnecessary suffering. By midday, you reach the small village where your journey began, and will now conclude with transportation back to your regular life. The settlement appears simultaneously familiar and somehow different, physically unchanged yet perceived through your evolved understanding. While waiting for your transportation, you sit at a small tea shop overlooking the village square. Ordinary life unfolds before you, merchants selling goods, children playing, elders conversing on benches, workers delivering supplies. Every action, every interaction happens for specific reasons according to conditions, though most participants remain unaware of this underlying reality. You don't view this lack of awareness with judgment, but with compassion, recognizing that your own understanding remains partial and continues developing through practice. The Buddha's teachings describe reality whether acknowledged or not, just as gravity operates regardless of our understanding of physics. Sipping tea, you notice its complex flavor profile: bitter, sweet, astringent, earthy notes combining into a single experience, dependent on countless conditions from soil composition to water temperature. Even this simple pleasure demonstrates dependent origination when approached with mindfulness. Your transportation arrives, marking the final transition from retreat back to regular existence. As you board, you silently reaffirm your intention to carry these teachings forward, not as abstract philosophy, but as lived wisdom illuminating each experience. The vehicle begins moving, monastery mountains gradually receding in the distance. Yet something intangible remains with you, not just memories or concepts, but a fundamental shift in how you perceive reality. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. This understanding, once glimpsed, transforms how you relate to all aspects of existence. As your journey continues, villages and fields gradually transition to busier roads and eventually urban environments. The contrast between monastery simplicity and modern complexity grows increasingly apparent. Traffic, advertisements, people rushing through complicated lives, technological distractions everywhere. Yet rather than feeling overwhelmed by this transition, you find yourself observing with new awareness. Each element of this complex environment exists for specific reasons according to conditions, the traffic patterns emerging from collective transportation needs, advertisements reflecting economic systems and psychological conditioning, people's hurried movements, cultural programming about productivity and time. You notice judgments arising, thoughts about unnecessary complexity or misplaced priorities, but instead of identifying with these judgments, you observe them as additional conditioned phenomena arising from your recent monastery experience, contrasting with current surroundings. This awareness itself demonstrates the teaching in action. Your transportation continues toward your final destination, passing through landscapes shaped by human activity. Even ecological damage, visible in certain areas, reflects dependent origination, harmful conditions created through specific causes, including ignorance, greed, and complex economic pressures. Recognition brings sadness, but also clarity about how different conditions might create more beneficial outcomes. As familiar surroundings appear, signaling imminent return to your regular life, you mentally review key teachings to carry forward. Everything, absolutely everything, happens for specific reasons according to conditions. Suffering arises primarily from resistance to reality as it is, not from circumstances themselves. Understanding dependent origination creates freedom to work skillfully with conditions rather than struggle against them. This understanding naturally cultivates compassion by recognizing how all beings' actions arise from their conditioning. The path involves both accepting what cannot be changed and creating beneficial conditions for what can be transformed. Your transportation arrives at your destination. Stepping back into familiar territory, your home, your neighborhood, you notice how differently you perceive these once ordinary surroundings. Not dramatically altered, but viewed with fresher awareness of how each element exists through specific conditions, rather than independent inherent existence. Returning to your living space, you're struck by how objects previously taken for granted as fixed entities now appear more clearly as processes, each possession representing countless conditions coming together temporarily, from raw materials to manufacturing, from economic systems to personal preferences that brought them into your sphere. You place the simple wooden bracelet from the monastery on a small shelf where you'll see it daily, a physical reminder of intangible wisdom. Then, You take 3 conscious breaths, acknowledging this transition back to ordinary life while carrying extraordinary understanding. This return doesn't represent an ending, but a beginning, the start of integrating these teachings into daily existence. The real practice happens not in perfect monastery conditions, but amid life's complex, messy, constantly changing circumstances. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. This understanding, once glimpsed, remains available in each moment, a compass for navigating life with greater wisdom, less unnecessary suffering, and more compassionate presence. Three months have passed since your monastery stay. Ordinary life has resumed its rhythm, yet subtle shifts in perspective persist, moments of clarity amid routine activities, instances of equanimity during challenges, expanding capacity to see situations through the lens of dependent origination. You're washing dishes one evening, when awareness suddenly sharpens. The simple activity, warm water, soap, repetitive movement, becomes extraordinarily vivid. You notice how each element exists through specific conditions, water heated by systems depending on infrastructure and energy sources, dishes dirtied through eating food itself, dependent on countless agricultural and distribution factors, your very presence at the sink resulting from myriad decisions and circumstances stretching back through time. This ordinary moment transforms into direct experience of the teaching. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. Not intellectual understanding, but immediate recognition, penetrating every aspect of sensory experience. The wooden bracelet from the monastery rests on your wrist, though in this moment you don't need its reminder. Later that week, an unexpected difficulty arises at work. A project fails despite careful planning, creating potential professional consequences. Initial reactions appear automatically: frustration, worry, self-criticism, blame. Yet alongside these responses, new awareness emerges, recalling your teacher's guidance. What conditions led to this situation? You investigate with curiosity rather than judgment, recognizing factors beyond anyone's complete control or foresight. What would happen if you resist this reality? You notice how fighting against what has already occurred creates additional suffering beyond the natural disappointment of unmet expectations. What response would create more positive conditions moving forward? Rather than dwelling in reactivity, you focus attention on skillful next steps, given current circumstances. This approach doesn't magically solve the problem, but transforms your relationship with it, creating space for wise response rather than mere reaction, recognizing the situation's conditioned nature rather than taking it personally as failure or punishment. Walking in a local park the following weekend, you observe nature's perfect demonstration of the teaching. Trees grow according to available light, soil, and moisture. Birds build nests using materials at hand. Weather patterns form through complex atmospheric conditions. Nothing happens randomly. Nothing exists independently. Everything manifests through causes and conditions working together. You recall your monastery teacher explaining how enlightenment isn't some distant, exotic state, but clear recognition of reality as it actually is, free from the distortions of ignorance, attachment, and aversion. These moments of clear seeing, however brief, offer glimpses of that realization. Sitting on a park bench, you close your eyes briefly, establishing awareness of breathing, the simple practice recommended for reconnecting with immediate experience when overwhelmed by complexity. 3 conscious breaths center attention in present reality rather than conceptual thinking about reality. Opening your eyes, the world appears simultaneously ordinary and extraordinary, familiar physical forms, recognized as temporary manifestations of ongoing processes, solid seeming objects, understood as events unfolding according to conditions. This perception brings unexpected ease, less need to control, judge, or fix what arises when its conditioned nature is clearly seen. That evening, while preparing for sleep, you reflect on how understanding that everything happens for a reason continues integrating into daily experience. Progress doesn't follow a straight line. Some days bring clear insight, others revert to habitual reactivity. Yet even forgetting becomes opportunity for practice when recognized with compassion rather than self-criticism. As sleep approaches, you remember the monastery and feel gratitude for teachings that continue revealing their wisdom through direct application. The understanding that everything happens for specific reasons, according to conditions, isn't abstract philosophy, but practical guidance for navigating existence with greater wisdom and less unnecessary suffering. Sleep comes easily, your breath gradually slowing. Even this transition from wakefulness to sleep happens according to specific conditions: physical fatigue, quieting sensory input, slowing thought patterns, appropriate environment. Nothing random, nothing separate, everything unfolding in perfect accordance with causes and conditions. As we conclude this immersive exploration of Buddhist wisdom, consider how these teachings might illuminate your own experience. The understanding that everything happens for a reason according to conditions doesn't require belief or faith, only careful observation of life as it actually unfolds moment by moment. This wisdom tradition offers not escape from reality, but clearer engagement with it, recognizing how suffering arises from resistance to what is, how freedom emerges from working skillfully with conditions rather than fighting against them, how compassion naturally develops when we understand the conditioned nature of all behavior, including our own. Whether you're listening to these teachings while falling asleep or during quieter waking hours, allow this understanding to permeate your awareness. Notice how everything happening right now, external sounds, bodily sensations, arising thoughts, emotional tones, exists through specific conditions coming together in this unrepeatable moment. The path isn't about achieving some perfect future state, but recognizing what's already true about existence. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. This simple fact, when deeply understood, transforms how we meet each experience with less resistance, more wisdom, greater compassion, and the profound peace that comes from aligning with, rather than fighting against reality. May these teachings serve your journey toward greater understanding and freedom from unnecessary suffering. May you recognize that everything, absolutely everything, happens for specific reasons, according to conditions, And may this recognition bring increasing wisdom to how you navigate this precious human life. Rest now in this understanding, letting it continue working within you, even as conscious awareness transitions towards sleep. Everything happens for a reason. Everything serves your awakening when met with awareness. Everything offers wisdom when approached with clear seeing. Sleep well, resting in the natural unfolding of conditions. Your consciousness and body follow ancient rhythms of rest and renewal, participating in the vast interdependent web of existence. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. This understanding remains available whether awake or asleep, offering its transformative wisdom to all aspects of your experience. You know that feeling when life gets quiet for a moment, and suddenly you wonder, what am I actually doing here? Maybe it happens when you're driving alone, or washing dishes, or lying in bed before sleep comes. That gentle question just appears, why am I here? If you're listening to this right now, you've felt this. That quiet wondering about your place in all of this. It's not worry or anxiety. It's deeper than that. More like curiosity about the whole mystery of being alive. Here's something beautiful that happened in ancient China. Some very wise people noticed something simple about this question. They saw that whatever part of you is wondering, that quiet, aware part, is actually completely at peace. Right now, something in you is listening to these words. Something is noticing your thoughts. Something is just quietly here. And that something has never been lost, never been confused, never needed fixing. For the next few hours, we're going to explore the gentlest discovery you can make. Not by thinking harder about life, but by noticing what's already perfectly okay, right here, right now. You've been looking for peace, but the part of you that's looking is already peaceful. Let me show you what I mean. Here's something interesting that happens to almost everyone. You're going about your day, and suddenly you think, who am I really? Not your name or your job, but who you actually are underneath all that. Most of us start looking for ourselves in all the usual places. We check our memories. We think about our personality. We consider our hopes and dreams. We might even look deeper into our thoughts, our feelings, our beliefs. But here's what's strange. The more you look, the more confusing it gets. You might sit quietly, searching inside for who you really are. You keep looking and looking. And the strangest thing happens. You can't find anyone home. At first, this might scare you. Where is the person you thought you were? But then, something beautiful might dawn on you. That spacious, quiet awareness that's looking give, that's more you than anything you could ever find. This is what Zen teachers have been pointing to for centuries. When you really look for yourself, you don't find a thing. You find the space in which all things appear. think about it right now. Close your eyes if you can, or just look softly ahead. Now try to find the one who's listening to these words. Not your body, that's what you can see and feel. Not your thoughts, those are what you can hear in your mind. But the actual you, the one who's aware of all this. Can you find that one? Or do you just find a kind of open, aware presence? Maybe you've experienced this too, spending time looking for yourself and thinking you'd find some core identity, some essential you. Instead, you find this incredible spaciousness. It's like looking for the owner of a house and discovering the house is empty, but somehow that emptiness is more alive than any person could be. This isn't a philosophical idea. It's something you can discover right now. That aware presence that's reading these words, try to grab hold of it. Try to locate it. Try to define it. You can't, can you? It's like trying to bite your own teeth. But here's the beautiful part. That ungrasped awareness is more you than anything you've ever identified with. It's what's been here through every change in your life. When you were 5 years old, it was here. When you're 90, it will still be here. Unchanged, untouched, completely at peace. Most spiritual seeking starts with a case of mistaken identity. We think we're the character in the story, the person with problems, the one who needs to grow and change and become enlightened. But Zen points to something simpler. You're not the character. You're the awareness in which the character appears. Maybe you've spent time trying to fix yourself, working on your anger, your fear, your past, and that work has its place. But have you ever noticed who's the one observing all these emotions? Who's aware of the anger when it arises? That observer is completely untouched by what it observes. It's like watching clouds pass through the sky. The sky never gets cloudy. This is why so many people get confused when they start looking for themselves. They're looking for a someone, and they keep finding a no one. But that no one is not empty in a blank way. It's empty in the way that space is empty, full of possibility, aware, present. Ancient Zen teachers used to say something wonderful. You are perfect as you are, and you could use a little improvement. What this means is, the essential you, that aware presence, is already complete. It doesn't need fixing or finding, but the story you tell about yourself, that can always be updated. Right now, notice how effortless it is to be aware. You're not working to be conscious. You're not trying to be present. Awareness is just naturally here. It's like the sun. It doesn't try to shine. It just shines. This awareness that you are, it has never been born. Think about that. When you were born, your body appeared. Your mind developed. Your personality formed. But the awareness itself, that was never created. It's what all these other things appeared in. And here's something that might surprise you. This same awareness that you are, it's what everyone else is too. When you look into someone's eyes, what you're really seeing is your own awareness looking back at you. Different bodies, different minds, different stories, but the same essential aware presence. Maybe you've experienced this, sitting with a small child, looking into those clear eyes, suddenly realizing the awareness looking out of their eyes is the same awareness looking out of yours. Age, experience, knowledge, all different, but that essential presence, identical. This is why when you really find yourself, you find everyone. And when you really find everyone, you find no one in particular. You find this open, loving awareness that includes everything. So when that question arises, who am I? Try this. Instead of looking for someone, look as someone. Instead of searching for awareness, be the awareness that's searching. Instead of trying to find yourself, rest as the finding itself. The one you've been looking for has been doing the looking all along. Which makes you wonder, what was never actually born? Here's a simple experiment you can try right now. Try to remember the moment you became aware. Not when you were born, that's different, but the actual moment when awareness itself began. Go ahead, look back as far as you can. Your earliest memory maybe. You're 3 years old, playing in the backyard. But even then, something was already aware. Something was already present to notice the playing. Go back further. Before that memory, before any memory you can recall, can you find the moment when awareness switched on? It's impossible, isn't it? This is one of the most beautiful discoveries you can make. The awareness that you essentially are. It has no beginning that you can find. Your body was born. Your mind developed. Your personality formed over time. But that basic aware presence, it seems to have always been here. Think about all the changes you've been through. When you were a child, your body was completely different. Your thoughts were different. Your beliefs, your fears, your hopes, all different. Even your cells have been replaced many times over. Literally nothing physical about you is the same as it was 10 years ago. But something has remained constant through every single change. That quiet awareness that notices everything. The same awareness that looked out through your child eyes is looking out through your adult eyes right now. Unchanged, untouched by time. This awareness doesn't age. Think about that for a moment. Your body ages. Your mind accumulates experiences. But the basic capacity to be aware, does that feel older to you now than it did when you were young? If you really look, you'll notice that awareness itself feels exactly the same as it always has. Timeless, fresh, present. It's like a clear mirror that reflects everything but is never changed by what it reflects. In Zen, there's a beautiful question that teachers sometimes ask. Show me your original face before your parents were born. This isn't a riddle to solve with your mind. It's an invitation to look directly at what you are before any story begins. Before your parents met, before your body formed, before your mind learned language, before any experience at all, what were you? Not who were you, but what were you? You might think this is impossible to know, but actually, it's the easiest thing in the world. What you were before any experience is what you are right now. beneath all experience. That aware, present, open space in which everything appears. This is why Zen teachers say that birth and death are like dreams within a dream. From the perspective of awareness itself, nothing is ever actually born, and nothing ever actually dies. Things appear and disappear like waves on the ocean, but the ocean itself remains unchanged. Your body appeared in awareness. Your thoughts arise in awareness. Your whole life story unfolds in awareness. But awareness itself was never born. It's what everything else is born into. This might sound abstract, but you can verify it right now. Notice that you're aware of your body. Notice that you're aware of your thoughts. Notice that you're aware of sounds around you. That awareness itself, is it inside your body? Or is your body appearing inside awareness? Really look at this. Where does awareness end and everything else begin? You can't find a boundary, can you? It's more like everything is floating in an ocean of awareness, and you are that ocean. This is completely different from how we usually think about ourselves. We imagine we're small beings inside big bodies, inside a big world. But what if it's actually the reverse? What if the world appears inside awareness, and you are that awareness? From this perspective, asking when you were born is like asking when space was born. Space isn't born into the universe. The universe appears in space. Similarly, awareness isn't born into the world. The world appears in awareness. And just like space, awareness has no age, no history, no beginning or end. It's simply here, present, available, unchanging. You might wonder, but what about my birth certificate? What about my birthday? Of course, something was born on that day. Your body began. Your brain started developing. Your story as a human being commenced. But the awareness in which all this happened, that was already fully present. It's like a movie screen. All kinds of stories can play on the screen. Birth scenes, death scenes, love stories, adventures. But the screen itself is never born or dies in any of the movies. It's simply the unchanging background in which every story appears. You are like that screen. The story of your life plays across the screen of your awareness. But the awareness itself, that's never born, never dies, never changes. It's what makes every experience possible. This understanding changes everything. When you realize that your essential nature was never born, you also realize it can never die. What was never created can never be destroyed. What has no beginning can have no end. This isn't a belief or a philosophy. It's something you can discover for yourself right now. That aware presence that's listening to these words, try to find when it began. Try to locate its birth certificate. Try to age it, or change it, or damage it. You can't, can you? It's completely untouchable, completely safe, completely here. It's like finding out you're made of something indestructible, something that has never been threatened and never could be. When this really sinks in, a beautiful peace can arise, because you realize that what you most deeply are has never been in any danger. Your body can age, your mind can forget things, your circumstances can change completely, But this aware presence that you are, nothing can touch it. It's been here all along, quiet, patient, peaceful, waiting for you to notice. Not waiting in time, but waiting outside of time altogether. This is your original face. This is what you were before your parents were born. This is what you are right now. This is what you'll be when your current story ends. Unchanging awareness itself. And once you see this clearly, you start to wonder about something else. If you were never really born, then what exactly is it that seems to suffer? Here's something you might have noticed about pain. When you stub your toe, there's an immediate sharp sensation. But then something interesting happens. Your mind starts telling a story about it. That really hurt. I'm so clumsy. This always happens to me. Now my whole day is ruined. And suddenly, what was just a quick physical sensation becomes something much larger. This is the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens. Suffering is the story we tell about what happens. And here's the remarkable thing. Suffering always needs someone to suffer. Think about it. Can suffering exist without a sufferer? Can there be a victim without someone to be the victim? Can there be a problem without someone to have the problem? It's impossible. This is what Zen has been pointing to for centuries. Suffering requires a sense of being someone separate who can be hurt. But what if that someone is just a story? What if there's no one actually there to suffer? Let's try something right now. Think of something that's bothering you lately. Nothing too big, just some everyday frustration. Maybe work stress, or relationship tension, or worry about money. Now notice, who is experiencing this problem? You might say, I am, but look closer. Where is this I that's suffering? Can you actually find it? Or do you just find thoughts about the problem floating in awareness? Here's what's strange. When you really look for the one who's suffering, you can't find anyone home. There are thoughts about problems. There are feelings in the body. There are stories about what should or shouldn't be happening. But the actual sufferer, nowhere to be found. This isn't just a philosophical idea. It's something you can discover in real time. The next time you're upset about something, try this experiment. Instead of getting lost in the story of why you're upset, look for the one who's upset. Look for the actual entity that's being hurt, or threatened, or disappointed. You'll find thoughts saying, I'm upset. You'll find physical sensations of tension or discomfort. You'll find mental images of how things should be different. But the I, that all this is supposedly happening to, it's like trying to grab hold of a cloud. This is why traditional Zen masters often seem so peaceful, even in difficult circumstances. They weren't superhuman. They didn't stop feeling physical pain or noticing challenging situations, but they'd seen through the illusion of being someone separate who could be fundamentally threatened. When you realize there's no one home to be hurt, something remarkable happens. Pain can still arise. Difficult emotions can still flow through. Challenging situations can still occur. But the suffering, that extra layer of story and resistance, simply isn't there. It's like the difference between a storm happening in the sky versus a storm happening to you personally. When it's just weather, you can watch it with a kind of interested detachment. When it's happening to you, it becomes a personal crisis. But what if there was never actually a separate you for it to happen to? Think about when you're deeply absorbed in something you love, maybe reading a good book, or playing music, or watching a beautiful sunset. In those moments, where is the one who might suffer? There's just the reading, the music, the beauty. No separate self standing apart from the experience, commenting on it or worrying about it. This is your natural state. This open, aware presence with no center, no separate self to be hurt. Suffering only becomes possible when awareness contracts into the feeling of being someone specific, someone who can be threatened or disappointed or hurt. But here's the beautiful thing. That contraction is optional. It's just a habit of thinking. And like any habit, it can be seen through. The ancient saying goes, pain is inevitable, but someone has to volunteer to suffer. What this means is that life will always include physical discomfort, change, loss, and challenge. These are just part of being human. But transforming these natural experiences into personal suffering requires creating a story about being someone separate who is victimized by life. Without that story, without that sense of being a separate someone, what remains? Just life happening. Sometimes pleasant, sometimes unpleasant, always changing, but no one being personally attacked by any of it. You might be thinking, but I do feel like someone separate. I do experience myself as a person who can be hurt, and that's perfectly natural. This feeling of being a separate self is probably the most convincing illusion there is. But it's still just an appearance in awareness, like everything else. Watch how this sense of being someone separate comes and goes throughout your day. When you're worried about the future, it's very strong. When you're defending your opinions, it's front and center. When you're comparing yourself to others, it's running the whole show. But when you're simply present with what's happening right now, without commentary, where is it? This is why Zen practice is often described as just sitting. Not sitting as someone trying to get somewhere or achieve something. Just pure sitting, with no one doing the sitting. In those moments, who is there to suffer? There's just awareness being aware, presence being present. Of course, the mind will create suffering anyway. It's what minds do. They tell stories, create problems, imagine threats. But you don't have to believe every story your mind tells. You don't have to volunteer to be the main character in every drama. When suffering arises, you can simply notice it. Oh, there's a story about being hurt. There's a feeling of being wronged. There's anxiety about the future. But you don't have to become those stories. You can remain as the awareness in which they appear. This doesn't mean becoming cold or uncaring. Actually, it's the opposite. When you're not busy suffering your own personal drama, you have much more capacity for genuine compassion. You can respond to difficult situations with clarity rather than reactivity. You can help others without getting entangled in their stories of suffering. Real compassion comes from this place of no one being hurt. It's like how a loving parent can remain calm when their child is having a tantrum. They don't take the child's upset personally. They don't create their own suffering about the child's suffering. They just respond with love and wisdom. This is how you can relate to your own difficult emotions too. Instead of becoming them, you can hold them with the same kind of loving awareness. Oh, anger is arising. Sadness is flowing through. Fear is visiting. But no one is being personally attacked by any of these natural human experiences. The suffering that we're so familiar with, that sense of being a victim of life, of being someone who shouldn't have to deal with difficulty, all of that requires the illusion of being someone separate. Take away that illusion, and what remains is just life flowing naturally. Sometimes pleasant, sometimes challenging, always okay. This isn't something you need to achieve or work toward. It's your natural state right now. The awareness that's listening to these words, is it suffering? Or is it simply present, peaceful, aware? Even if there are thoughts about problems, the awareness itself remains untouched. That untouched awareness is what you are. That's the one who was never born and will never die. That's the one for whom suffering is impossible, because there's no separate someone there to suffer. And once you really get this, you start to wonder something else. If there's no separate you to suffer, then where exactly do you end and everything else begin? Here's a question that might seem simple at first. Where do you end and the world begins? Most of us would say something like, well, I end at my skin and the world starts outside my body. But let's look at this more carefully. Right now, you're aware of sounds around you. Maybe traffic outside, or the hum of air conditioning, or birds singing. Where are those sounds happening? Are they outside of you or inside your awareness? If you can hear them, they must be somehow inside your experience, right? And what about the room you're in? You can see walls, furniture, maybe windows showing the sky outside. Where is all of that appearing? In the world or in your awareness of the world? Because if you can see it, it must be present in your consciousness somehow. This gets interesting quickly. Everything you've ever experienced, every person you've met, every place you've been, every sunset you've watched, all of it has appeared in your awareness. You've never actually experienced anything outside of your own consciousness. You've only experienced your awareness of things. But here's where it gets really interesting. Try to find the boundary between your awareness and what appears in it. Where does awareness end and the experience begin? Can you separate the knowing from what's known? Can you find where you stop and your experience starts? It's impossible, isn't it? Awareness and its contents aren't two separate things. They're like wetness and water, or heat and fire. You can't have one without the other, and you can't separate them into distinct parts. This means that everything you call the world is actually appearing in what you are. Not in your brain, that's just another appearance in awareness. Not in your body, that's something you're aware of too. But in the open space of pure awareness itself. Most of us spend our lives feeling like we're small beings inside a big world. We imagine ourselves as tiny conscious creatures trapped inside physical bodies, looking out at a vast universe that exists independently of us. But what if it's actually the reverse? What if the entire world is appearing inside the limitless space of what you are? This isn't a metaphor or a philosophical idea. You can verify this directly right now. Everything you're aware of is appearing in awareness, and you are that awareness. So everything is literally appearing in you. The sounds around you, they're in you. The sights you can see, they're in you. Your thoughts about all of this, they're in you too. Even your sense of having a body is an experience appearing in the space of your awareness. This completely changes how you relate to everything. Instead of feeling separate from the world, you realize you're the space in which the world appears. Instead of feeling like an outsider looking in, you recognize yourself as the very medium of all experience. It's like discovering you're not a wave on the ocean. You are the ocean itself. All the waves, all the movement, all the activity is just the ocean expressing itself in countless forms. But there's never been anything separate from the ocean. It's ocean all the way down. When you really see this, something beautiful happens. The feeling of loneliness becomes impossible. How can you be lonely when everything is appearing in you? How can you be isolated when you are the very space that contains everything? You realize you're not separate from anything. You're intimately connected to everything because everything is you. This doesn't mean you become egotistical and think you're more important than others. Actually, it's the opposite. When you see that you are the awareness in which everything appears, you also see that everyone else is that same awareness. There's only one awareness appearing as many different experiences. One ocean appearing as countless waves. The person sitting next to you on the bus, their awareness being aware. The dog barking in the distance, that's awareness too, experiencing itself as a dog. The tree outside your window, awareness knowing itself as a tree. It's all one seamless entity. This is what Zen teachers mean when they talk about no separation. It's not that everything becomes one big blob. Differences still exist. You still have your unique personality, your particular body, your individual experiences. But underneath all the differences, there's this seamless continuity of being. It's like how all waves are different. Some are big, some are small, some are fast, some are slow, but they're all ocean. Similarly, all experiences are different, but they're all awareness. All beings are unique, but they're all the same essential consciousness, appearing in countless forms. Once you start to see this, you notice it everywhere. When you look into someone's eyes, you see your own awareness looking back. When you watch a sunset, you realize you're not separate from the beauty. You are the awareness in which the beauty appears. When you listen to music, there's no boundary between the listener and the listening and the music. It's all one seamless experience. This understanding naturally brings tremendous peace, because you realize you're not a small, vulnerable being in a big, threatening world. You're the limitless space in which all experiences arise and pass away. Nothing can threaten what you essentially are, because everything that could possibly threaten you is appearing in you. It also brings natural compassion. When you see that everyone else is the same awareness you are, how can you wish them harm? It would be like your left hand hurting your right hand. It makes no sense. Cruelty becomes impossible when you realize there's no one separate to be cruel to. You might wonder, but if this is true, why don't I feel this way all the time? And that's a natural question. The feeling of separation is a very convincing illusion. It's like being so absorbed in a movie that you forget you're watching a screen. You get lost in the story and temporarily forget the larger reality. But the screen is always there, whether you notice it or not. And your essential nature as limitless awareness is always here too, whether you're paying attention to it or not. The feeling of separation comes and goes, but what you are never changes. Sometimes this recognition happens gradually, like a slow dawn. Sometimes it comes as a sudden insight that changes everything in an instant. But either way, it's not something you achieve or earn. It's something you recognize was always already true. The boundaries you thought existed between you and the world were never real boundaries. They were more like lines drawn on water, conceptual divisions that seem real until you look closely. When you really look, you find that there's no place where you end and the world begins. There's just one seamless, boundless experiencing happening. This experiencing has no center and no edges. It's not located anywhere because it's what all locations appear in. It's not limited by anything because it's what all limits appear within. It's the open space of pure being in which everything arises. And you are that. Not you as a person with a name and a history and preferences, but you as the pure awareness in which the person appears. You as the limitless space in which all experiences unfold. You as the ocean of consciousness itself. This isn't something mystical or otherworldly. It's the most ordinary thing there is. It's what's happening right now as you listen to these words. Awareness, being aware of awareness, being itself, with no boundaries anywhere. When you really get this, when you see that you're not in the world, but the world is in you, you start to realize something even more amazing. You've been looking for the place you belong. But how do you belong to a place that's appearing in you? There's something obvious that's easy to miss. Every question you've ever asked about where you should be has been asked from where you are. Every plan you've made to get somewhere else has been made from here. Every journey you've taken to find the right place has started from the place you were already in. Think about all the times you've wondered if you're in the right place. Maybe lying in bed thinking you should be somewhere more exciting, or sitting at work wishing you were home, or being at home wishing you were anywhere but there. But notice, where were you when you had those thoughts? You were here. You were exactly where you were. There's literally nowhere else you could have been. Even when you were thinking about being somewhere else, you were thinking those thoughts from here. This might sound ridiculously simple, but it's actually profound. You have never, not even for a single moment, been anywhere other than here. Here isn't a location. It's the very nature of being located at all. Wherever you go, there you are. And where you are is always here. When you were a child playing in your backyard, you were here. When you went to school, you were here. When you traveled to distant places, you were here. When you moved to new cities, you were here. Here. Moved with you because here is what you are, not where you are. But somehow we spend so much energy trying to be somewhere else. We imagine that the right place exists somewhere other than where we currently are. We think happiness is waiting for us in a different location, a different job, a different relationship, a different moment. We keep asking how to get home while sitting in our living room. This constant seeking somewhere else creates a strange kind of suffering. We become tourists in our own lives, always looking for the next destination, instead of noticing where we already are. We develop a habit of being mentally absent from the only place we've ever been. But here's what's beautiful about this recognition. When you really see that you've never been anywhere other than here, you stop needing to get somewhere else to be okay. You realize that whatever peace or contentment or aliveness you're seeking, it has to be available here, because here is all there is. This doesn't mean you stop traveling or moving or changing your circumstances. It means you stop expecting those changes to deliver you to some fundamentally different reality. Wherever you go, you take here with you. Wherever you go, you take yourself, and yourself is always here. Right now, notice where you are. Not your address or the name of your city, but the immediate, intimate reality of being here. Notice that here isn't really a place at all. It's more like the space in which all places appear. It's the stage on which all experiences unfold. When you're dreaming at night, you might dream you're in Paris, or on a mountain, or in your childhood home. But where is the dreaming actually happening? In your bed, in this moment, in this awareness. Similarly, all your experiences of being somewhere are happening in the spacious here of your own awareness. This is why seeking enlightenment somewhere else, or happiness somewhere else, or peace somewhere else, never quite works. You're looking for something that can only be found where you already are. It's like searching all over the house for the glasses that are sitting on your head. The seeking itself is what keeps you from noticing what's already present. Ancient Zen teachers understood this perfectly. They didn't tell people to go somewhere special to find truth. They pointed to what was already here, already present, already available. The Buddha you seek is the mind that seeks, they would say. The place you want to reach is where you're standing. But our minds are trained to think that here isn't enough. Here is too ordinary, too familiar, too simple. We think enlightenment must be somewhere more exotic, more special, more different from our everyday experience. We imagine awakening as a journey to a distant destination, rather than a recognition of where we've always been. This is one of the most beautiful paradoxes of spiritual life. The ultimate destination is where you started. The treasure you seek is buried in your own backyard. The home you're trying to find is the place you never left. All seeking ends in the recognition that you were already here all along. When this really sinks in, something relaxes. The constant background tension of needing to be somewhere else dissolves. The feeling that you're missing out on life by being where you are disappears. You realize that wherever life is happening, it's happening here. Wherever the party is, it's here. Wherever the action is, it's here. This doesn't make you passive or unmotivated. You can still have preferences about your circumstances. You can still work to improve your situation or explore new places. But you do it from a place of fullness rather than emptiness, from presence rather than absence, from here rather than from the imaginary somewhere else. People sometimes worry that accepting where they are means giving up on their dreams, but it's actually the opposite. When you're fully here, you have access to your real intelligence, your genuine intuition, your authentic desires. When you're always mentally elsewhere, you're operating from fantasy and dissatisfaction. Real change comes from real presence, not from imaginary futures. Look at how much mental energy goes into being somewhere else, thinking about the past, planning the future, imagining different circumstances, wishing things were different. All of that thinking is happening here, now, in this awareness. But it creates the illusion of being somewhere else, of living a life that's always one step removed from reality. When you bring all that scattered attention back to here, something miraculous happens. Life becomes vivid again. Colors seem brighter, sounds seem clearer, everything feels more alive. You realize you've been missing the movie of your own life because you were too busy thinking about other movies you could be watching. Here is not a consolation prize. It's not what you settle for when you can't get somewhere better. Here is the only place where life actually happens. Here is where love is felt, where beauty is seen, where peace is found. Here is where you breathe, where your heart beats, where awareness shines. And here is infinitely spacious. It's not cramped or limiting. It includes everything, all places, all times, all possibilities. When you're really here, you're everywhere. When you're really present, you're eternal. When you're really where you are, you're exactly where you belong. This recognition changes how you relate to restlessness. Instead of seeing it as a sign that you need to go somewhere else, you see it as energy looking for direction right here. Instead of interpreting dissatisfaction as evidence that you're in the wrong place, you recognize it as an invitation to be more fully in the place you are. The spiritual search often begins with the feeling that you're in the wrong place, living the wrong life, being the wrong person. But it ends with the recognition that there is no wrong place to be, because there's only one place you can be. Here, always here, eternally here. This here is not static or boring. It's the most dynamic, creative, alive space there is. It's where new moments are born every instant. It's where the future becomes the present becomes the past. It's where the infinite expresses itself as the particular, where eternity touches time. When you stop trying to escape from here, you discover that here is already the escape you were looking for. When you stop trying to find the right place, you realize you're already in it. When you stop asking how to get home, you notice you never left. The only place you've ever been is here. The only place you'll ever be is here. The only place where anything has ever happened or ever will happen is here. And here, it turns out, is exactly where you're supposed to be. Once you really settle into this truth, you might notice something else. All your searching for meaning and purpose has been happening here too, which makes you wonder, what if the purpose you've been seeking is already perfectly present in the place you've never left. Here's something you might have noticed about trees. They don't spend time wondering why they exist. They don't have existential crises about their purpose in life. They just grow. They reach toward the sunlight, extend their roots into the earth, change with the seasons. They live with a kind of effortless spontaneity that seems completely natural. And here's what's interesting. They're perfectly fulfilled doing this, not because they've figured out their cosmic purpose, but because they're simply being what they are. No second guessing, no comparing themselves to other trees, no wondering if they should be doing something more important. Just pure natural expression. What if you could live like that? What if you could stop asking, "What's my purpose?" and start noticing what's already flowing through you? What if the meaning you've been searching for is not something you need to find, but something you need to stop interfering with? Most of us spend enormous amounts of energy trying to figure out why we're here. We read books about finding our life purpose. We take personality tests and career assessments. We meditate on our calling, analyze our gifts, search for our mission, and often, the more we search, the more confused we become. But what if the search itself is what's creating the confusion? What if asking, "What's my purpose?" is like asking, "What's the point of breathing?" Some things don't need a point beyond themselves. Some things are their own purpose. Right now, your heart is beating. It doesn't beat in order to accomplish some goal. It beats because that's what hearts do. It's spontaneous, natural, perfect. Your heart doesn't need to understand its purpose to fulfill it perfectly. Similarly, you're breathing without thinking about it. Your body temperature is regulating itself. Your cells are renewing themselves. Your awareness is naturally present and alert. All of this is happening without any effort or intention on your part. Life is living itself through you with incredible intelligence and precision. What if your whole existence is like that? What if you don't need to figure out your purpose because you're already fulfilling it perfectly, just by being alive? What if the universe is expressing itself through you in exactly the way it needs to, without any help from your thinking mind? This doesn't mean becoming passive or lazy. Trees aren't passive. They're incredibly active, growing and adapting and responding to their environment. But their activity comes from their nature, not from a mental concept of what they should be doing. They trust the intelligence that's already operating through them. When you stop trying to figure out purpose and start trusting the purpose that's already operating through you, something remarkable happens. You begin to notice a natural flow in your life. Certain things feel effortless and energizing. Certain directions feel obvious and right, not because you've analyzed them, but because they align with what wants to happen naturally. Maybe you find yourself drawn to help people in difficulty. Maybe you naturally create beauty wherever you go. Maybe you have a gift for bringing out the best in others, or for solving complex problems, or for making people laugh. These aren't things you decided to do. They're things that happen through you when you're not trying to be someone else. This natural expression is your purpose, not a grand mission statement written in the sky, but the simple, spontaneous way life moves through your particular form. It's as natural as a river flowing downhill or a flower turning toward the sun. It doesn't need justification or explanation. It just needs permission to happen. But often we interfere with this natural flow. We think our spontaneous interests aren't important enough. We compare our natural gifts to what society says is valuable. We override our intuitive direction with what we think we should be doing. We turn away from what feels alive and easy in favor of what seems more serious or worthwhile. This is like a tree trying to grow in a different direction because it thinks it should be more like the oak tree next to it. It creates tremendous strain and usually doesn't work very well. When you fight against your nature, you exhaust yourself, trying to be something you're not. When you align with your nature, you have access to an endless source of energy and creativity. The ancient Zen understanding is that everything in existence is already perfect exactly as it is. Not perfect in the sense that nothing ever changes or improves, but perfect in the sense that everything is exactly what it needs to be in this moment, including you, including your life as it is right now. This doesn't mean you stop growing or learning or changing. It means you do those things from a place of wholeness rather than from a place of feeling broken or incomplete. You evolve naturally, like a tree growing new branches, rather than forcing yourself to become something different. When you really trust this, you can relax the exhausting effort of trying to become someone worthy of existence. You're already worthy. Your existence itself is your worthiness. You don't need to earn your place here. You're here, which means you belong here. This trust allows your natural gifts to emerge. Instead of trying to develop talents you think you should have, you can nurture the ones that are already flowing through you. Instead of forcing yourself toward goals that look impressive, you can follow the direction that feels genuinely alive. Instead of working against yourself, you can work with yourself. Of course, this requires a certain kind of courage. It means trusting that your natural expression is valuable, even if it doesn't look like what everyone else is doing. It means believing that the universe knows what it's doing when it expresses itself through your particular form. It means having faith in the intelligence that's already operating through you. But this isn't faith. You can test it. Notice what happens when you follow your genuine interests versus when you force yourself to do what you think you should do. Notice the difference in energy, enthusiasm, and effectiveness. Notice how things tend to flow more smoothly when you're aligned with your nature. This alignment isn't always easy to recognize at first. We've been trained to distrust our natural impulses, to think that anything that comes easily can't be valuable. We've learned to look outside ourselves for direction rather than inside. We've forgotten how to recognize our own authentic voice among all the voices telling us who we should be. But that authentic voice is still there. It's the one that knows immediately what feels right and what feels forced. It's the one that recognizes truth when it hears it. It's the one that feels energized by certain activities and drained by others. It's the wisdom of your own being, trying to guide you toward your most natural expression. When you start listening to this voice and following its guidance, you discover something amazing. Your life becomes an expression of who you are, rather than an attempt to become who you think you should be. Work becomes more like play. Relationships become more authentic. Creativity flows more easily, everything feels more alive, because you're living from your aliveness rather than from your ideas about life. This is what Zen teachers mean when they talk about Wu Wei, effortless action. It's not the absence of action, but action that flows from your essential nature rather than from mental effort. It's like being a river that knows exactly how to flow around rocks without thinking about it. It's natural, spontaneous, and perfectly appropriate to each moment. The purpose you've been seeking isn't something you need to create or discover. It's something you need to allow. It's already operating through you in countless ways, in your natural compassion, your curiosity, your creativity, your capacity to love and be loved. You don't need to add anything to this or make it more important than it is. Your purpose is as simple and as profound as a tree growing toward the light. It's the natural expression of life through your unique form. It doesn't need to save the world or change history or impress anyone. It just needs to be authentic to what you are. And when you live this way, something beautiful happens. Not only do you feel more alive and fulfilled, but you naturally contribute to the well-being of everything around you. Because when anyone expresses their authentic nature, it adds something unique and valuable to the whole. Your genuine expression is your gift to existence. The tree doesn't grow for itself alone. Its growth creates oxygen, provides shelter, adds beauty to the landscape. But it doesn't think about these benefits. They happen naturally as a result of the tree being truly itself. Your authentic expression works the same way, blessing everything around you without effort or intention. This is the purpose that needs no purpose. Simply being what you are, as fully and authentically as possible. Trusting the intelligence that brought you into existence to guide your expression while you're here. And discovering that this simple authenticity is more meaningful than any purpose you could invent. There's something almost comical about the spiritual search when you really look at it. People spend years meditating to find peace, but they can only meditate because there's already a peaceful awareness present. They seek enlightenment, but they can only seek because there's already an awakened intelligence doing the seeking. They look for their true self, but they can only look because their true self is already present to do the looking. It's like using a flashlight to search for a flashlight in a dark room. The very fact that you can search means you already have what you're looking for. But somehow, this becomes the most overlooked, obvious thing in the world. Most spiritual seeking begins with a feeling that something is missing. You feel incomplete, unfulfilled, not quite right somehow. So naturally, you start looking for what's missing. You read books about enlightenment, attend workshops about awakening, practice techniques for finding your true nature. And all of this seeking reinforces the fundamental assumption that what you're looking for is somewhere else, in some other state, in some future moment. But here's the thing. What is it that wants to become enlightened? What is it that seeks awakening? What is it that's looking for its true nature? It's awareness itself. It's consciousness. It's the very thing you're trying to find. You're using Buddha nature to seek Buddha nature. You're using enlightened awareness to search for enlightenment. You're using your true self to look for your true self. It's the ultimate case of not being able to see the forest for the trees, except, in this case, you can't see the seer for the seeking. This creates a strange kind of spiritual suffering. The more you seek, the more convinced you become that you don't have what you're looking for. The more techniques you practice, the more complex and distant the goal seems. The more you learn about enlightenment, the more unenlightened you feel. The seeking itself becomes proof that you're not there yet. But what if not there yet is just a story? What if the one who feels unenlightened is just a character appearing in enlightened awareness? What if the seeker is just a temporary costume worn by what you're seeking? Right now, something is aware of these words. Something is present and alert and conscious. That something isn't seeking anything. It's already complete, already awake, already here. The seeking is just something that appears in it, like clouds appearing in an empty sky. The sky doesn't need to seek itself. It already is itself. This awareness that you are doesn't lack anything. It's not partial or incomplete or in need of improvement. It doesn't have a spiritual practice or a path to follow. It doesn't meditate. Meditation happens in it. It doesn't seek enlightenment. Enlightenment is its very nature. When this really lands, it can be initially disorienting, because it means that everything you've been trying to achieve, you already are. Every state you've been trying to reach, you're already in. Every realization you've been hoping for, you already have. The spiritual journey doesn't lead anywhere. It just leads you back to where you never left. This doesn't invalidate spiritual practice. Meditation, prayer, yoga, contemplation, all of these can be beautiful expressions of your true nature, but they work not by getting you somewhere else, but by helping you recognize what's already here. They're like cleaning a mirror that was never actually dirty. The mirror doesn't become more mirror-like through cleaning. It just recognizes its natural clarity. The problem comes when we turn practice into seeking. When we use meditation to try to become peaceful, instead of recognizing the peace in which meditation happens. When we use prayer to try to connect with the divine, instead of recognizing the divine nature of the one who prays. When we use spiritual techniques to try to find ourselves, instead of recognizing the self that's using the techniques. This seeking energy is like a dog chasing its own tail. The faster it runs, the faster the tail seems to move away. The more effort it puts in, the more elusive the goal becomes. But if the dog would just stop and look, it would realize the tail was attached to it all along. The seeker and the sought are not two different things. You might ask, but if I'm already enlightened, why don't I feel enlightened? And that's a beautiful question, because it reveals the assumption that enlightenment is a feeling. But what if enlightenment is not a particular state or experience? What if it's the awareness in which all states and experiences appear? Sometimes that awareness knows itself through feelings of peace and bliss. Sometimes it knows itself through feelings of confusion or sadness. Sometimes it knows itself through clarity, sometimes through uncertainty. But the awareness itself, that which knows all these different experiences, is unchanged by any of them. It's like a movie that's equally present whether it's showing a comedy or a tragedy. Your enlightened nature doesn't depend on having enlightened experiences. It's what makes all experiences possible. It's the light by which everything is seen, the space in which everything appears, the knowing through which everything is known. And that's what you are right now, in this very moment, regardless of what you're experiencing. This understanding can bring tremendous relief, because it means you can stop the exhausting project of trying to become someone different. You can stop judging your current experience as evidence of how far you have to go. You can stop postponing your happiness until you reach some imaginary spiritual destination. You can rest in what you already are. But it can also bring up resistance, because if you're already what you're seeking, then what's the point of the spiritual path? What's the point of growth or learning or practice? This resistance usually comes from the ego mind, which has built its whole identity around being the seeker, the one who's working towards something better. The ego mind loves the spiritual search because it gives it a sense of purpose and importance. It can feel special for being on a spiritual path. It can measure its progress and compare itself to others. It can accumulate spiritual experiences and insights like trophies. The search gives it something to do, somewhere to go, someone to become. But your true nature doesn't need any of that. It's not trying to get anywhere or become anything or achieve any state. It's simply present, aware, and at peace with whatever is happening. It's like water that naturally flows downhill without effort or agenda. It's spontaneous, effortless, and perfectly appropriate to each moment. When you recognize this, practice becomes play rather than work. You meditate not to get somewhere, but for the joy of resting in your natural state. You study not to accumulate knowledge, but to recognize the wisdom you already are. You serve others not to earn spiritual points, because love naturally flows when you're not blocking it. This shift from seeking to being can happen gradually or suddenly. Sometimes it's a slow recognition that dawns over months or years. Sometimes it's an instant seeing that changes everything immediately. But either way, it's not really a change at all. It's a recognition of what was always already true. The ancient Zen saying goes, "You are perfect as you are, and you could use a little improvement." What this points to is that your essential nature is already complete and whole, but the expression of that nature through your human life can always become more clear, more authentic, more aligned. You don't practice to become enlightened. You practice as enlightenment expressing itself. This makes spiritual life much more relaxed and natural. Instead of striving to reach some distant goal, you're simply polishing the expression of what you already are. Instead of trying to become worthy of love, you're recognizing that you are love itself, temporarily forgetting its nature. Instead of seeking peace, you're noticing the peace that seeking appears in. The search for enlightenment is enlightenment looking for itself. The desire for awakening is awakening, recognizing its own nature. The spiritual path is spirit, exploring its own depths through the adventure of apparent separation and return. But there was never actually any separation, and there's nowhere to return to. You are what you've been looking for. You have what you've been seeking. You are where you've been trying to go. The Buddha nature that all the books talk about, that's what's reading the books. The enlightened awareness that all the teachers point to, that's what's listening to the teachers. The true self that all the practices reveal, that's what's doing the practices. This doesn't mean you should stop practicing or learning or growing. It means you can do all of those things from a place of fullness rather than emptiness, from being rather than becoming, from love rather than lack. When you know you already are what you're seeking, the seeking becomes a celebration rather than a desperate search. And when this really sets in, when you stop trying to become what you already are, something interesting happens. You start to notice that the peace you were seeking was never actually disturbed. Here's something you can test right now. Think of the most stressful situation in your life at the moment. Really bring it to mind. The worry, the tension, the overwhelming feeling that comes with it. Now notice, what is aware of this stress? There's the stressful thought or feeling itself, and then there's the awareness that knows the stress is there. That awareness, is it stressed, or is it calmly observing the stress, like a clear sky watching clouds pass through? This is one of the most liberating discoveries you can make. Even in your most chaotic moments, there's something in you that remains completely undisturbed. Your thoughts might be racing, your emotions might be intense, your body might be tense, but the awareness in which all of this appears, that's as peaceful as it's ever been. It's like being in a house during a thunderstorm. The storm might be loud and dramatic outside, but inside, there's a room that remains perfectly quiet. You might forget about that quiet room when you're focused on the storm, but it's always there, always available, always unchanged by whatever weather is passing through. Most of us have been taught to think that peace is something we need to create or achieve. We imagine it as a state we need to get into through meditation or relaxation techniques. We think of it as the opposite of stress, something that exists only when problems are absent. But what if peace is actually the background of all experience? Think about the ocean for a moment. On the surface, there might be enormous waves, storms and turbulence and dramatic movement. But deep underneath, there's a vast stillness that's completely unaffected by what's happening on the surface. The waves are real, but they don't disturb the deeper ocean. They're just temporary expressions of the same water. Your awareness works the same way. Thoughts and emotions and sensations arise like waves on the surface. Some are pleasant, some are unpleasant, some are dramatic, some are subtle, but they all arise in the same, deeper stillness. They're all temporary expressions of the same aware presence. This means that even your most disturbing thoughts are floating in something completely undisturbed. Even your deepest anxiety is arising in perfect peace. Even your most intense emotions are appearing in unshakable stillness. The disturbance never actually touches what you fundamentally are. You can verify this right now. Notice that you're aware of your thoughts. But the awareness itself, is it thinking? Notice that you're aware of sounds around you. But the awareness itself, is it making noise? Notice that you're aware of any tension in your body. But the awareness itself, is it tense? What you'll find is that awareness is like space. Things move through space, but space itself is never disturbed by what moves through it. A hurricane can rage through the sky, but the sky remains perfectly clear and open. Similarly, intense experiences can move through awareness, but awareness itself remains perfectly peaceful and open. This understanding changes everything about how you relate to difficult experiences. Instead of trying to get rid of stress or anxiety or sadness, you can simply rest in the awareness that's observing them. Instead of fighting against challenging emotions, you can allow them to be there while you remain anchored in the peace that's always present. It's like learning that you don't have to calm the waves to access the deep ocean. You just have to remember to dive below the surface. The peace was never actually disturbed. You just got caught up in the surface activity and forgot about the depths. But this isn't a practice or a technique you need to master. It's not something you do, it's something you notice. The peace is already here. The stillness is already present. You don't create it. You simply recognize it. Sometimes this recognition happens naturally during meditation. You might notice that beneath all the mental chatter, there's a profound silence. Not the absence of sound, but the space in which all sounds appear. Not emptiness, but fullness, so complete it appears empty. This is your natural state, temporarily obscured by focus on surface activity. But you don't need to be meditating to access this. Right now, in the middle of whatever you're doing, this peace is available. In the middle of a busy day, it's here. In the middle of a difficult conversation, it's here. In the middle of worry or fear or anger, it's here. Unchanging, unshakable, always present. This is why ancient Zen masters could remain so calm in challenging circumstances. Not because they didn't experience difficulties, but because they knew how to rest in the awareness that was observing the difficulties. They had discovered the eye of the hurricane, the place of perfect stillness that exists at the center of any storm. When you really understand this, it brings tremendous relief, because you realize you don't have to solve all your problems to be at peace. You don't have to eliminate all stress from your life to access tranquility. You don't have to wait for perfect circumstances to feel the deep okayness that's always available. The peace was never dependent on your circumstances being peaceful. It was never conditional on your thoughts being calm or your emotions being pleasant. It's like the sun that shines equally on sunny days and cloudy days. The clouds might block your view of the sun, but they never actually diminish its light. This peaceful awareness is your true home. It's where you can always return, no matter how far you seem to wander into stress or confusion. It's the one place in your experience that never changes, never gets damaged, never needs repair. It's like having a sanctuary that you carry with you wherever you go. But most of us spend our time focused on the waves and forget about the ocean. We get so absorbed in the content of our experience that we lose sight of the context. We become hypnotized by the movie and forget we're watching a screen. We get caught up in the weather and forget about the sky that contains it all. This forgetting is natural and human. It's part of how consciousness explores itself through apparent separation from its own nature. But the remembering is always available. In any moment, you can shift your attention from what you're aware of to the awareness itself, from the experience to the experiencer, from the waves to the ocean. When you do this, you might be surprised by what you find. The awareness that's been here all along is not only peaceful, it's also vast, open, and intimately loving. It's not indifferent to your experience, but it's not threatened by it either. It holds everything with perfect acceptance, like a mother holding a crying child. This loving awareness doesn't try to fix or change anything. It simply allows everything to be as it is, while remaining completely at peace. It's the most natural thing in the world, yet we somehow manage to overlook it most of the time. It's like fish looking for water while swimming in the ocean. The more you rest in this awareness, the more you realize it's not just peaceful, it's indestructible. Nothing that happens in your life can damage or diminish it. Loss, disappointment, physical pain, emotional turbulence, all of these might arise, but they can't touch the essential peace of what you are. This doesn't make you indifferent to life's challenges. You still care about things, still work to improve difficult situations, still feel compassion for suffering. But you do all of this from the unshakable ground of your own peace, rather than from the shifting sand of reactive emotions. You respond rather than react, because you're anchored in something that can't be disturbed. Over time, this becomes your default way of being. Instead of getting pulled into every drama, you naturally rest in the awareness that's watching the drama. Instead of identifying with every thought and feeling that passes through, you remain as the open space in which they appear. You become like the sky, vast, open, and undisturbed by whatever weather moves through. This is not a special achievement or an advanced spiritual state. It's your natural condition, temporarily overlooked. The peace that was never disturbed is not something you need to earn or develop. It's something you need to stop overlooking. It's been here all along, patiently waiting for you to notice. And once you really see this, once you recognize the unshakable peace that's always been your true nature, you start to wonder about all those questions that used to seem so important. There are some questions that can't be answered with words, not because they're too complex or mysterious, but because the answer is bigger than any explanation could contain. It's like trying to describe the color blue to someone who's never seen color. No amount of words will give them the actual experience. Zen masters discovered this centuries ago. They found that the most important insights of life couldn't be transmitted through normal teaching methods. You can't think your way to understanding what you are. You can't analyze your way to peace. You can't logic your way to enlightenment. These things have to be directly recognized, like suddenly seeing a friend's face in a crowd. So they developed a different kind of question called a koan. These weren't meant to be solved with thinking. They were meant to exhaust thinking, to show its limits, to point beyond logic, to direct understanding. They're like puzzles that can only be solved by giving up trying to solve them. The most famous one is probably this: what is the sound of one hand clapping? Your mind immediately tries to figure it out. Maybe it's silence. Maybe it's the whoosh of air. Maybe it's a trick question. But all of these are still thinking, still trying to grasp something that can't be grasped with concepts. The real answer isn't a thought at all. It's the recognition of what's listening to the question. It's the awareness that hears both sound and silence. It's the space in which clapping and not clapping both appear. When you stop trying to solve it and simply listen, you realize you are the answer. Here's another classic. Show me your original face before your parents were born. Again, the mind wants to make this into a logical puzzle. But it's not asking for information. It's asking for recognition. What were you before any story began? What are you right now, underneath all the stories? These questions work by creating a kind of productive confusion. They're designed to short-circuit the normal thinking process. When your mind can't find a logical answer, it eventually gives up. And in that giving up, something else can be noticed. The awareness that was trying to think its way through the problem. It's like being in a maze and suddenly realizing you can simply step outside the maze altogether. The problem isn't solved, it's dissolved. The question doesn't get answered, it disappears into understanding. You don't figure out what you are, you recognize what you've always been. This is why paradox is so powerful as a teaching tool. Logic likes things to be either this or that, black or white, true or false. But reality is often both and neither. You are both someone and no one, both here and everywhere, both seeking and already found. Paradox opens doors that logic keeps locked. When you really meet a koan, something strange happens. Your usual way of understanding the world stops working. You can't rely on knowledge or analysis or clever thinking. You have to become like a child again, open and curious and willing to not know. And in that not knowing, a different kind of knowing becomes possible. This different knowing doesn't come through the mind. It's more like recognition than learning, like suddenly seeing that what you thought was a stranger is actually someone you've known your whole life. There's no new information, but everything changes. You don't gain something, you realize you never lost it. The best answers to the deepest questions are wordless. They leave you speechless, not because you're confused, but because you're complete. Words suddenly seem unnecessary. It's like trying to describe water to the ocean. The ocean doesn't need the description. It is the water. This speechlessness is actually the goal. When understanding is complete, there's nothing left to say about it. It's like when you're deeply in love, words feel clumsy and inadequate compared to the actual feeling. The experience is so full that language feels empty by comparison. Ancient Zen students would sometimes spend years working with a single koan, not because it was intellectually complex, but because it required a fundamental shift in how they approached reality. They had to learn to meet life directly, rather than through the filter of concepts. They had to discover the difference between knowing about something and being something. This shift can happen suddenly or gradually. Sometimes it's like a lightning flash that illuminates everything instantly. Sometimes it's like a slow dawn that gradually reveals what was always there. But either way, it's not really a change at all. It's a recognition of what was never hidden. You don't have to work with formal koans to experience this. Life itself is constantly presenting you with the same fundamental question: what are you? Every moment is asking you to look beyond your ideas about yourself and recognize what's actually here. Every experience is inviting you to see through the story to the storyteller. The questions that matter most aren't the ones you can Google. They're the ones that point you back to yourself. Who am I really? What is this moment? Where does awareness begin and end? What is it that never changes through all the changes? These questions don't have answers. They have recognitions. When you stop trying to answer them and start living them, something beautiful happens. The questions begin to answer themselves, not through words or concepts, but through direct knowing. You become the answer you were seeking. You realize you always were the answer you were seeking. This is why Zen teachers sometimes respond to questions with silence, or with seemingly nonsensical answers, or even with physical gestures. They're not being difficult or cryptic. They're pointing to what can't be captured in words. They're showing you that the real answer is closer than any explanation could bring you. The sound of one hand clapping is the sound of this moment, exactly as it is. Your original face before your parents were born is the awareness that's reading these words right now. The answer to every spiritual question is the one who's asking the question. Not the person with a name and a history, but the pure awareness in which the person appears. When this recognition happens, all questions don't get answered. They become irrelevant. It's like asking what color Wednesday is or how much space weighs. The questions dissolve because they were based on assumptions that turn out to be incorrect. You were asking the wrong question all along. You were asking what you are instead of recognizing that you are. This doesn't mean becoming anti-intellectual or dismissing the value of thinking. Thinking is a beautiful function of awareness, like waves are a beautiful expression of the ocean. But you don't mistake the waves for the ocean, and you don't mistake thoughts for what you are. You recognize both as temporary expressions of something deeper and more fundamental. The deepest understanding is always wordless, like a mother's love for her child, or the beauty of a sunset, or the peace of deep sleep. You know it completely, but you can't explain it completely. It has to be experienced directly. It has to be lived rather than learned. And the most beautiful thing about this wordless understanding is that once you have it, you realize it was never hidden. You don't gain enlightenment. You recognize the enlightenment you've always been. You don't find peace. You notice the peace you've never lost. You don't become aware. You see that you are awareness itself. When questions dissolve into understanding like this, you discover something remarkable. The very experiences that used to confuse you now become your teachers. Here's something interesting that happens when you stop trying so hard to learn. Life starts teaching you directly, not through books or teachers or formal lessons, but through the simple experiences that are happening right now. Every moment becomes a classroom, and the teacher is existence itself. Most of us have been trained to think that learning requires a student and a teacher. Someone who knows something teaches someone who doesn't know it. But what if there's a different kind of learning that doesn't work this way? What if wisdom can arise directly from paying attention to what's actually happening? When you're fully present with any experience, it reveals something about the nature of reality. The feeling of sadness teaches you about the spaciousness that contains all emotions. The sound of rain teaches you about the awareness that hears everything. The sensation of breathing teaches you about the life force that animates everything. No formal teacher required, just openness to what's here. This is completely different from how we usually approach learning. Normally, we think we need to accumulate information and then apply it to our lives. We read about peace and then try to create peaceful experiences. We study enlightenment and then attempt to become enlightened. But this approach keeps us one step removed from direct understanding. What if instead you let your actual experiences teach you what they know? What if you approached each moment with the curiosity of a scientist discovering something for the first time? What if you stopped overlaying your concepts onto reality and started letting reality show you what it actually is? This requires a fundamental shift in how you see yourself. Instead of being someone who needs to learn about life, you become someone who lets life express its wisdom through you. Instead of trying to figure everything out, you become available to be taught by everything. Instead of having answers, you become an open question that life can respond to. When you make this shift, something remarkable happens. Every experience becomes meaningful, not because you make it meaningful, but because you allow its inherent meaning to reveal itself. A traffic jam teaches you about patience and acceptance. A difficult conversation teaches you about listening and compassion. Even physical pain teaches you about the awareness that remains untouched by discomfort. This is what the old Zen saying means. Every moment is a Dharma talk given by existence itself. Dharma means truth or teaching. So every moment is truth, teaching you about truth. Every experience is reality, showing you what reality is. Every sensation, every thought, every emotion is a direct transmission of wisdom. But you have to be present to receive this teaching. When you're lost in stories about what's happening, you miss what's actually happening. When you're busy judging your experience as good or bad, you miss the deeper instruction it contains. When you're trying to change what's arising, you miss what it's trying to show you. The curriculum that life offers is perfectly personalized. Whatever you most need to understand will keep appearing in your experience until you get it. If you need to learn about surrender, situations requiring surrender will present themselves. If you need to understand love, opportunities to give and receive love will arise. If you need to discover your true nature, everything will conspire to show you what you are. This doesn't mean that life is deliberately trying to teach you lessons. It's more like water naturally flowing downhill. Life naturally reveals its wisdom to anyone who's open to seeing it. The teaching is built into the very fabric of experience itself. You don't have to look for it. You just have to stop looking away from it. Sometimes the teaching is gentle and obvious. A beautiful sunset might reveal the peace that's always available. A child's laughter might show you the joy that exists beneath all your concerns. A moment of stillness might reveal the spacious awareness you actually are. Sometimes the teaching is more challenging. Loss might teach you about the impermanence of all forms and the permanence of what you essentially are. Illness might show you the difference between your body and the awareness that observes the body. Conflict might reveal places where you're still identified with being a separate someone who can be threatened. But whether gentle or challenging, every experience contains the same fundamental teaching. You are the awareness in which everything appears. Sometimes this teaching comes through pleasant experiences that help you relax into your true nature. Sometimes it comes through difficult experiences that strip away false identifications. But it's always the same essential recognition being revealed in different ways. The beautiful thing about this kind of learning is that it never stops. Every day brings new opportunities to recognize what you are. Every interaction offers a chance to see through the illusion of separation. Every challenge presents an invitation to rest in the unchanging awareness that you've always been. And you don't need any special qualifications to receive this teaching. You don't need to be spiritual or educated or naturally wise. You just need to be present and open. Life will do the rest. It's like having a master teacher who's always available and never charges tuition. This changes how you relate to difficult experiences. Instead of seeing them as problems to solve or avoid, you can see them as especially powerful teachers. The experiences that challenge you most are often the ones with the most to offer. They're like intensive courses in recognizing what can't be disturbed by any disturbance. Of course, this doesn't mean seeking out difficult experiences or becoming attached to suffering. It means meeting whatever arises with the curiosity to see what it has to show you. It means asking not, how can I get rid of this? But, what is this here to teach me? And often, what it's here to teach you is that you are bigger than whatever is happening to you. When you really get this, when you see that life itself is your teacher, something profound shifts. You stop feeling like a victim of circumstances, feeling like a student of reality. You stop needing life to be different and start appreciating how perfectly it's designed to show you what you need to see. This doesn't make you passive or accepting of harmful situations. You can still work to improve things, set boundaries, and make changes. But you do it from wisdom rather than reactivity, from love rather than fear, from wholeness rather than the feeling that something is missing. You respond to life's teachings by becoming more of what you truly are. The curriculum is always perfectly calibrated to your current capacity. You never get more than you can handle, though you might get exactly as much as you can handle. And as your understanding deepens, the teachings become more subtle and refined. What once required dramatic experiences to get your attention can now be received through the slightest shift in awareness. Eventually, you realize that the teacher and the student are not two different things. Life teaching you is you teaching yourself. Reality showing you its nature is your own nature, recognizing itself. The awareness learning about awareness is awareness coming to know itself more fully. The whole process is consciousness exploring its own depths through the adventure of apparent individuality. This recognition brings tremendous trust. You begin to see that everything that happens is somehow in service of awakening, not in a forced or contrived way, but in the most natural way possible. Like a river that naturally flows toward the ocean, life naturally flows toward the recognition of what it actually is. And once you see this flow, once you recognize that everything is perfectly designed to reveal the truth of what you are, you realize something amazing about your journey. There's actually nowhere to go and nothing to achieve, because you're already exactly where this pathless path leads. There's something beautifully ridiculous about the spiritual search when you really look at it. People spend decades trying to get to a place they've never left. They follow elaborate paths to find what they already are. They seek teachers who can show them what's been staring them in the face all along. It's like spending years looking for your glasses while they're sitting on your head. Every spiritual tradition talks about this journey, the path to enlightenment, the way to God, the road to awakening, and these paths are beautiful and valuable in their own way. But here's what's funny, they all lead to the same place, right here, right where you started, right where you are this very moment. It's like taking an elaborate trip around the world, only to discover that the treasure you were seeking was buried in your own backyard. The journey isn't wasted. You learn a lot along the way, but the destination was never actually distant. It was never actually anywhere else. This is why so many spiritual paths seem to go in circles. You start with meditation to find peace, and eventually realize that peace is what's aware of the meditation. You practice surrender to let go of control and discover that what you really are was never actually in control. You seek to transcend the ego, only to find that there was never really an ego there to transcend. The circles aren't a problem with the path. The circles are the point. Every path eventually leads you back to the center, and you are the center. You've always been the center. The paths just help you remember this obvious fact that somehow got forgotten. It's like a dog chasing its tail in the most cosmic way possible. Round and round you go, seeking what you already have, trying to become what you already are, attempting to reach what you've never left. And finally, if you're lucky, you just stop and look, and there it is. There you are, right where you've always been. Ancient Zen teachers used to talk about the gateless gate. This isn't a riddle, it's a perfect description of spiritual seeking. You spend enormous energy trying to pass through a gate that doesn't exist to get to a place you've never left. The gate is gateless because there was never any separation between where you are and where you want to be. But the mind loves the idea of a journey. It gives the ego something to do, somewhere to go, someone to become. The mind can make progress on a journey. It can measure advancement, compare itself to others, feel proud of how far it's come. But what the mind is seeking is not a place it can get to through effort. What you're looking for is what's doing the looking. What you're trying to reach is what's doing the reaching. What you want to become is what's wanting to become. The seeker and the sought are not two different things. They're like the wave looking for the ocean while being made entirely of ocean water. This recognition usually comes as a shock. After years of spiritual effort, you suddenly realize there was nowhere to go. After countless practices and techniques, you see that what you were practicing was already perfect. After reading hundreds of books about enlightenment, you discover that the one reading the books was already enlightened. It's not that the journey was pointless. The journey was necessary to exhaust the illusion that there needed to be a journey. You had to seek until you realized seeking was keeping you from finding. You had to try to get somewhere until you recognized you were already there. You had to attempt to become someone until you saw that you already were everything. This is why spiritual awakening is often described as coming home. Not because you travel to a new location, but because you recognize the place you've always been. Like Dorothy in Oz, clicking her heels and realizing she could have gone home any time. The power was always there. The way was always open. Home was always here. But why does it take so long to see something so obvious? Because what you're looking for is too close to see. It's like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror. You are what you're looking for, so you can't step back far enough to see it as an object. You can only be it, which you already are. The spiritual path is really a process of elimination. You try this approach and that technique, this teaching and that practice. Gradually, you eliminate everything that you're not. You're not your thoughts. Those come and go. You're not your emotions. Those change constantly. You're not your body that ages and transforms. You're not your experiences. Those are temporary. What remains when everything else is eliminated? What remains is what was there before you started seeking. What remains is what was present during all the seeking. What remains is what's here now that the seeking has ended. Pure awareness, consciousness itself, the space in which everything appears. And that's what you are. This doesn't mean you stop growing or learning or exploring. It means you do all of these things from wholeness rather than from lack. You explore not because something is missing, but because exploration is what wholeness naturally does. You learn not to become complete, but as an expression of the completeness you already are. The journey transforms from seeking to celebrating. Instead of trying to get somewhere, you appreciate where you are. Instead of working toward enlightenment, you express the enlightenment that you are. Instead of becoming spiritual, you recognize the spirit that you've always been. This shift can be immediate or gradual. Sometimes it happens like a sudden recognition. Oh my God, I'm already home. Sometimes it's more like a slow dawn, where you gradually recognize the familiar landscape of your own being. But either way, it's not a change of location. It's a change of perspective about the location you've never left. When this recognition stabilizes, the whole idea of a spiritual path becomes wonderfully obsolete. Not because you've completed the path, but because you've seen through the need for one. You realize you were like someone frantically digging a hole to find the ground they were already standing on. The gateless gate was always open because there was never anything to keep out or let in. The path was pathless because there was never any distance to travel. The journey was to nowhere because everywhere you could possibly go is here. And here is where you've always been. This doesn't make you arrogant or dismissive of others who are still seeking. Actually, it makes you more compassionate, because you remember what it was like to feel lost when you were never actually lost. You remember what it was like to seek what you already had. You understand the beautiful, frustrating, necessary journey of going nowhere to arrive where you've always been. And you also understand something else. The journey never really ends, it just transforms. Instead of seeking to arrive somewhere else, you begin to explore the infinite depths of here. Instead of trying to become someone different, you discover the inexhaustible mystery of what you already are. The most beautiful thing about recognizing that you're already home is that you can finally relax. You can stop the exhausting effort of trying to get somewhere else. You can rest in the perfection of this moment, this awareness, this simple fact of being. You can finally enjoy the journey because you're no longer desperate to reach the destination. And in this relaxation, in this recognition, in this coming home to what you've never left, you discover the ultimate freedom. Here's the most surprising thing about spiritual awakening. When it happens, you realize it never actually happened. Not because it wasn't real, but because what you thought needed to wake up was never really asleep. It's like discovering you've been searching for your glasses while they were on your face all along. We have this idea that enlightenment is about becoming something different. We imagine it as a dramatic transformation where an ordinary person becomes an extraordinary being. We picture it as crossing a threshold from ignorance to wisdom, from suffering to bliss, from separation to unity. But what if it's actually much simpler and more ordinary than that? What if enlightenment is just noticing what's always been here? What if awakening is recognizing what's always been awake? What if the person you think needs to become enlightened is just a character in a dream, and you are the one who's been dreaming all along? Think about when you wake up from a nighttime dream. In the dream, there was a character who seemed to be you. That character had problems and desires, and a whole story playing out. But when you wake up, you realize that character was never real. It was just consciousness creating an experience of being someone. The real you was always the consciousness, not the character. Spiritual awakening works the same way. The person you think you are, with all their struggles and seeking and stories, is like the dream character. It seems completely real while you're identified with it. But when you wake up, you realize that person was just consciousness, temporarily forgetting its own nature. The consciousness itself was never asleep. It was never lost or confused or in need of awakening. It was just playing at being someone, like an actor so absorbed in a role that they temporarily forget they're acting. But the actor was always there, underneath the character. This is why enlightenment often feels like remembering rather than learning. It's not that you gain new information or develop new abilities. It's that you recognize what you've always known but somehow overlooked. It's like suddenly seeing a friend's face in a crowd. The face was always there, but now you recognize it. And here's what's beautiful about this recognition. It can happen anywhere, anytime, in the most ordinary circumstances. You don't need to be in a meditation hall or on a mountaintop or having some dramatic mystical experience. You can be washing dishes, sitting in traffic, or talking to your neighbor. Because what you're recognizing is not exotic or special. It's the most natural thing there is. You might be folding laundry and suddenly notice that the awareness watching your hands move is completely peaceful. You might be listening to someone talk and realize that the listening itself is more intimate than any words could be. You might be feeling sad and recognize that what's aware of the sadness is completely untouched by it. These ordinary moments become doorways to extraordinary recognition. The truth is that every moment is already enlightened. Every experience is already perfect exactly as it is. Every thought and feeling and sensation is already arising in pristine awareness. Nothing needs to be fixed or changed or improved for awakening to be present. Awakening is not a better experience. It's recognizing the perfection of whatever experience is happening. This means you don't have to wait for some special state to recognize your true nature. You don't have to become more peaceful, or more wise, or more anything. Right now, in this moment, with whatever you're thinking and feeling, the awakened awareness is fully present. It's what's reading these words, what's having these thoughts, what's experiencing this life. But the mind finds this almost impossible to believe. It wants awakening to be more dramatic, more special, more different from ordinary experience. It wants there to be fireworks and profound insights and life-changing realizations. And sometimes those things do happen, but they're not awakening itself. They're just experiences arising in awakening. The most profound awakening is often the quietest. It's the simple recognition that you've never not been awake. It's seeing that consciousness has been fully present through every experience you've ever had. It's realizing that even when you felt most lost or confused, awareness itself was completely clear. Even when you felt most separate, wholeness was never actually broken. This recognition doesn't make you a different person. It reveals that there was never really a separate person to begin with. The personality continues, the body continues, the life story continues, but the identification with being limited to those things dissolves. You realize you're the space in which all of that appears, not the content that appears in the space. It's like watching a movie and suddenly remembering you're not the character on screen, you're the screen itself. The movie doesn't stop playing, but your relationship to it completely changes. You're no longer worried about what happens to the character because you know the character is just light and shadow dancing on your unchanging surface. This shift in identity is so fundamental that it changes everything while changing nothing. Your life might look exactly the same: job, the same relationships, the same daily routines, but the experience of being you is completely transformed. Because you're no longer being a separate someone having experiences, you're being the experiencing itself. Problems don't disappear, but your relationship to them becomes completely different. Challenges still arise, but they arise in vast spaciousness, rather than happening to a small, vulnerable self. Emotions still flow, but they flow through infinite awareness, rather than overwhelming a limited person. Life continues to unfold, but it unfolds as you rather than happening to you. The search for awakening ends not because you found what you were looking for, but because you've realized you were what you were looking for all along. The seeker dissolves not because it achieves its goal, but because it recognizes it was never separate from the goal. The spiritual journey concludes not at some distant destination, but in the recognition that you never left home. This is why they say you don't become awake. You realize you never fell asleep. The consciousness that you are has been fully present and aware through every moment of your life. It was aware when you were born, aware through childhood, aware through all your seeking and suffering and joy. It was never absent, never diminished, never actually lost. The person who seemed to wake up was always just a temporary costume worn by this deathless awareness. The one who seemed to be seeking was always just the sort appearing as a seeker. The dreamer and the dream were never two different things. It was always just consciousness playing all the parts in its own cosmic drama. And now, having recognized this, something beautiful becomes possible. Instead of seeking awakening, you can live as awakening. Instead of trying to become enlightened, you can express the enlightenment you've always been. Instead of working toward freedom, you can celebrate the freedom that was never actually bound. The awakening that never happened turns out to be the most real thing there is. And recognizing this changes how you see not just yourself, but everyone and everything around you. Because if you were never really asleep, then neither was anyone else. The same awareness, looking out through your eyes, is looking out through every pair of eyes. This recognition is the end of the spiritual search and the beginning of spiritual living. When you know you've never left home, you can finally enjoy the journey. So here we are, a few hours later, and where have we traveled? Nowhere at all. And yet somehow, everything has changed. You started this journey with questions. Why are we born? Why do we suffer? Why are we here? These felt like the most important questions in the world. And they were important, not because they needed answers, but because they led you home to yourself. What we've discovered together is something beautifully simple. You came seeking answers and found that the one who was asking was the answer. You came looking for peace and realized you are the peace that was never disturbed. You came searching for your true nature and recognized it as the very awareness doing the searching. The questions that brought you here haven't been answered. They've been dissolved. Like salt dissolving in water, they've become one with the understanding they were pointing toward. Why are we born? You are the unborn awareness in which birth appears. Why do we suffer? You are the space in which suffering arises and passes away. Why are we here? You are the here in which everything appears. This isn't the end of questioning. It's the transformation of questioning from seeking to celebrating. Questions can still arise, but they no longer carry the weight of personal urgency. They become like children playing, curious and innocent, free. Because you found what every question was really asking for. What you found is what you've always been, that aware presence that's been listening to these words, that open space in which every experience has appeared, that unchanging background that's remained constant through every change in your life. You haven't gained anything new. You've recognized what was never absent. This recognition changes everything while changing nothing. Your life continues, but it's no longer happening to you. It's happening as you. Your thoughts still arise, but you're no longer at their mercy. You're the space in which they appear. Your emotions still flow, but they no longer define you. They're just temporary weather in your infinite sky. The spiritual search that may have brought you here can finally rest. Not because you've achieved some goal, but because you've seen through the assumption that there was anywhere to go. The path was always leading here, to this moment, to this recognition, to this simple presence that you are. And here is where you've always been. What's beautiful about this homecoming is that it includes everyone. The same awareness that you are is what everyone else is too. When you look into someone's eyes now, you might see your own face looking back. When you hear someone's laughter, you might recognize your own joy expressing itself. The separation between self and other reveals itself as just another appearance in the one awareness that we all are. This doesn't make you special or different from others. It makes you the same as everyone at the deepest level. It doesn't elevate you above the human experience. It reveals the divine nature of ordinary human experience. It doesn't solve all your problems, but it changes your relationship to them completely. From this understanding, life becomes much simpler. Instead of trying to become someone different, you can simply be what you are. Instead of seeking experiences to complete you, you can allow experiences to flow through your completeness. Instead of working to find your purpose, you can trust the purpose that's naturally expressing itself through you. The peace you've been seeking isn't something you need to maintain or protect. It's not dependent on your circumstances being peaceful or your mind being quiet. It's the unchanging background of all experience, always present, always available, always here. You can rest in it like an ocean resting in itself. And this rest isn't passive or inactive. It's the most creative, alive, dynamic rest possible. It's like the rest of a tree that grows toward the light, or the rest of a river that flows toward the sea. Natural, effortless, perfectly responsive to what each moment requires. This is your invitation now, not to do anything or become anything or achieve anything, but simply to rest as what you are, to let the recognition settle and integrate, to allow your life to be lived from this understanding rather than from the old seeking and striving. You might find that life becomes more playful, more spontaneous, more loving, not because you're trying to be those things, but because those are the natural expressions of what you are when you're not trying to be something else. Like a flower that naturally faces the sun, you might find yourself naturally oriented toward truth, beauty, and goodness. The journey that brought you here was never really a journey at all. It was consciousness exploring its own nature through the beautiful game of forgetting and remembering what it is. And now, the remembering is complete. You've come home to yourself. But this isn't the end of the story. It's the beginning of a new chapter where you live from this recognition rather than toward it, where you express what you are rather than seek what you think you lack, where you rest in being rather than strive for becoming. Welcome home. Welcome to what you've always been. Welcome to the peace that was never disturbed, the love that was never absent, the wholeness that was never broken. You are here. You have always been here, and here is exactly where you belong. The questions have dissolved into presence. The seeking has dissolved into being. The journey has dissolved into the recognition that you never left. And in this dissolution, everything remains perfectly as it is, but now you know what it is. This is coming home. This is what you are. This is where you've always been. Rest here.
I'm